Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. I have a rumor, a leak, that Adam Friended is actually going to be voted as the next supreme leader of Iran.
Oh wow. Why would you do that to me? That's terrible. You trying to put a hit out on me? You trying to get me assassinated?
No, 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 no. Listen,
I mean, I'm not even look, I okay, whatever.
obviously, the Trump administration has backed Adam as the next
hmm
leader, supreme leader of Iran. Okay, because we all know that he
I thought it was going
cares
to be
about
Marco
property rights
Rubio.
and liberal values and things of that nature.
I thought it was going to be Marco Rubio. Isn't he doing everything? Isn't
He
he
is doing
like
everything.
the job? He's the guy, the go-to guy for anything you got to get done.
That's true. I hope you're all doing well. Obviously, a lot to talk about. A lot of crazy Iran news
Nah,
going
not
on
that
right now.
much.
No,
Not
I
a
know.
lot
There's
going
not
on in the world.
nothing big is happening really. Yes, but
Trump took the
actually,
one bragging point that he had away from himself. I don't understand it. The only way he could say
oh,
inflation was down was because gas prices were down.
mm-hmm.
And then oops, oopsie daisy.
Yeah, and also the whole like no new wars and everything. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Ooh, I'm not sure. I think people flip-flop pretty fast on that. So,
Yeah, no, it's if this isn't like something that we this is why like I feel like a lot of the analysis on this subject has been very silly from a lot of the people who like I understand a lot of people are going to look at it through the lens of like whether they like Trump or not, unfortunately. It's like the
mhm.
primary way in which they're going to sort of interpret what's going on here. But I mean and we'll look into it because there's actually kind of interesting CNN video about like the different polling information that's been out there about, people's support or not support of the war. But I mean, a lot of it's just going to be really hyper dependent on like how it all plays out. Yeah, obviously, if this was like Iraq 2.0 and it becomes the next, like 20-year quagmire, and months from now we've got ground troops and all this other stuff, then yeah, obviously everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, it was a horrible disaster. Trump sucks, blah 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 blah. But if it's just kind of like, with like the nuclear stuff, where it's like, oh, we just blew them like a bunch of shit up, and then a week or 2 weeks later, we leave. I mean, who's no one's gonna care. No one's gonna be like, oh, well, that was such a disaster, right? Like the only people that are gonna be saying that are like the far left people that hate Trump anyway.
Yeah, I don't know that that can happen though, because so we're just going to leave. Who's going to control the Straits of what is it, Hermos?
Yes, Hormuz.
Who is gonna control those? Who's gonna get those ships flowing through the straits? The big oil
Well,
strait.
well, that would probably be the only really dependent factor is, but yeah, but here's the
That's
thing,
a
like
huge
if
factor.
no, 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 but I mean, like if America and Israel, because this is my perception of it, okay, I this is what I think they're going for, or this is at least what would like make sense. Like if they're trying to go for the regime change situation, which I know they've like Trump said stuff like that. Um, that seems very unlikely to me, right? It seems very unlikely to me that this is going to lead into some sort of like, oh my God, and then like magical peace in the Middle East flows, right? I don't really foresee that happening. I think the best case scenario that's like possible is they get a Venezuela like situation where you have someone else who's in charge. Maybe they're like a shithead too, but they're willing to play nice. But even then, I still think that's like kind of less likely. I think the most likely scenario is just that they completely destabilize the country, and it's just kind of like all completely fucked up. And that the purpose of this is just to have Iran be so weakened that next year or the following year, when there's this possibility of getting into some sort of fight with China, that Iran is taken out of the picture, that they're not going to be able to send their oil to China, that they're not going to be able to send, and right now they wouldn't be able to send drones and drone parts to Russia and things like that. And if that's all they're going for, if they're just going to completely destabilize the region or the area, the country, then I mean they even though it kind of
Success.
yeah, I mean even if it kind of sucks like from a moral perspective, you're like, oh, I just kind of fucked everything up. Like then they could literally just completely fuck up the military and then just dip out and you're like, okay, bye. And I mean, and at that case, is Iran going to keep like blowing up ships in the strait? Because then if they do that, then they're
Yes.
just going to keep like then the military is just going to come back, or they just going to kind of try to rebuild at that point.
I think they're going to continue to bother the ships
Okay,
just out of anger,
interesting,
out of
interesting.
out of revenge. out of
Well,
vengeance.
well, if that's the case, then yeah, then we would
Why
be
wouldn't
more.
they? Why wouldn't they?
Well,
They got nothing better to do.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Well, they do. It depends if they want to actually not keep getting bombed. Then they do have something better to do, right?
Why didn't the people in Gaza just rebuild? Why didn't they be like, oh, yeah, everyone's gone. We got it all to ourselves now. Let's rebuild. Instead, they're like, nah, let's get even with those Israelis.
Well, Gaza, I think, is a little bit of a different situation because you have the ruling leadership of Gaza didn't live in Gaza, right?
Mm-hmm.
They lived as millionaires in other Arab countries, and they were basically just funneling money into Gaza, into this sort of mafia style leadership organization that was just like designed to spread misery to the population, subjugate the population, and their power was completely based around like fomenting this hatred of Israel 24/7 and kind of keeping that going. And I know like a lot of Iranian power is kind of fomented on like, oh,
Yeah,
America and
same
Israel, the
thing.
great Satan. But it was still a country, unlike Gaza. Like it was a country that existed or it still does exist. It still has something that's at least like a government. It has governing bodies and has infrastructure and all these other kind of things that you'd expect to have in a country, which you didn't really have in Gaza. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But to me, it seems more likely. I guess it would depend, and we'll get to see because there's kind of a lot of people making various comments about how much Iran is really ideologically motivated by their kind of like crazy religious beliefs. Because if they're just that's all they care about, then yeah, you'd probably get more likely like they're just going to keep attacking people in the Strait of Hormuz and they don't give a shit, right? They're just going to be completely suicidal. Or is there a more like yeah, they believe in a lot of religious stuff, but there is some level of like normal pragmatic governance that exists in the country that's like okay, we want to be able to be a country that exists and not get bombed 24/7.
I've been listening to a lot of stuff on this situation, and I don't see how you build those institutions. It seems like all the guys with the guns are religiously motivated and they're
Mm-hmm.
not going to put down their guns. And none of these protesters or the people who are pro democracy have any sort of guns or security forces. So it's just how do they take power? They're
I
going
don't
to
think
get
they
mowed
will.
down in a civil war. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
no,
So
I don't think they
who's going
will.
to end
Yeah.
up in power? It's going to be someone in the security forces for the Ayatollah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. and
Oh
and
yeah.
what do you think that guy's going to be all about?
Well, and I mean, there's all the rumors. I think that maybe it will be announced today while we're streaming. There's all the rumors that you're, vote the little Iranian council is voting on the next supreme leader today,
Yeah, yeah,
and
I saw.
it's probably going to be the son of the previous supreme
Yeah,
leader. So, like, obviously, that's a person who's going to be motivated for revenge purposes.
of course.
So,
Yeah, but I
but
think anyone in the security forces is going to be in the same boat. So,
yes, yes,
and everyone
um,
I hear who has that optimistic outlook, oh, they were a democracy at one time. It doesn't matter if the institution's been completely annihilated and there's no way for the populace to communicate or come together on some sort
mhm,
of building some institution. You can't build this institution under duress. These
right,
institutions come about in good times, not in
hmm
civil war times.
yeah,
Well, maybe
but
they will, but we
well,
would have to arm the populace.
it'll be
Should we
interesting
just
too
drop
because
machine guns all
no, can you
throughout Iran? Can we do that?
you could try.
A
That's why,
machine
yeah, I
gun
don't know
for
if that's a good
everyone.
idea. I don't know if it's a good idea.
I think there's about 93 million people. So, I mean,
Hmm.
we just buy 93 million machine guns.
Well, there's an interesting reporting too that was saying that China, who was or is an ally of Iran, was getting mad at them stopping things in the Strait of Hormuz as well because it's negatively affecting China and their ability to ship oil or get oil and their ability to ship stuff themselves. And so even they're like, okay, you need to chill the fuck out.
Yeah, they said that they would let the Chinese ships go through
Yeah.
unmolested, but
Are they going to be able to? Yeah, but that's the thing. Like,
how do you
are they going to
know?
know? Right?
There's no command and control structure.
No,
Yeah,
no. Because
it's chaos.
and there's some clips we should watch that are kind of interesting because like apparently the way this all kind of went down, it's just so ridiculous, is that after the Ayatollah was killed, like all these various like their military doesn't work the way our military works, where there's kind of like a very strong centralized leadership and it kind of tells everyone what to do. They kind of have these like different factions of their military. Well, they have two different militaries. They have different
Yeah, two
factions. They're two different
militaries.
militaries,
They have a
right?
security force for the Ayatollahs, and then they have the one that is more nationalistic and protects the
Right,
country. Probably a
right.
leftover institution from when they were a democracy.
Yes,
You
yes.
got to get those two militaries to fight one another. And then I
Yep.
read the demographics on the Kurds, and I'm like, oh my god, arming the Kurds is the worst mistake ever. They're only 5% of the population,
Yeah.
and it's 92% Shia.
Hmm.
So that's kind of a good thing because obviously, if it becomes a democracy, you're not going to have one group fighting the other. If they're close to equal numbers, you'd probably be in a lot worse
Right, right.
situation. Like I
Like
Well,
Iraq.
and Iraq had the history of the Sunni minority basically treating the Shia majority like shit. I don't know if that's happening in Iran.
Hmm.
So
Right. But what I was gonna say is that, after the Ayatollah was killed, they basically had orders to just kind of like do whatever. Like all these different factions of the military had, the orders to just kind of do whatever.
which
And that's
military?
both.
Okay.
And that's why you would see like these weird attacks where like, okay, so now Iran is like shooting all these drones and missiles, not just at US military bases in other countries, but at like just infrastructure in other countries, airports, gas fields, even water desalination plants and stuff like this. And then there's this clip of like the Iranian president comes out and is like apologizing for it. And they're like, oh, we're
Saw
gonna
that, yeah.
yeah, and we're gonna stop. And then like right after they say that, they keep doing it. It's because they don't have any control because everything's
Yeah.
so decentralized and everyone's kind of like doing their own thing. So I mean, we'll see how this all plays out, obviously.
Doesn't sound good.
Well, I don't know. It depends. It might having the country be completely destabilized. I'm not convinced isn't a good military strategy for America in the long run.
I just the straits. The Straits of Hormuz.
Mm-hmm.
Hormuz. How do you
Hormuz.
pronounce that word? I actually looked it up. Everyone I hear pronounces it a different way, so
I
that's why
know.
I'm like, what do you call it?
Yes.
Is it Iran, Iran,
Iran. It's Iran. Yeah.
Iran,
It's
or
Iran.
Iran? Which do you say?
Iran.
Oh, Iran. Okay. What do we got?
Yeah.
What's Tehran oil sites? Oh man,
Yeah. So
this
this
looks
is
like a
video.
mess.
So this is video from last night here. So they blew up some massive oil depot in Iran here.
Just looks like hell on earth there,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Now, if you ever see this, you should probably drive away from it. You don't really want to inhale all those fumes, by the way. Just pro tip.
Yeah, look, burning in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
So American jets hit that, or Israeli jets?
Israel, yeah. Now, here's a building. This is in Kuwait that was lit on fire here or hit by a drone.
I was gonna stay there. Oh
Oh,
my god, that's my hotel.
really?
No, but look, someone was staying there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, our
Okay.
friend Joe Rittenhouse is probably going crazy with all the people trying to get out of the country. Oh my god, my visa,
Well,
help,
yeah,
my
that actually is a big
passport.
problem with people trying to get out very quickly. So,
Yeah, he's probably working overtime. He's probably sleeping in the office.
actually, here, wait, let me send you. This video is pretty crazy. So after they blew up the oil depot, some of the oil leaked into the sewer system, and it made some of the streets catch on fire in Iran.
Oh
And it looks pretty insane.
my god, no. Where's is the video down below? Oh,
I sent you on X.
okay.
A lethal strain for 5 hours says Christie known for supreme leader. Then the left will cheer for the regime change. You know what? That's a pretty brilliant play, right? Have the Trump administration put someone in charge. I mean, Christie Nome got fired, right, from her normal job. She got demoted to some sort of like made up position. So they should have been like,
Is
can you
that
imagine that?
fired?
Like Trump was like Christie, you were doing such a poor job at the DHS. I got a new job for you, though. I think you like it. You're going to be the Ayatollah of Iran.
Exactly.
Okay. Now we're not going to send you there with any security forces, so it's going to be up to you, your wit and charm to just, get by.
Oh my God.
That's not
Nightmare.
good. That's like, Trump then he's like, he's mad about her job performance at that point.
So this is oil getting into the sewer system?
Yes.
I mean, methane can blow up too.
Well, that's just what people on the internet.com are saying. They're
Okay.
saying that caught in the storm, like the runoff got caught in the storm drains.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Oh, are you playing it? You seeing
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Not good. Okay. So let's start. We have a lot of clips to watch today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's start with this. This is kind of interesting. So this was from a few days ago. This is the CNN had an interview with the Iranian foreign minister, and kind of compare and contrast this interview, and then I'll play the interview they had more recently. Kind of see the change in rhetoric and tone over the days. It's kind of fascinating.
So it seems like Iran has a regular command structure like America, and but they don't really have any power. They have the Ayatollahs who are in charge of these special security forces, the second military we were talking about, who will do anything they say. They're the ones that went out and murdered all the people in the street, all the protesters. So it seems like they're the ones that have the real power.
Hmm.
So when I
Yes.
hear people talking about these people talking, I think a lot of Americans are looking at this and thinking, oh, well, this is some sort of important official in Iran. But none of these people really have any power,
Well,
correct?
they have some amount of power. Like the question is how much? It's kind of unclear to
Well,
everybody.
when the Ayatollah and the security forces have veto over anything they say,
Yes.
how much
Yes.
power do they really
Of
have?
course. Of
They're
course.
not they
Right.
can't call up the military and get anything they said enforced with weapons.
No, no, but that's what
Yeah.
kind of makes part of the interviews kind of interesting is the interview is sort of alluding to that. like
Well, I wonder
like
how many of these people are pitching their services to America. Like, make me the leader, make me
hmm,
the president. One of them has got to do that sooner or later, right?
maybe. I think
We're
that the
looking for
biggest
that person.
well, here's the problem. Here's the real problem with the war right now. Okay. The CIA, the CIA is kind of they're a little bit cucked, right? Because I've been hearing for years, Adam, and you've been hearing for years,
Hmm.
that whenever there's some sort of conflict anywhere in the rest of the world, any sort of regime change conflict, we're always told that the CIA, I don't know why I can't pronounce that, CIA is behind everything, that they're
Of
behind all these
course.
revolutions, they're behind all
The
these
Maidan
protests.
Revolution, the 2014
Exactly.
coup, which is the
Right.
same thing,
And
but
they all have their like meaty little hooks into every government, and they can like replace the leader with some pro-American, stooge at any moment.
instantaneously they just call up
Yes.
Victoria Nuland and they say, "Who
Right.
do you
Where's
want?" And
Victoria Newland?
they just put
Exactly.
them right in. They
Yes.
asked Joe Biden, and he says, "I tell them get rid of that guy and put the other guy in."
Exactly. So that's the real question. Where's Victoria Newland? Where's Joe Biden? Where's Hunter Biden? Why
I
doesn't the
know.
CIA have someone waiting in the wings to just like sneak right in there like they're supposed to?
What's taking so long?
God, they really dropped the ball on this one.
Yes,
Terrible.
yeah.
It
This
is
is called the
interesting. You haven't
reality of the
heard
situation versus the myth.
I know you haven't really heard any of like the usual suspects go on and on about that. Like that's why I hate these like kind of like retard level conspiracy theories is that it's all working backwards. So like if there is some sort of protest movement or revolution and the outcome is something that's pro-Western, then they assume, well, obviously the CIA was behind it, right? But if
Hmm.
there's some sort of revolution or protest something and it's not clear if it's going to be pro-West or if it's not pro-Western, then the CIA was nowhere to be found. No one talks about it. It's so mysterious, so interesting.
So what's happening, right?
The CIA, I guess, has like 100% success rate, right? They're only involved when they win. Oh,
they betrayed the diplomacy. Why they betrayed, the trust needed for a diplomacy.
Who is in charge in Iran this morning?
The Constitution speaks for itself. We have a president, we have head of judiciary, we have the head of parliament. the supreme leader was assassinated, was martyred by Israeli and American aggression, and now a council is in charge, comprised of 3 people, who is doing his job until the new leader is going to be elected. So everything is in order.
As you mentioned, the strike.
Did you? Everything's in order, Adam. I don't. What are you concerned about? Everything's in order. They have a constitution. Didn't you hear him?
Okay.
Did you not? Did not hear the strong confidence in his voice when he said everything was in order? Everything's totally fine.
Yeah, we got a council of like 14 guys. They're going to pick the leader. 93 million Iranian citizens. Fuck them. They don't care.
Right. Right.
Whoever we pick.
Mm-hmm.
Against.
They killed 30,000 Iranian citizens in the streets.
Yeah.
They
insane.
charged the families to go in and get the bodies of their loved ones.
I know.
Can you imagine? Oh, yeah, your son was murdered. You want to pay $10,000 to come in and get his body?
Get his body. Yeah.
What
It's pretty
fuckers?
despicable.
What fuck? Can you imagine? You're like,
No.
oh, yeah, we're going to let you. You go ahead and pick whatever next leader you want.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, that is part of the problem. Is like, I'm sure the population. I heard this Iranian guy talking about. He's an Iranian journalist, and he said that not only does he know people that were killed that were protesters, a few weeks ago, but everyone knows at least one person that was killed. Like that's how widespread, the killing was. And I mean, it's just so despicable that I still see people that are downplaying this, that are defending the Iranian, the Ayatollah and the regime and all this other shit, and acting like totally hair on fire about the situation. And I don't know if it's possible, but I do wish that there was some way that we could get the average population, the average person in Iran, in part of some sort of rebellion to actually get rid of these like evil pieces of shit that are ruining their country.
Yeah, it's just like normal everyday citizens going up against the military, though. Like you and I
know.
don't stand a chance against the military. That's laughable. Laughable. So I don't know. This is such a weird situation because I do think Trump is going to eventually cut and run and like blame it on the people. Oh, you didn't rise up. You didn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Iran are being carried out by Israel and the United States. Why then is Iran striking back against the United Arab Emirates, against Bahrain, against Qatar, against Kuwait, against Jordan? Why stage these attacks?
First of all, we have good relations with our neighbors. Our policy towards our neighbors is quite clear. We want best of relations with our neighbors.
Yeah, right. That's how you have best relations with neighbors, right? You just start blowing up shit in their country. You start shooting missiles and drones at their water desalination plants.
Yeah.
At the same time, before the aggression, we informed our neighbors that if the America or Israel engages in animosity against Iran, definitely we will be in self-defense mode, and we will target the American assets, the American military bases in the region, wherever they are located, because they are legitimate targets in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. Therefore, whatever we are doing is to act in self-defense against American targets and American assets in the region.
Why is a hotel in Dubai a legitimate target?
Our policy remains the same. As I said, we attack military bases and military assets. If they remove from one base to another, that is not our problem.
How about the Saudi oil fields just across the Gulf? Why is that a target?
No, we are not responsible for that. We have already been in touch with our Saudi brothers, and we have talked about this issue. Iran is not responsible for the attack against the oil installations in Saudi Arabia. We have made it clear. We have officially announced today that was not one of the targets of the Iranian armed forces.
So I don't know if you saw this. I'm gonna play the clip of it of Kyle Kalinske and Tucker Carlson were both promoting this idea. Well, Tucker said like Tucker has this way of talking where he just says things like as if everyone is saying them, even though no one is saying them. Where he claimed that there were Israeli agents in Saudi Arabia and UAE and all these other countries that were like secretly doing these false flag terrorist attacks and then blaming Iran. And he just says it like
They haven't done anything. Iran
right,
is totally innocent.
right. And he's like, oh yeah, like, and he just says it like, oh yeah, like it's just like a thing that's like being reported on, and like everyone knows this because that's just how he like communicates information in this like hyper dishonest way. And so I heard this and I'm like, what? And I'm like trying to like find out like where he's sourcing this from. No one could find it. Everyone on the internet's like, where did he hear this information? Like it's just from fucking like he had a dream, like the demon that attacked him one night, like whispered it in his sleep or something. And then even like the governments of these countries came out and they're like, we have no fucking clue what Tucker Carlson's even talking about. And then Kyle Kalinske, it's like repeating the same thing with this oil attack, where he's like, oh well, you know, it was probably Israel doing some sort of false flag attack on you know, the oil refinery. And Saudi Arabia is like, no, it was a drone from Iran. Like, you know, you're not going to see a correction. You're not going to see any sort of like, you know, mea culpa or anything. They're just going to keep moving on, you know, spreading this like crazy misinformation.
Yeah. I mean, Israel's done a ton of shit. They got to make shit up.
I know.
They can't just go with what they're actually doing.
Well, because they know it's so like they like the average person understands that if Iran continues the strategy, which they seem to still be continuing, or they just keep attacking their neighbors and their neighbors' infrastructure, it's like the stupidest idea ever. Everyone's going to fucking hate their guts. Everyone's going to just say, okay, we can't live next to you. We will rise up and destroy you.
Yeah, it's great for us.
Out. Yeah,
it's they're like solidifying our alliance with all these Arab nations.
And also they're solidifying the Arab nations playing nice with Israel. Because Israel's over here like, oh, if you sign, you know, the Abraham Accords and you just kind of like, you know, don't give money to the Palestinians, you know, we can just trade, we can be completely normal allies, you know, normal countries, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, okay, we can have that. Or we can have Iran who, when they get attacked by Israel and America, they just start attacking everyone around them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's insane. But look, I don't think there's any kind of leadership in Iran. So.
No. It's completely,
it's all these freelancers just raising hell.
But that's why the strategy of how they just kind of were able to kill all the leadership in, you know, or big swaths of leadership in one fall swoop was actually so completely effective.
But these other nations in the region, whether it be Kuwait or the UAE or Oman or Qatar, should they continue to expect Iranian attacks?
You know, as long as the aggression persists, we will be in a self-defense mode and we will act accordingly.
Iran is putting down its weapons face down in self-defense mode, everybody.
We have seen pictures from inside Iran of people celebrating the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. What is your reaction to those celebrations?
I'm sure that you have already seen the people pouring in the streets immediately after the announcement in the Iranian media about the demise of the supreme leader. So the people are mourning today in Iran, and they are very angry. The atmosphere is very angry today in Iran about the naked aggression against the leader of the Islamic Revolution, who has many followers. And not only in Iran, but also in other Islamic countries. He was, you know, the leader of a religious leader of millions of Shiites.
But how do you explain the celebrations that we have also seen?
Yeah.
I don't know what you are talking about, but you know, if you compare those with people who have poured into the streets, I mean that. The comparison speaks for itself.
How long can Iran hold out against the U.S. and Israeli attacks, which President Trump now says could last 4 or 5 weeks?
No, we will defend ourselves to the best of our ability, And I mean, time is not of the essence. We will do whatever necessary to protect our sovereignty and our people, no matter what.
Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Ravanchi, we appreciate your time this
morning. It's talking about like because there's always this kind of big thing about like how long is this going to take, and the Trump administration, and they always like kind of change the date. At first they're like, oh, it's going to be like a week, and then it's 2 weeks, and then it's a month, and
getting real
it's a
flattening
year.
The curve vibes here,
right? And then it's it's the intro to Friends essentially, and so, but I do think it's a fair critique from the Trump administration to say it's kind of stupid. Like, I understand from like the voters, this is like why this gets kind of all muddied and complicated. What is in like the benefit of the voter isn't necessarily a strategy that necessarily works for the military. So like as a voter and as a citizen, it does make sense that you would want to know, okay, like how much money are we going to put into this operation? How long is it supposed to last? How many people are supposed to die for all this stuff? Like that all makes complete sense. And it's completely justifiable for people to want to know that. But then the other hand, it's completely justifiable from a military perspective to say, well, if we say all this, like if we say all this information, if we say we're only going to spend X amount of dollars, we're only going to be in here for this amount of time, well, then you're just telling, the enemy, well, if you can just survive for like 2 weeks, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which I mean, obviously that's like a huge strategic advantage for them, but it's also a huge psychological advantage, because if they're operating in a space where it's like, okay, we have no idea, like this could just keep going forever. Like it's going to be a lot more taxing on them to give up, as opposed to like, well, we only got to make it one more day. We only got to make it one more week.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically giving comfort to the enemy.
Right. Okay. So after this, the president of Iran came out and publicly, he did what Adam hates more than anything else.
I know.
Okay, more than the deaths of civilians.
Yes.
All right, more than supporting terrorists. He publicly apologized.
He did, yeah.
Yes.
The worst. He admitted guilt.
So does this mean that you support his execution now?
Oh, hell yeah. Well, I mean, I supported his execution before he apologized. So
No. This was the moment that you were like, I like that Iranian president guy, but now not so much.
Now I support it with extreme prejudice.
Okay.
I should apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran on my own behalf. What happened was that our...
That's a great trick. That's one I like to use. I should apologize. I should apologize.
Instead of apologizing, you say, I should apologize, because then it's like, well, maybe you're not actually apologizing.
I know, exactly. That's a great get out of jail free card right there.
Interesting.
Yes, I should apologize for this.
Right.
But I'm not.
Commanders and our leader lost their lives following barbaric aggression, and our armed forces, the champions that are sacrificing their lives to defend our territorial integrity, fired at will because their commanders were absent and did whatever was necessary. They proudly and powerfully defended our homeland.
So we have like, it's kind of like insane. It's kind of like this interesting, like, I apologize, or I should apologize. And it's not really their fault because our leader got killed. So they're just kind of firing at will. But I mean, they were kind of, proudly defending their country. So it's okay too at the same time.
Iran's.
Okay. So then after the apology, this is shortly after the apology, they still keep firing on their neighbors.
Gulf neighbors report a new wave of strikes after the Iranian president apologized. Kuwait says it's fending off drone and missile attacks that set fire to a fuel storage facility as well as a high-rise government building. Bahrain's interior ministry says falling missile fragments wounded 3 people and damaged a university building. We're also getting reports of attacks in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, where a Pakistani national was killed by missile debris, according to Pakistan's embassy. We're following this story from all across the Middle East. Paula Hancock is live for us from Dubai. Paula, just a bit over 24 hours ago, Iran's president said Tehran would stop targeting Gulf nations. Yet Iranian missiles and drones continue striking across the region. What are officials there saying about this escalating threat?
Well, Linda, we have been seeing here in the UAE for a couple of hours ago, there were emergency alerts and interception overhead. 3 hours ago in Abu Dhabi, a similar situation. And what we have seen on Saturday night was one more person being killed here in the UAE, someone who was in a car and was hit by debris from one of the interceptions. We did hear a number of interceptions on Saturday night in both cities. So certainly what we are seeing on the ground since that statement by the Iranian president does not mirror what he said at all. And now it could suggest that the president does not have control over those people who were firing the missiles and the drones, that the president does not speak for the IRGC. This is something we know to be a fact. He did say that was a decision from the 3-member leadership council, but clearly this message is not either trickling down or it is simply not a message that they endorse. We have heard other statements saying that US military targets across the Gulf region are still very much targets, but of course we're seeing across the Gulf it's far more than just military that is being targeted at this point. Now, we did also see a very rare appearance from the UAE leader, Mohammed bin Zayed, as he was visiting some of those in the UAE who have been injured in Iran's retaliation. And he called Iran, referred to Iran as the enemy. Now, this is a remarkable statement from the UAE leader, also saying that Iran should not see the response from the UAE as weakness. The UAE is strong. We're hearing from leaders across the Gulf that they reserve the right for retaliation. They're obviously not being public about what that might look like, or whether there have been any change to their situations on the ground, certainly not wanting to make themselves even more of a target for Iran. But quite frankly, the UAE has been targeted more than any other country in the Gulf nation, potentially more than Israel itself when it comes to this retaliation.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There was a clip I saw. It's kind of insane. There's that clip that's been kind of making the round about, Hassan talking about how, it doesn't make sense for people to do suicide bombs now because of drones. And there's kind of a conversation about whether he's like endorsing it or not. And like after it, because he kind of keeps going on, he talks about how UAE is like the Middle East. He says it's like the Arab version of Israel. And he's going on and on about how like they deserve to essentially
Really?
they deserve
Wow.
to be like struck because they're just like Israel or something.
Wow.
And it's like, oh, that's it. Very interesting. It's so fascinating. Actually, there's a meme I was gonna make. I totally forgot last week. I saw a picture of the Ayatollah when he was younger. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He looks suspiciously like Hassan.
Does he? Wow.
I think there's another, how people are like Justin Trudeau is probably like Castro's son.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened with Hassan. I think Hassan's mother cheated with the Ayatollah of Iran, and Hassan knows it, and that's why he's so anti-West.
Yeah. That makes
It's
perfect sense.
the only thing that makes sense.
He doesn't like the business aspect of it. The UAE and Israel, they just want commerce. They just want peaceful commerce. And he's like, no, capitalism sucks.
Yeah, well, in any country that plays nice with the West or plays nice with Israel, like triggers the ever-loving fuck out of them. Because their primary lens of the world is just hating America and hating Israel. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the foreign minister guy talking after the president apologized, but then also they kept firing, right? So they have to kind of change their rhetoric. They have to be like, well, because they can't just say like, well, we don't have control, right? Because then they look weak.
Like
so they have to kind of, they kind of have to like finagle an answer here.
Some of what Iran has been doing. Iran has launched hundreds of missiles at 13 other nations in the region. On Saturday, the Iranian president apologized for those strikes on neighboring Gulf states. Was it a mistake for Iran to attack its neighbors?
Well,
it is a mistake if you consider that Iran is attacking its neighbors. No, we are not attacking our neighbors. We are attacking American bases, American, installations, American assets, which are unfortunately located in the soils of our neighbors. So we are not attacking our neighbors. We are attacking Americans who are attacking us. We are retaliating. We have not started this war. It is Americans who started this war against us, attacking us, and we are defending ourselves. So it is obvious that our missiles cannot reach the U.S. Soil. What we can do is to attack American bases and American installations around us, which are unfortunately in the soils of our neighborly countries.
But Mr. Foreign Minister, if you're not attacking your neighbors, why did the Iranian president apologize?
Good question.
Well, first of all, apology in our culture is a sign of dignity and strength. Secondly, he apologized from the peoples of the region for the inconveniences they have faced because of this aggression by the United States and retaliation by us. So as a matter of fact, it is in fact the President of the United States who should apologize from the people of the region and Iranian people for the killings and destructions they have done against us.
Let me ask you, because
so that's the play. Oh, listen, don't believe your lying eyes. Okay. We're only attacking U.S. military bases. All these other random, the airport, the oil refinery, the desalination plant. No, that's Israel. That's someone else. Okay. Just don't believe your lying eyes. Right.
Yeah. Not a very good line. Not very convincing.
I do like I am convinced by listen, he was just apologizing for inconveniencing, the population. Right? It's such an inconvenience.
Hotel's on fire.
I know.
We killed a bunch of tourists in your country.
Well, no. It's just an inconvenience when you walk outside and you see the U.S. Army base in the distance on fire, and you're like, I'm very inconvenienced by seeing that in the distance, the smoke, breathing in.
I don't believe anything he's saying. I think that they were hitting them to pressure them into turning on America, but it didn't work. It drove them closer to America.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well,
so now they're rewriting history.
I don't even know if it was. I don't think there was a plan. I think it's once the supreme leader guy died and a lot of the other leadership died, that the other people just kind of went ham, and they were just mad. And they're like, fuck these countries for allowing American bases to even exist in them. So they're just kind of firing indiscriminately into the countries. They don't give a shit. Right. Yes. There's no grand like these people don't have some sort of grand strategy. Just fucking retards. Because it's not like there's not like some sort of top down structure, really telling them what to do. They're just kind of doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I want to take a closer look at what the American public is thinking about what's going on in Iran. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. Harry, what are you seeing?
Yes, John, look, we've gotten a bunch of polling back since the U.S. military started its most recent action against Iran. And you know what? It's a bit of a confusing picture. It doesn't seem like one at first, but it's a bit of a confusing polling picture. Let's just take a look right now at the overall average of polls. Okay, view of U.S. military action in Iran. And you take an average of CNN, Fox, Ipsos, and NBC polls. What you see here is you see that the clear majority of Americans disapprove of the action. We're talking about 51% of Americans disapprove, just 40% approve. And I should note all these polls came in between February 28th. They started on February 28th and then ended by March 3. Now, you see this 11-point split. But this actually hides some major disagreements between the different polls. Why do I say that? Take a look here. Okay, this is the net approval rating. That's the approval rating minus the disapproval rating. And this is the net approval rating for U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. CNN, our own CNN poll, shows that the net approval rating is minus 18 points. Very similar to the Ipsos polling at minus 16 points. But then all of a sudden you see the NBC News polling, and look at this. You see it at minus 11 points, getting a little bit more popular. And then you'll look at the latest Fox News poll, and that's a split, a dead even split at 0 points. So yes, on average, the polling is showing that the move isn't popular, but that actually hides major disagreements between the polling. And I should note the polling questions pretty similar and all conducted at about the same time. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on. But there's another reason why, John, you should take these initial numbers with a grain of salt, because I want to go back to the June airstrikes, right? Net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran after the June airstrikes. Initially in late June, look at this, underwater at -8 points. But by July, look at that. After the military option was deemed successful, it became much more popular. Now, we're just going to have to wait and see with this current military action in Iran, how exactly the polling shifts. But right now, I would really take the numbers with a grain of salt, keeping in mind that there's big polling disagreement and the numbers may change down the road. John?
That's
so
pretty
obvious.
Yeah. Yeah. But listen, I give credit to CNN that they're, because you would think normally they'd be like, well, obviously our polls are correct and Fox News polls suck, right?
Yeah.
But he's not saying that. He's saying we don't we don't fucking know.
They're trying to rehabilitate their reputation, Sitch.
Right.
CNN's reputation's in the toilet. So
I guess it is kind of interesting. It is kind of.
They need to fire those pollsters and hire some better pollsters.
The last 10 to 12 years, polling has been so wildly all over the place. Like it feels like
people are more difficult to get a hold of. Obviously,
yeah. Maybe it could be that.
They always want to poll me, and I'm like, fuck off, get the fuck away from me. I'm always reporting them for spam.
Mm-hmm.
Will you take our poll, our online poll? No, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. Caleb for $20. Thank you so much. Says the scary thing is Hegseth and Trump dismissing credible reports that Russia is giving Iran intelligence for strikes. No reason not to acknowledge that other than Trump relieving sanctions because he's worried about oil prices. Yeah, I guess that's an interesting point. When that story first came out, I saw a lot of people were like, "Oh my God, like this is crazy. We're gonna get into World War III." And then my first thought was like, "Wait a minute, aren't we like essentially doing the same thing with Ukraine?"
Are we already in World War III?
Right, and we are. Oh, hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Okay, anyway, no. But no, so we are doing that already with Ukraine. And Russia was doing that when we were in the war with Afghanistan. So this isn't like that whole idea about like them giving us targeting data and something. It's like it's not like that big of a deal. Like it sucks, but it's not like this massive escalation or anything. So but you're probably right that like the reason they don't really want to talk about it is because they are, trying to release sanctions to allow India to get oil and all this other stuff. So it is. I'll kind of talk about it later. I think Trump's foreign policy is kind of schizophrenic and unfocused, which I know is a bold take to say because a lot of people have been saying that.
Yeah, that seems to be the normie take at this point.
Yes. J-Mac, thanks so much. Associate Father, Daddy J-Mac for $50 says you guys don't understand when they chant debt to America. It doesn't mean literally. It's a philosophical inquiry and dissection into the concept of America and the impact that America has on the rest of the world. I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
You should be one of these Iranian leaders, Jay.
Yes.
You said it better than him. You had a better excuse than him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that. Our Hills hurt. What's up for $2 says, can we please address Henry Knox in the thumbnail? Did you?
Sitch begged me to put Henry Knox in the thumbnail.
I didn't even look at the thumbnail today.
He wanted Henry Knox in there so bad.
I didn't even look at the thumbnail
Adam,
today.
I will give you all the super chats today if you put Henry Knox
news
in the thumbnail.
All right, guys.
And I was like, no, look.
All right, guys.
Come on. We're friends. I'll put him in the thumbnail. You don't have to give me all the super chats. So,
okay. For those who don't know, when we talked to our Hiltzer the other day, he said that Henry Knox was the sexiest of American founding fathers. So you can you all can look at the thumbnail. You let us know if you agree with that take or not. Okay. Let's look at Kyle for a little bit here. He's got some,
speaking of sexy,
he's got some unhinged takes on this situation.
I'm not sure it's ever sincere with Kyle these days. Or if
it's hard to tell. That's a good point.
If he's just click farming at this point.
It is hard to tell. Yeah.
Some more of the details in a little bit, but our radar systems are absolutely cooked. They're barbecue chicken. The Iranians took out our radar systems. That's a huge fucking deal. We're flying blind, as they call it right now. Never mind, the airports that have been hit. Never mind the U.S. military bases that are now burnt to a crisp.
Our military is flying blind in Iran. That's his take.
We're cooked or done. We're gonzo. Okay. Well, the American military is in shambles. Didn't you know?
Flying blind.
Yes.
We have no radar.
Nothing.
Aren't they more using satellite these days than radar? Radar's like...
They use everything, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, listen, we're gonzo, okay? Iran has defeated the American military. I don't know if you know this. We've been defeated already.
Right. Yes. Right. Okay.
They weren't ready for this. They weren't prepared for this. I think Trump is dumb enough to think it would have been like a Venezuela in-out operation. And here we are. Now we're boots on the ground, illegally boots on the ground. Absolute insanity. All right, how about this one? Trump and Rubio just went around Congress to give Israel.
Okay, wait. So before we get into this, because this is even sillier. So I was curious about this, like this claim that like, oh my God, America is just like completely, blind here. They've destroyed it. So he's talking about, and he kind of talks about it later, is that he brings up some random Twitter post that makes a bunch of claims completely unsourced. But the THAAD missile defense systems, which I like to call the Chad missile defense systems, which are very expensive. But yes, one of them does appear to be destroyed or at least severely damaged. Now, there's like 8 of them in the region and they're very expensive. So all the pro-Iran people were like hooting and hollering and very celebrating this, of course. But there's pictures of like the 4 other ones, which they tried to attack them. Now it's unclear because obviously the military's not going to tell anyone like, oh yeah, like, they're doing damage or anything. They just show these pictures of like drones that have like crashed nearby or been around them. And it's completely unclear like whether they've taken damage or not. But, people like Kyle Klinsky and all these other people, they just automatically assume, well, if they've been attacked by drones, then they must have been destroyed and disabled. So therefore Iran is winning the war.
Yeah.
Yes. Even though the American military has said that their operating capacity has not been diminished by these attacks at all.
Yeah, a lot of times they build redundancy into these systems, so if some of them go down, they still have capability.
Right.
Have you ever heard of that redundancy?
I have not heard of that.
No, it's like a big rigs. They put extra wheels on them in case they get a flat. You don't have a big
that's what
rig
those wheels are.
like...
I thought those wheels were because those big rigs are like transformers. They like transform into
they
giant robots.
do. They transform too, but
oh, okay. I didn't realize it was for that purpose.
The dual purpose.
I see.
Yeah.
So the Wall Street Journal had an article about this instead of like a random X account that Kyle is drawing from. They say, here's someone they quote, overall, our defenses are doing quite well. That said, it's clear that the Iranians have a sense of what types of targets they want to continue to press against, and that includes command and control and our ability to detect inbound missiles and drones, says Ravi Chaudhry, a former assistant secretary of the Air Force in charge of installations. A spokesman for the U.S. Central Command said the military remains at full combat capability despite any hits that they've occurred. The U.S. has been bolstering its defenses in the region, sending in more equipment and interceptors, the U.S. official says. The U.S. says it is degrading Iran's ability to launch attacks by the day. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of the U.S. forces in the Middle East, said Thursday that ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% and that drone attacks have dropped by 83% since the war began. So that's another thing that these people that hate America want us to be destroyed. They always never seem to bring up is that, yes, if the ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% and the drone attacks have decreased by 83%, then obviously they're running out of these things, and the American and Israel attacks on their infrastructure and on the sites that they were using to launch the drones and the missiles has been greatly destroyed and diminished.
Yeah, we don't need the radar.
Yes.
They're already cooked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Look, if they have still some capability, right? 10%, 15%, I'd still be like, maybe we should take care of that.
we should take out of it, yeah. And we should obviously, but okay, well here, let's continue.
In-out operation, and here we are. Now we're boots on the ground, illegally boots on the ground, absolute insanity. All right, how about this one? Trump and Rubio just went around Congress to give Israel 12,000 1,000-pound bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this as clearly as I can. That is not to go after the bad guys. You don't drop 1,000-pound bombs to go after the bad guys. That's about massacring civilians. And
those are the bunker busters. He's claiming that they're going to be dropping bunker busters on civilians.
So maybe the bunker busters are more than 1,000.
They're like
2 to 3, 4,000, I think.
1,000-pound is just, that's just like a little baby bomb.
Exactly. That's just like a little hand grenade, right?
A little half-tonner.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man, that's still a lot of firepower.
destroying civilian infrastructure. That's what that is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These sorts of bombs were specifically not used when the U.S. did war in Iraq because they said, we're just going to get too many civilians. We can't actually use these. And then here we are now, illegally sending 12,000 of these 1,000-pound bombs to Israel because the goal is the utter destruction of Iran. That's the goal. They want to make it a failed state so Israel can become a regional superpower and have zero pushback against it, and then eventually become a global superpower.
Kyle's nightmare.
This is all because America, I don't know if you know that, America wants Israel to become a global superpower, to become the global superpower, right?
Wouldn't that mean they're more powerful than us?
Well, obviously,
Why would we want that?
Kyle has believed, or at least is pretending to believe to his audience, in the Zog, the Zionist occupied government conspiracy, that America is completely under control of.
Oh, they're already more powerful than us.
Yes.
I've heard that conspiracy before.
I guess you're right. If Israel controls us, then aren't they already?
They already are the superpower. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I sent you a picture yesterday. I want you to bring that up here. The one that's got all the numbers on it.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. So when Kyle made this kind of claim that, like, oh my God, we're sending them these 1,000-pound bombs, and these bombs are so devastating, we didn't use them in Iraq, and it's all just used to kill civilians, and blah 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 blah. I was curious as to like where he was drawing this claim from, because I couldn't find it. I couldn't find where he was getting this information from. And listen, I'm not one of these like, munitions JDAM experts. Okay. I cannot listen to footage of explosions like Hassan and determine the exact type of munition is used. Right. I don't know any of these things. Right. Yeah. But what I did find, because I was curious, was I did find a report from the U.S. military that was all about the types of munitions that were dropped during Operation Iraqi Freedom, right? So not throughout the 10 years, but just like in the beginning part, including shock and awe. And this is a picture of the various munitions that were dropped. And I painstakingly went through every single one of them to see which ones were rated 1,000 pounds or more. Okay.
Oh, nice. That's the highlighted.
All the highlighted ones were more than 1,000 pounds or more. Many of them were 2,000 pounds.
That's quite a few right there.
Yes. So as you can see, it seems like the majority, or at least a huge amount of the munitions that we used in Iraq were over 1,000 pounds. So Kyle completely fabricated this, or retardedly repeated this from some idiot probably on X without fact checking it. So the claim that we did not use 1,000-pound munitions in Iraq is completely false. And actually, I was able to find out that what they were sending, what the Trump administration is sending to Israel, is the MK-83, if you can see on the right there, the unguided munitions MK-83, which we dropped 1,692 during on Iraq, which apparently is like the standard 1,000-pound non-guided bomb. It's just like the most generic bomb that you drop.
Right.
So Kyle like screeching about this from the heavens, that this is some sort of evidence that, oh my God, we're trying to make Israel the global superpower to allow them to wipe Iran off the face of the earth because we're just so evil, and Israel's so evil, is just obviously completely retarded. And he will never, ever acknowledge that he was 100% wrong about all this and just made it up or repeated some. I wouldn't be surprised if like the squirrel account or something on X said this and he just repeated it completely uncritically.
Oh man. So, yeah, that sucks.
Okay, here, let me jump ahead a bit.
So the end goal is basically loot and pillage Iran, steal their natural resources for the Epstein class, and then also turn it into a failed state so that Israel can create a greater Israel in the region. That's what we're looking at. We also have the Epstein blackmail being held over Trump's head. You're going to do that regime change, or the video comes out of you having sex with an underage girl.
Did you know that? I didn't know that.
I mean, we're getting into Candace Owens territory here.
Right.
We really are.
Israel has footage of Donald Trump having sex with a 13-year-old girl, and they're like, you have to bomb Iran or we're going to drop the footage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm sure Kyle has like a very good sourcing for this information, right?
I doubt it, to be honest. Yeah.
So?
I mean, okay. Yeah, I would bet against it.
Okay. Maybe the demon that attacked Tucker Carlson while he was sleeping,
right,
attacked Kyle and while he was dyeing his hair, it whispered into his ear and told him this information.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those situations, when like sometimes people get in relationships where they get married and like sometimes the negative inclinations of the couple, like usually like when you marry someone and you get with someone, like they have some positives and negatives and you have some positive negatives and hopefully they kind of like balance each other out, right? You kind of like temper the other person.
Oh,
Kind
of
like
course.
it's like a
Yeah.
balance, right?
Are you
But
talking about
sometimes,
his relationship with Crystal Ball?
well,
Is that where you're going with this?
sometimes you get the opposite of that, where like the negatives, like both people's negatives are the same, and then they just kind of like exacerbate and reverberate,
Yeah.
and then get even worse.
It's like
And to me,
exponential.
yes, and I think that's exactly what happened. I think Kyle and Crystal, they're like the fact that they're just so have Israel derangement syndrome and hate Israel so much, and they're becoming so like leftist brained about everything. It's just kind of like bouncing off each other in their little echo chamber together, and it's just made them both become more and more insane than they ever were before.
You think they both yell out "fuck Israel" while they have sex?
I think they do.
They
I think they
probably
do.
don't they?
I think they probably have dress up, or like one of them pretends to be an IDF soldier and one pretends to be like an Iranian soldier
Palestinian.
or a Palestinian or something. And they're like, "Oh, you captured me." Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do now?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna abuse me?
Listen, I believe I believe that Iran has video evidence of Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball engaged in sexual role play, the caliber we just described, and are blackmailing them into doing the coverage that they're doing in order for it not to be
Ooh,
released.
That makes a lot of sense.
Doesn't it?
That's a very logical argument.
Now, I'm not going to tell you the source that I have for that, but I have it's a reliable source. Okay. You just believe me. Just trust me.
Okay, that's also going on. Plus, the religious psychopaths, the Mike Huckabee types, the Pete Hegseth types, who think this is going to usher in, the rapture and Armageddon and Jesus coming back on a winged horse. We're dealing with absolute crazy people here. Christian Taliban, Jewish Taliban. That's what we're looking at. All right, let me give you some more.
And the Shah of Iran, not crazy religious person at all.
No. Of course not, Adam. What do you mean? It's not like their entire ideology is based on some sort of wacky religious ideas, and that's why they're spending all this time and money trying to get nukes and trying to destroy their neighbors, bringing their entire country to ruin instead of just actually building up their own country and infrastructure, leaving everyone alone. Right? It's not for any sort of religious reasons or anything like that.
They're not trying to fulfill their biblical prophecy, right?
No,
destroying Israel.
No,
Yeah.
it's Pete Hegseth and Mike Huckabee. So there you go. The ambassador to Israel. I don't know if you noticed, Adam, but the ambassador to Israel is actually the real power player in the Trump administration, right? Like he's the one that like Wormtongue whispers into Trump's ears, and Trump just does whatever Mike
He's
Huckabee
the big
tells him.
badass.
Yeah.
Huckabee. What was his
Huckabee.
nickname for Huckabee? I know he had
Fuckabee.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuckabees. No, he saw that. I don't know if you remember when Mike Huckabee had like a TV show and he played electric guitar, and it was like an American flag electric guitar.
Yeah, I remember
Trump
that.
saw that and he was like, my God.
That's the guy I got to listen to.
That's the guy. Right.
Trump ain't listening to anyone.
No.
Trump spoke to CNN's Dana Bash on the phone and told her that liberating the Iranian people is not a goal of the war. So again, we're done with the fake cover stories, the freedom and liberty and democracy, and that's why we're doing this. We're spreading the proper values around the world. Now we get this instead.
Delcy Rodriguez, and he said she's doing a very good job. I said, well, would you be okay with a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It just has to be somebody who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly.
So let me decode that for you. Again, let the Epstein class loot and pillage and steal all your natural resources. And then outside of that, we want you to be a failed state. And then we're good. To all.
I like when he's like, let me translate for you. And that's, let me add a bunch of things that he didn't actually say. It's like, well, he just wants someone who would be like nice to the neighbors and, not into us. And it's like, well, therefore that means that actually he wants them to be completely evil.
Yeah. He's reaching. He's definitely reaching here.
Which I don't know. I don't know if it's feasible. Because again, it might not be feasible because unlike Venezuela was a country that wasn't really motivated. I mean, they were kind of communisty, right? But it was really more just people's own greedy self-interest that was motivating a lot of the people in Venezuela. I don't know if that's the case with Iran. It could be that they are just all completely ideologically, religiously captured, and it might be impossible to sort of have some sort of pragmatic ruler who will just come in and be like, yes, we will stop being fucking obnoxious and crazy to everyone. If you stop bombing us, essentially.
If the entire essential coalition is very small, like 200 people maybe, and they all hate America, I don't see how you're going to achieve that goal.
But and listen, maybe it's not the politically correct thing to say. Maybe it's not the nice thing to say. I mean, I get it. I would like for every country on the planet to be an amazing American Western democracy, situation. That would be fantastic. Obviously, I don't think that's very viable in a lot of situations. I think what's more viable is a situation where you have it kind of like you could have a person who's like a pragmatic leader who's in charge, who's willing to play ball with their neighbors, and they kind of slowly become more and more westernized, more and more liberalized over time. That seems to be kind of the trajectory with things. So if Trump could get that, like if Trump could actually get that situation where we have an Iranian regime that is willing to work with America, that'd be like a huge that'd be a massive win for him.
Yeah. I think anyone in the current regime, though, is obviously going to need to cling to power very badly. Otherwise, their life is on the line, right? Because the populace hates them so much.
Right.
So getting past that hurdle is the biggest challenge.
Yes.
I mean, they can play ball with America, but I mean, if we want them to implement some sort of democratic system where they could lose power pretty quickly, they're going to think, well, the populace hates my guts. I killed their families and stuff. So.
Well, no, I think that's not going to happen. But I'm saying in terms of like having a situation where it's like Venezuela, where we're, the people don't really have the power to change anything.
It's a brutal regime. Yeah, exactly.
But hey, it's our brutal regime.
Well, that's what they usually do.
Right.
They're like, look, we can just pay you.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to get money out of the population, but the population still becomes superfluous and their lives dwindle into ruin.
It's better if you have to choose.
And then we're paying them to kill the people in the uprising.
Here's the problem.
Sucks.
It does suck, but here's the problem. We kind of have this, like, I think a lot of people have this worldview where they're like, well, if the only option is we can try to like save the country and make it an amazing democracy, or you can't do anything, right? There's like no middle ground whatsoever. And the problem is we don't really know how to do that. We don't really know how to go into a country and like force democracy on them. Okay. Yeah, maybe it worked like 60 years ago with Germany and Japan. It hasn't really worked so well ever since. So we haven't really figured out how to do it. So my position is, I know it's like kind of fucked up and it kind of sucks, but if the option is you have a regime that is a dictatorship or that's not a democracy, that hates America and is trying to work with our enemies to destroy America and to weaken us, or we have a regime that's not a democracy, but likes America or works with America and works with us, I'm going to choose that one every day. I think that's what we're going to have to do. And then at least once they become, and we have been seeing this too, like Saudi Arabia and these other countries, once they kind of become friendly with us, once they're sort of entangled with us in terms of trade and economically, we can then exert pressure on those countries to make them become more liberalized, more Western countries, and kind of like a slow way.
Yeah, through business.
Yeah.
Talking about here. All right. Let me also give you this. Al Jazeera English says, breaking, Iran's Interim Leadership Council has approved that neighboring countries will no longer be attacked unless an attack on Iran originates from them, President Masoud Pezeshkian has said. So this is very strategic. This is an attempt at divide and conquer. This is what this is. This is brilliant strategically. Destroy all U.S. assets in.
So this is look, here's Kyle. He's reading this X tweet. This is a brilliant strategy, Adam. They said they're not going to attack anyone anymore. Now, obviously, as we know, they immediately did start attacking. They still kept attacking people. So, do you think Kyle's going to come out and be like, oh, well, maybe this wasn't such a brilliant strategic move?
Why is he sweeping for the Iranian regime?
Because he hates America.
It's so crazy.
Neighboring countries, punish those countries for their cooperation with war criminals, watch those countries realize the U.S. is not a good ally as it does nothing to help them, make them feel the pain of their bad decisions so they're reluctant to repeat them, and then offer them peace, stability, and an end to their suffering, provided they do not permit U.S. presence again.
Okay. So if you read this, if you have a functioning brain in your head, right? Now, this wasn't before. This video is from like yesterday. Okay. This wasn't from before the war. Maybe if this was before the war, you could be forgiven for thinking like maybe this like retard level strategy could work or something, right? This was yesterday. We already know that this idiotic strategy is insane and is not working and would never work. This idea that like, oh yes, this is the brilliant strategy. Iran, by attacking their neighbors, is going to get all their neighbors to pull away from America, right? When the literal exact opposite has happened. And yet Kyle just regurgitates this bullshit to his audience. Okay, this video has 500,000 views, and he's just like, yeah, this completely makes sense. Genius level strategy here.
We are living in idiocracy.
So sad.
I don't think he even understands the power structure of the country.
No. Well, he does acknowledge later in this video that there's that because the Trump administration and because Israel destroyed their leadership, that they are just going to keep shooting at their neighbors.
Okay, so he does.
Yeah, but then so why doesn't he call this out as being retarded? Why is he just sitting here like, yeah, this is just brilliant strategy? Yeah.
He's just blabbing.
I think that's exactly what's happening here. Let's try to break up the Gulf Arab countries from the U.S. And they're already pissed. The Gulf Arab countries are already pissed. On day one of the war, they said, why is the U.S. only protecting Israel? I don't understand. Like, they're leaving us. We're sitting ducks here and we're getting lit the fuck up. They're not protecting us. Yes, because you got in bed with a snake. You got in bed with fucking Donald J. Trump. You think he's good to his word? Like, he's the biggest scumbag on the planet. You can't be surprised. So I think that's exactly what's going on here from the president of Iran. However, having said that,
now, again, he's just repeating this without any sort of sourcing, anything like this. Now, there was a lot of reporting. Now, Saudi Arabia has publicly denied this, though, a lot of reporting seems to be saying the opposite, is that Saudi Arabia was really pushing for Trump to initiate this attack on Iran as well. That they were really trying to whisper in Trump's ear, like, you should go fuck up Iran. Because they don't like this fucking... Do you think any of these countries no one likes Iran. They fucking hate this country. There's a country in the region that is willing to shoot missiles and drones at them, which they have now shown that they're willing to shoot missiles and drones at them. And it's been spending like the last 40 years sending money to all these fucking dissident groups across the region to cause civil wars and to fund all these fucking rebel groups in all these countries' fucking backyards. They all fucking despise Iran. The idea that this is some sort of like brilliant tendy chess strategy. Oh yes, I'm going to start shooting missiles at my neighbors and they're going to love me for it. Like, this is fucking delusional.
Yeah, nobody likes them. They're the terrible neighbor that you just want to get rid of. Like, who let him move into the neighborhood? Holy shit. He's a train wreck.
There's an internal power struggle going on right now. And when this guy said this, other factions of the Iranian government came out and said, we're not abiding by that. We're still going to fucking attack. So this is what happens if the U.S. should have never started this war, because when the power got decentralized in Iran, now there's nobody to even make a deal with. They're just going to keep fighting. You fucked up. You fucked up hard, okay?
So wait a minute.
Brilliant strategy, or they're just going to keep fighting?
Wouldn't this... So he just immediately contradicts himself. He reads this X post. He's like, oh, this is a brilliant strategy, right? They're going to... they're going to attack only the U.S. military bases. And they're going to do all this stuff. It's such a brilliant strategy, right? And then 10 seconds later, he's like, well, actually, because America destroyed their leadership, they're not going to follow that strategy. And they're just going to kind of go ham and do whatever. And so America fucked up. Are you retarded? Wouldn't that mean that what America did and what Israel did was actually tactically correct?
Yeah. They decoupled them from their brilliant strategy rather effectively, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, but they fucked up, Adam. They totally fucked up. Okay.
Well, they fucked up if you're in one of these countries that are getting hit, but from an American point of view,
Right.
where they're making those countries our best friends now against Iran. Oh, it's brilliant.
I don't think that's the perspective that Kyle's looking at it from. I think he's looking from they fucked up if you're in the pro-Iran perspective.
Right. Which he is in the pro-Iran perspective. I mean, we're both in the pro-Iran perspective if it's the Iranian people. It's just
That's true. He's in like the pro. Well, actually, to be fair to him, I don't even know if he's in the pro-Iran government perspective. He's just in the hates America,
anti-America.
Yes, hates America, hates Israel with the burning passion
Hates
of a thousand
capitalism.
suns. Right. That's all that meant. That's the primary motivation.
Hates the fact that the thing motivating all of these people to stop fighting is capitalism.
Yes.
Yeah. Sucks
Crazy.
for him.
We have a video here. Iran strikes Dubai International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. Watch this.
Straight to the airport. Oh my God. Ya Rab.
Brilliant strategy.
Damn.
Ya Rab. Straight to the aircraft.
Damn. Okay. That's a big deal. So as you all know, the oil market is fucked.
Do you think they're blaming America for that? You think those guys right now are going, oh, America's fault?
Yeah.
No.
Obviously.
No, they're going, those fucking Iranians. Holy
the Iranians
shit.
that have been funding the people that have been trying to kill us for, decades and decades now shot, a drone at us. Obviously, this is America's fault.
You have a lot of these countries are just shutting down their liquid natural gas production, their oil production, etc. Right? And then now tourism is cooked. And this place, like, they're supposed to be stable and secure and like a playground for the top 1%. And now nobody's going to want to go to these places. All right. But we also have this. So Mint Press News is reporting, breaking, Hezbollah downs an Israeli helicopter in Lebanon. Hezbollah has downed an Israeli helicopter. Let's watch.
I saw this one. This is the guy with the magic carpet, right?
There it is coming down there. Now, by the way, let me point out, it's hard to get good information because Israel is completely censoring what's going on. They're not showing any of the damage in Tel Aviv, even though we're getting reports that Tel Aviv is getting absolutely hammered. And now we have an IDF helicopter potentially going down here. All right, let me give you more. Iranian Boeing 747 bombed at Maryland.
Wasn't it Iran that blacked out the internet?
Yes.
Okay. But it's Israel that's keeping people from communicating with one another.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of like retards repeat this, that like, oh my God, Tel Aviv is getting demolished by Iran, but they're like preventing everyone from seeing it. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, how? That every person in Tel Aviv has a fucking cell phone.
Yeah. And access to Twitter.
Right. You're telling me that not a single Israeli in Tel Aviv can take out their fucking phone and film the absolute destruction of their city and upload it on the internet. Not a single, somehow even though Iran shut off the internet, we're still getting all these videos of like things blowing up in Iran and everything, right? But we can't, for some magical reason, get any of these videos of Israel just getting completely flattened and demolished.
Israel's censoring them, Sitch.
Oh, I forgot. Well, obviously,
they're keeping
Israel,
it a big old secret.
Israel, which controls everything, the America, the internet, every social media site, they just have complete control to censor everything. Of course. Just repeat this claim completely uncritically.
Airport. That's, I believe, the biggest airport in Tehran. And Israel and America are now bombing passenger planes. Here's a picture of exactly that, a passenger plane on fire. As I pointed out to you guys, this thing has completely and utterly spiraled out of control. Isn't
it interesting the way he kind of frames like when Iran is getting bombed, he's like, it's oh God, America and Israel, they attacked a passenger plane. This is so terrible. But then when he watches like the Israeli helicopter or the Saudi airport get hit, it's not. It's like a completely different, like it's a little completely different, like tone. It feels very different. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, where was that concern from before? It's very interesting.
Very tribal.
Yes.
and time again. Now let's get to this. We have retired U.S. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson says Americans are being lied to about the war and claims Israel is being heavily hit by Iranian missiles. Watch.
I saw a video this morning, real video, not CNN, though they have been better, but real video out of Israel. They are getting absolutely pummeled.
That was to be my next question. How badly is Israel getting pummeled? And where is Netanyahu?
I think he's on a plane 90% of the time. He's flying around. He's flying around the Mediterranean. I understood he was on a private jet coming into Mar-a-Lago to talk to Trump. I don't know if that's true or not, but my source is pretty good. He's staying out of the fray as best he can because he knows that he is #1 target.
How badly are the Iranians damaging Tel Aviv?
Very badly, very badly. And it is relentless. It's not a fuselage. It's relentless. And increasingly, and in the latter stages of this 15-minute video, you could see that fewer and fewer air defense missiles were going up. And at the end of it, in the last 60 seconds, which is a long time, Judge, if you're under fire, there were no Israeli missiles going up. The Iranian missiles were just getting in.
Wow. No.
It's all being lied about, of course. You can't get this out. You can't even get it out of Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya. They're not allowed to film this sort of thing because he's got a wrapped down tight ban on anybody coming in there and making film other than his own propaganda.
So Iron Dome is failing. It's failing all the time now. You also have U.S. radar was taken out by Iran. So we're also flying blind. You used to get 30 minutes of warning before a missile hit. Now you get like a minute or two before it hits. All right. Middle East.
Plenty of time.
So this guy somehow had access to this magic footage to see that Tel Aviv is getting completely annihilated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why is no one else saying this? Why is this not on X?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've seen some video, and first of all, it's not even true. I have seen some videos in Tel Aviv where like some little like things will get blown up or something. You know, like a street gets hit or a building gets hit by like a drone. But we're like, if this was true, if the widespread destruction, annihilation of Tel Aviv was happening, how can Kyle be so ideologically possessed for his fucking blinding hatred for Israel and America that he doesn't think for 2 seconds like this is the stupidest fucking claim ever? That'd be so obvious if it was true. You'd see it fucking everywhere.
Yeah, he saw a video, but he doesn't show where the video is.
No, he doesn't show us the video. Why doesn't this guy upload the fucking video? He saw the video. He doesn't upload the fucking video. Why can't we see the video?
Yeah. I saw the magic carpet video a lot.
Well,
that
you know
video
what?
is everywhere.
I found a video of an attack on Tel Aviv that I sent you that you can bring up here.
Okay.
So maybe this is what the guy saw. You know, because maybe this is what he's referring to. These sort of, you know.
Oh yeah, this is
crazy
it.
attacks. Yeah. So.
I remember this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the insane attack.
Yes.
How is it possible?
So obviously, here we go. This is Iran and their amazing capacity to shoot down American fighter jets. Okay.
Even in the video, it kind of looks like the jet gets away. So, but I mean, that guy's doing pretty good.
You're saying even with Iran's magic flying carpet technology, the American jets are still just too slippery, too quick.
Still more powerful, yeah.
Still better. Okay, look at what they need to have a fraction of our power, Adam. Right, even with the magic carpets,
they just need a little carpet and a little spell
to
do the magic spelling.
Right now, I don't know if you could
see.
So
you think that's the video that he saw?
I think it is
the dangerous video.
I do think it is. Yeah, I do. Yeah, 100%. Now, this has been totally crazy. Because the amount of footage I've seen on X, which turns out to be AI, is like astronomical.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just because I saw a video, I would be like, nah. In this day and age, nah. I'm not going to do the work it would take to figure out if that's a real video or not.
I know it's unfortunate. That's kind of the world we're in. But like, I think almost 50% of the video that I see on my feed turns out to not be real.
Right. It's from some other conflict or
it's interesting. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Or a lot of it is repeated content from another conflict from years ago or something, which is crazy. Cause like, I know there's a lot of fake content with Russia or Ukraine, but it was nothing like this. Like this is just nonstop fake content. I think there's two things I think that we need to do to combat this. I think when there are certain accounts where all they do is just continually repost or post fake
ban them.
They should be banned, or at the very least, like there should be a big fucking like shit emoji that appears next to their name on X.
That's a good idea.
Like I think there should be some sort of system where if you post things like enough times,
in parentheses,
yes, and you get community noted into oblivion enough times, it needs to mark you as like a bad account, as an untrustworthy account or something.
Yeah,
and then
I like that.
The second thing, and this is I think the big problem. For me to like know that these videos is AI, or it's actually pretty easy because I'm in the community notes program, and you can actually, the problem with the community notes program is that it takes a long time for the community note to actually show up. But if you're in the the program, when you click on the post, you see like the yeah, you can see people arguing about it, and you can kind of see like it being contemplated. And shockingly, I'm kind of surprised, the community notes are actually usually pretty good in terms of pointing out correctly when information is fake or bullshit or whatever. And so even if everyone should be able to see, I think everyone should be able to see the community notes like when they're being argued, because then you could click on it, you can see, oh, someone's saying it's AI, and they click a link, or someone says this is from like an old thing, and they show.
Because then it would be immediate, right?
Right, because then you would immediately
see the
know,
discussion.
Like, right. Where too many people, they have to wait 24, 48 hours for it to actually go through, and then by then they've forgotten or they don't care or whatever.
Well, I'm sure some of them just get like a few people responding. So they could have some threshold. Like once it reaches 10 people, it's like, okay, just make it public.
Right.
So you don't get every single, like who knows, maybe every tweet gets one person going after it, community noting it.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying that like people that are in the community, like it shouldn't increase who's in the program. Like keep the same number of people.
You would see that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Do
just
you
let
see
people...
does every tweet have some sort of community?
No, most tweets don't have a community note on them.
Right. Okay.
But I'm saying keep the same amount of people that are doing the notes, but just let everyone see like the fight over the note, even before it's been posted. That's all I'm saying. Because it takes too long. And I think other social media sites are going to have to do this too. Facebook, God, they're going to have to do this. All these other sites are going to have to do this just so people can be like, oh, yeah, this is all just fake. This is AI nonsense that people are just sharing around.
Many people have speculated about it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a massive false flag attack in this country that they turn around and blame on Iran to try to build more public will for this war, which right now is polling also at like 35%. Okay? Like, that's the thing. They know they need to build public support. They didn't do a propaganda campaign strategy. And so now it's like they're going to probably try to do another 9/11. And who would be involved in that 9/11? Potentially the U.S., potentially Israel, literally anything and everything to try to justify and sell this war to the American people. And
remember when Kyle Kalinske was like, kind of
Sane?
like, yeah, like kind of like, oh, he's like kind of liberal, maybe a little centristy, kind of random, policy wonk pundit. And now he's on his show, talking about how America and Israel are going to team up to do a 9/11 on America to false flag us into a broader war with Iran.
Wow.
Okay.
Quite the conspiracy.
I know. This is so fucking stupid. This is so retarded.
By the way, there's already evidence.
Why aren't you coming up with good conspiracy, Sitch? We could get some of these clicks.
Okay. The conspiracy, I think here are the conspiracies. All right. Hassan is actually the son of the Supreme Ayatollah guy.
Yes.
That was
there
killed.
you go. That's what I'm talking about.
And he will secretly be voted in to be the next Ayatollah. Now, they won't say that publicly.
Right.
He's like a sleeper cell in America, but he will secretly be the next Ayatollah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Communist influencer.
Yes.
Scheduled to be the next Ayatollah of Iran. Yeah.
And I think that
Trump administration already targeting him.
Yes. And I think that Kyle Kalinske is actually Hassan's gay lover.
God, if he's supposed to do an interview with Gavin Newsom, can we get them both at the same time? I mean, that would be like epic. Epic fury.
To have sex? What do you mean? What do you mean get them both at the same time?
To, target them.
Oh, you're talking about Hassan and Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Right. I see. No, because I said Kyle is actually in a gay love affair with Hassan. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's part of the conspiracy.
That's
part of the truth.
That's part of the truth. That's why Kyle has taken such this like shift to crazy town, because here's the problem. Kyle is going down the Candace Owens train because he's in love with Hassan and they're having sex, and he wants to actually leave Crystal to marry Hassan, but Hassan is like, no, because Hassan wants to play the field, right? He doesn't want to be tied down by one man.
Right.
So he keeps telling Kyle no. So this is making Kyle get more unhinged, because Kyle is saying these more progressively crazy things as a way to try to attract Hassan, more and more.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I like it.
Yeah. So this is what's going on, guys.
Truth.
This is why This is why you come to our stream. Okay, we will tell you the dark truth that is underpinning
what's really going on.
What's really
Allegedly.
going on in America. Okay. Okay. This is really what's happening.
That it was Israel who did certain attacks that crossed lines. Okay, so when the Saudi Aramco facility was hit, originally people thought that was, debris from, an interceptor that hit Aramco and made it catch on fire. But now the speculation is Iran came out and said, we didn't fire shit at Saudi Aramco's facility because we attack their oil. We go to the heart of their oil. They're going to come after ours.
Well, listen, I mean, if Iran said they didn't do it, then obviously they didn't do it, right? Like, come on, they would never lie about that. That'd be crazy. Why would they ever lie about that? No, that's obvious. They didn't do it. I mean, they said they didn't do it. What? Like, why are you guys so suspicious? They said they didn't do it. Come on, like they said they didn't do it.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
And then we know, like, we're all Fucksville, right? And so they said, we didn't do that. That's what Iran said. And so people go, okay, well, who the fuck did it? Israel did it to try to make it so that the Gulf Arab countries join the war effort more aggressively against Iran. So Israel does it, then they go, can you believe Iran attacked you? Now you have to come fight with us. We have to have a united front. That's what people are talking about now.
What people are talking about.
That's what
Where'd you get that from?
People are talking about it, Adam.
There's a famous president I know that does that all the time.
Oh, right.
People are talking about it.
I think
people
it was Obama.
Are saying, no, not that one.
It wasn't Obama.
I said a famous president.
Of course. Obama famously not a famous president.
Yeah, I guess he was a famous president. But it's Trump. Trump says that. People are saying.
People are saying.
People are saying I'm the best president of all time.
People are telling me. They're saying, Kyle, Israel's obviously false flag in Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Oh,
now,
man.
I was curious, right? You know, we're memeing, but I was like, listen,
you looked into the veracity of these claims.
Maybe Kyle, maybe he knows something. I don't know. I just got to keep an open mind, right? Not be such a meme lord here. So I looked into it. So Saudi Arabia, the government of Saudi Arabia, who, you think they'd be a little mad, right? If they found out that Israel fucking blew up an oil.
Of course. They'd be pissed.
Right, an oil depot or something, right? So what they said was that they know it was Iran because they intercepted a drone that was flying from Iran. Okay, so they had it like on their little radar system. They're like,
here it comes. It lifted out of Tehran. Here it comes.
They see it coming, and then they shoot it, and it blows up. And then some of what they're saying is some of the flaming debris then it like still crashed into the facility, and that's what
look
caused
at that.
the fire.
They got it, but not soon enough, not far enough away.
Not far enough away. So I guess for Kyle's conspiracy to make sense, this is what would happen. Israel snuck into Iran. Okay. They shot a drone from Iran, right? So they would be coming from a direction. But then they simultaneously also had agents sneak into Saudi Arabia and plant bombs in this facility because they knew, or just in case Saudi Arabia shot it down, they would have like a second failsafe. So then then once they shot down the drone, fortunately for Israel, the drone was close enough that the debris still landed in the facility so that Israel could set off the bomb and it wouldn't look suspicious.
I mean, if it's a false flag, why would you even shoot at the drone? Why would
because Saudi Arabia's not
it's
in
a
on
Saudi
the false
Arabia
flag, right?
false flag.
Yeah, it's a false flag against Saudi Arabia. So
right. We'll just call Saudi Arabia and say, hey, we're going to do a false flag here.
Of course. So listen, if Israel's like this 10-dimensional chess about things, more power to him, right? That's impressive work.
Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, and he comes up and delivers a little white nationalist hoorah for everybody.
Are you ready for a white
nationalist?
Kegsbreath
is pretty good, though.
That is good. But we have a white nationalist speech. Now, I had listened to the speech while I was doing other things in the background. And I was like, I don't remember a white national. I feel like that would have jumped out at me, right? When I'm vacuuming the floor and I'm listening to this, I would have paused the vacuum when I heard the white nationalist, part come up, but it didn't jump out at me. So
the whole Trump administration is like a reality television show, though. The whole idea that they changed it to the Department of War, they got Hegseth, who does come in and basically I mean, it is very hoorah, made for television, right? I feel like this is a dumb war movie. I do. I feel like it's just insane.
So it's like Doctor Strangelove.
It is very Doctor Strangelove, you have to admit.
That's fair. That is totally fair.
Yeah.
Have to live with communities flooded with drugs or violence or cartels and gangs. We can seal our border, and we have to for our citizens. We share a hemisphere and geography. We share cultures, Western Christian civilization. We share these things together. We have to have the courage to defend it. And we have a commander-in-chief in our country who's set that compass heading.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just this is a white nationalist foghorn. This is not a dog whistle. This is a white nationalist foghorn. And we're currently witnessing what happens when there are no guardrails and these people go all in. And in this,
whoa, what? What was white nationalist about anything he said there? Sitch?
I mean, he said the words "close the border," and then he said, or "seal the border," and then he said the words "Christian."
Oh, okay.
So, is that it? He just said something about Christianity. He said America has like a Christian heritage or something.
I guess obviously he's never been to the South where there's all these black Baptist churches, but
no, it's only the white people. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's enough of Kyle for now. Here, let's actually listen to someone not retarded. We're gonna kind of go back and forth between like retarded and not retarded, right? Because it's just like having like the retards like back to back to back. It's like it's like psychologically draining, right? So we have to kind of like.
Now, was this one of the good takes, the bad takes, or the insane takes?
This was one of the insane takes. Okay. This is like
that's what I was thinking too. I was just testing you. Okay. I was making sure you were like, didn't say, oh yeah, this is a good
new
take.
ground front.
Right. Okay. So
it's Cappy Army.
It's Cappy Army, yes. So he kind of does a little talking about like the intercept. So like there's a lot of conversation about like the interceptor numbers. So him and Ryan Macbeth kind of have an interesting topic about it. So
yeah, everyone's worried we're going to run out of interceptors before they run out of missiles.
Yes.
Disruptions. The billion-dollar question, though, that everyone is asking is whether or not Iran will be able to continue firing ballistic missiles and drones long enough to drain the U.S. and its allies of interceptors. Tactical Sustainment on Instagram did a really good assessment, I think. I enjoy doing average infantryman math myself, and that's what this is. It's basic back-of-the-napkin reverse calculation. It shows the known number, which is reported that 282 ballistic missiles were intercepted so far. So if we assume, this is what this account did, they assumed 70 were U.S.-engaged threats. 80 were estimated to be Patriot interceptors that were fired. So they estimated a 3,000 U.S. Patriot inventory. Production capacity is believed to be between 300 and 620 Patriot missile interceptors produced per year. So we're talking about less than 30% of 1 year's production run. The question is, though, will the amount of interceptors, the rate that they're fired...
Oh, wait, what did he just say?
Patriot missile interceptors produced per year. So we're talking about less than 30% of 1 year's production run.
So less than 30% of what we make in 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
important information, right?
That's like
I mean, it's a lot.
4 months to replace. Yeah.
Sure. It's a lot, but like
good.
It's not good, but it's not the end time.
We need the permanence code. So we can
there you go.
Print that shit out.
Exactly.
The question is, though, will the amount of interceptors, the rate that they're fired, increase or decrease over the coming days? If it stays the same, it will eat into the overall stockpiles larger. If not, it's a negligible amount. Also, these numbers are estimates. Zelensky claimed it was as high as 800 Patriot missiles that were fired. So these numbers are uncertain. To learn more, watch this video.
This is why they're flying around blowing up those trucks. Because they're like, okay, you can have all the missiles you want, but if you don't have the trucks to fire them...
Can Iran keep its...
Yes. Well, and also, as I said, the important part too is he said, like, yeah, if the same number of missiles and drones were coming out of Iran, like at a constant rate, and you're like, okay, we've already gone through 30% of 1 year's production value, right? You're like, oh, that's really bad. But if it's dropped 90% or 95%, as everyone's saying it has, well, then that kind of changes the calculation dramatically.
Dramatically, yeah, totally. God, it would be great to have them have a huge stockpile that they couldn't shoot because they didn't have any trucks left. Oh my God.
Yes.
That would be such irony.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
Drone production numbers up. I am doing this from an undisclosed location right now, and I'm sorry about the echo. I am underground, but I have a little time before I get to work. A Twitter user created a really fancy graphic that blew up, and I actually looked into it. And not only is this user wrong, but it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the kill chain and joint all-domain operations, or JADO. It was written by an X account called Policy Tensor, which is the pseudonym of an economist named Answar Faruqi. And this economist, I guess he owns like a hedge fund or some sort of investment fund. The website's really sparse, you know. I'm not sure I would after.
If you're just listening, it's just a blank white screen that says systematic portfolios, LLCs, and investment managing firms specializing in fully automated market neutral portfolios of blue chip US equities, and then an address and then nothing else.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's my kind of website right there.
No menu, no pictures, no links. It's just a white screen with like, this is what we are, and this is the address.
That screams we know how to make money.
Yes, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Yeah. We spend no money on marketing because we're making everyone rich.
So when they say fully automated market neutral portfolios of blue chip US equities, that means they're trying to use AI to pick Is that what
Maybe
that means?
so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Well, it's automated. How else would it be automated?
I discovered day trading YouTube. Oh man.
Oh, that was a bad rabbit hole for you to get.
It's so crazy. I put a video in. Maybe we'll watch some of this video during super chats, but
okay.
It's all these people. I mean, it looks like they're in $1 million homes. They're just spending their parents' money, but they're losing like $200,000 in like 15 seconds.
Oh no.
And you're going, oh my God.
Oh no.
The insanity of it. Oh. Yeah. And they all have their belief, you know, oh yeah, I have my system.
Everyone's got a system. Every investment person has their magic system that always works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it might be fun to try to debunk some of these systems, but you'd have to lose a bunch of money to do it. And well, you know what if you went in there and started, it is basically gambling. You could go in there and start winning dramatically.
That's true.
As you're trying to debunk the system, and then you'd be like, ah, fuck.
But that is actually, you're right. That's like the big brain rub is if your parents have money, so you have like a fancy looking house, or it's really their fancy looking house, people will assume, oh, obviously his investment tips work because look how rich he is.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm looking at these videos and I'm thinking, this is just, yeah. It's a world that I never imagined. So,
sure, I would trust him with my DoorDash order, much less my money. Not that I have any money, but
so he doesn't. So he has the opposite thought on the website. He's like, this guy's probably a loser.
That's because you haven't become a member at ryanbeth.substack.com. I keep it at $5 a month, cheap, because I'd rather you be smart than you be rich.
Nice.
So here's the basic breakdown of what Mr. Faruqi kind of claimed here. To start, there was a line, guys, this is not looking good at all. According to leaked Russian documents, Tehran can produce 5,000 drones per month. And this is the first problem. It's a lack of sourcing. Like, what leaked Russian documents? Can we see the leaked Russian documents? Are the Russian documents in the room with us right now? And I actually looked up where Mr. Faruqi got his data from. And it turns out to be an article from DW, or Deutsche Welle, the state-funded German news source. And that particular news source didn't show the documents either. So that's actually kind of surprising. DW is pretty good at referencing sources. So I actually tried to find the source of these leaked Russian documents. And the only thing I could find was that they might be basing this number on a source from the Institute for the Study of War from 3 years ago. And this article wasn't about Iran at all. It was about the special economic zone in Tatarstan, Russia, called Albugo. I think I'm pronouncing that right, Alabugo. So this was actually Russian production numbers from 3 years ago, not a current Iranian production number. They're numbers for a totally different country from 3 years ago. I mean, garbage in, garbage out. You can create a really pretty graph, but this is like claiming that 95% of all Americans eat poutine and then finding out that statistics are really just for Canada, right? Bit of a difference there. So let's just try a thought exercise here.
This happens so much though. We're like, there'll be this like this mutant statistic or this mutant fact that just it gets reported somewhere. Someone somewhere makes this claim that this thing has to be true, and then everyone just cites it and regurgitates it again. No one ever fucking goes back and actually fact checks the original source. And then when someone eventually does, they go, "Oh, this is just completely wrong. All these fucking retards have been regurgitating this shit for months, days, years, and no one ever thought to look back into it and be like, what the fuck is this nonsense?"
Yeah, all the state-sponsored propagandists probably do that. They probably are the ones that put it out there and are laughing so hard
intentionally,
that everyone's repeating it. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Here, how would you, if you were Iranian, produce a Shahed drone? Well, you get all the parts together and you manufacture it, right? And we're not even talking about the part where you move the drone to the military and have them fire it. Let's just manufacture the drone. So let's say hypothetically, Iran can produce 5,000 Shahed drones per month. And they were able to do this on February 27th, 2026, the day before the bombs fell. Would Iran be able to produce 5,000 Shahed drones every month during wartime? Well, the first thing you have to understand is that this isn't the game Axis and Allies. You know, it's that in that game you get a certain amount of industrial production certificates, and you can trade that for bombers or ships or tanks and so on, right? But in real life, in order to make the bomber, the ship, or the tank, you need industrial inputs. You need steel, you need rubber, you need coal, you need oil. A game where you call people to see if they can source material, industrial input would be really realistic, but it probably wouldn't be fun, right? Like, hey guys, you want to go down the basement and play procurement simulator? I'll let you be William S. Knudsen. And if you don't know who William S. Knudsen is, and you're making tweets about production, you're going to be wrong no matter how many degrees you have. So now Mr. Faruqi's LinkedIn claims that he does have a degree in economics. I'm actually really surprised he didn't think about inputs, because in order to make a drone, you have a lot of component parts. Now, if you want, you can actually see some of these component parts. The links are at ryanbeth.substack.com. But the electronics are always going to be the major impediment. I mean, if you have, let me see how good my art abilities are here. Let's say you have a 4-lane highway, right? And it goes, let's say you have a 4-lane highway.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
And this 4-lane highway goes down to 1 lane, and then it goes back to 4 lanes again, right? So that middle thing there, that impediment, that's called a bottleneck, right? This is PMP, Project Management Professional Certification 101, right? Now everyone here who watched this can put on a sport coat and make $150 an hour driving around the Beltway. But this is kind of the big point here. It's that the electronics are going to be the bottleneck in pretty much any kind of drone production. So you'd have to use your critical path method, right, for figuring out where that bottleneck is. But just the electronics and electronic connectors in the Shahed drone are about 140 of the 500 or so components in the drone. You can imagine these drones, they've gotten fewer and fewer parts as people have learned how to concatenate parts or make the drones more efficiently. So first, Iran has to source all of these components, especially the electronics, and then it has to put all these components in one place, or perhaps multiple places if you have stages of production, and fabricate the drone. Now, you have to do all of this while the United States has total air and cyberspace dominance. Now, that doesn't mean that the US has every single inch of Iran covered, right? But you don't need to. And that may or may not be why I'm sitting underground right now. But in order to illustrate this manufacturing concept, I need you to imagine organizing like a birthday party, right? You have to pick a venue, that's a manufacturing site. You have to coordinate with your friends about times and dates. You have to pick up party supplies, balloons, napkins,
a lot of fucking work.
Those are your inputs, those are your components. And every single time you sign onto the internet to find a venue to host the party, we bomb that place. And then you try to order birthday supplies, we bomb that place too, or we bomb you. And when you reach out to the guests that are coming to the party, we learn their location and we bomb them. And now to kind of put aside the birthday analogy here, we already know the location of every single Shahed manufacturing site. And if we don't know that location, we're going to know the next time you order parts. A lot of people have to talk to each other in order to get parts from one place to another. These aren't simple roadside bombs made of a garage door opener. I mean, these are aerospace platforms with electronic components. You can't necessarily source them from your local Chevron. We are monitoring every call.
Listen, I saw a movie, okay, that I think debunks everything that Ryan Macbeth is saying here, right?
Right.
That movie is called Iron Man.
Oh,
because
yeah,
in
of
Iron
course.
Man, Tony Stark was able to make the Iron Man suit in a box with a box of scraps in a cave, right? And if
Yeah,
Tony Stark can do
I've
that,
heard
then
that.
I think the Iranians can build these drones, despite the fact that America and Israel is blowing the fucking ever-loving shit out of everything that they're ever doing.
Have you seen these guys? They're no Tony Stark. Come on.
What they're you listen, Adam. Okay. A very intelligent political pundit named Kyle Kalinske told me that they're engaged in a genius 10D chess level strategy of blowing up their neighbor's shit so that their neighbors like them more. So obviously the big brain geniuses here, I think, are capable of making Iron Man suits to fight off America and Israel.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Every email, every website visit. Why did you think Anthropic didn't want their software to be used for mass surveillance? It's because at the end of that kill chain, there's a dude making a call, and we're about to make his life brutal and short. And
I do want to talk. I don't know if maybe we'll talk about that later today. The Anthropic thing. I do think the Anthropic thing is pretty complicated and crazy. Obviously, Ryan Macbeth was, I guess, not at all on the Anthropic side, considering how he made fun of it. But that story is pretty insane.
Was that a Rousseau reference? The brutal and short?
I
nasty, brutish, brutal and short.
I'm not
hip on
I'm like a
your
dumbass. Okay, I'm not a
philosophers?
cultured person, so I don't know. Maybe.
Pretty sure it's Rousseau.
Okay.
Yeah.
some people don't have the stomach for that.
But Ryan does.
We should keep doing it until the women of Iran don't have to worry about getting beaten to death because they wore a hat the wrong way.
Oh my God.
I mean, based?
Ryan is going.
That's kind of based.
Yeah. Ryan's going full World War III already. He's already in his bunker. That's probably in his backyard, isn't it?
I mean, I think he used to work for a company. I don't know if he still does. He used to work for a company that I believe was about getting, figuring out targets to blow up, to bomb.
Yeah, some
right?
intelligence.
Yeah. So
it's great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the stockpile of parts, if you have a stockpile of drone parts, is getting lower and lower and lower. And you can't deliver your product to the customer, which in this case is the IRGC, because there isn't enough fuel in your trucks to actually move the product from the factory to the IRGC where they can take possession of it.
And see, we have air superiority, so we can destroy any sort of supply chain they have.
Mm-hmm.
Easily.
And if there aren't enough trucks to get the parts or to get the actual drones to the base, then you might launch the drones directly from the factory, but
then you know where the factory
is. 30
is.
minutes before you turn your factory into a quarry. And while we're on the subject of parts, let's say that we're sourcing some of these components from other countries. All right, let's say we're sourcing from China, sourcing from Russia. The current exchange rate as of March 6th, which is today, between Iran and China, is about 190,000 rial to 1 won. The current exchange rate between Iran and Russia is about 17,000 rial to 1 ruble. And you could say, well, Iran could trade oil for drone parts. Good luck with that. Because right now, the Arabian Sea is essentially the Sea of America. And
yeah, would you buy oil from Iran right now?
Of course.
I mean, what are the chances of that even getting to you?
You wouldn't buy it?
Shit.
yes, you can get this hoodie, t-shirt, or sticker from Bunker Branding. Nothing gets through the Strait of Hormuz without the U.S. agreeing to it.
Hormuz.
It's kind of like that prison scene from The Watchmen. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
I love that scene.
Right? So it's easy to say that Iran can build 5,000 drones per month, but it's a lot harder to actually build 5,000 drones per month, especially when every time you use a phone or a computer to order a part, we drop a bomb on you. And even if we somehow miss you, all right, your money isn't worth anything You want to be the Chinese or Russian supplier who's holding trillions of Iranian rial when that exchange rate gets worse every day?
Obviously.
What are you going to buy with a wheelbarrow full of rial?
This is why the dollar collapsing is just such comedy. Like, what?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's just get rid of all our dollars and put them in reals.
Yeah. Well, there's a guy we're going to watch. Oh, my God. Crystal and Sagar had like a retard on, like a crazy person.
I've been watching
Yes.
them. They're like, they are at their
yes.
breaking points.
They're at
Their
their
show
breaking
is so
points.
adequately named.
And it's so funny. I think there's like this magic spell that happens on the internet where someone says the word petrodollar and people listen to that and they think, oh, this person must be knowledgeable. They said the word petrodollar, even if everything they're saying is like
the petrodollar's a myth, a total myth.
But he says the word petrodollar, Adam. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the magic spell. You say petrodollar and people are like, wow, that person's smart.
I don't think we have that. The agreement hasn't been enforced for like 20 years to actually denominate oil in dollars. They continue to do it, obviously, because it's a smart business play. What are you going to denominate? Well, look,
right.
I think Russia wants to denominate it in gold because they're completely shut off from the American
Obviously, they
banking
don't
system.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
maybe I'll sell to you if I have some kind of guarantee from the government. But like, I don't even know how a foreign supplier would get insurance to insure the drone components going to Iran. So you'd have to get insurance going into a war zone, and that isn't cheap. So that's going to have to be backed by whatever host nation agrees to let you do this. And Russia and China, those people are greedy, but they're not stupid. Another post from the same gentleman says that Russia owes Iran thousands of drones, and we cannot interdict Russian supplies for obvious reasons. And that is hilarious. I mean, do you honestly think Russia gives a crap about Iran? They didn't lift a finger to help Assad. They didn't lift a finger to help Maduro. What makes you think they're going to give a bunch of Garan 2 missiles, which is their copy of the Shahed, that they need for their own battle with Ukraine to Iran? They're not doing that. They're not sending weapons to Iran. It's just the thought of that is laughable.
they made a deal with Iran to actually build those in Russia. So in case something like this happened, they were originally getting them from Iran. So
right.
I could picture Russia or China helping with intelligence, maybe because it really doesn't cost them anything. I mean, I'm not spending my fuel to redirect a satellite, but I'll throw in a couple of images if my satellite happens to go over American forces. Yeah, I might do that if I'm over the target, but I'm not redirecting a satellite for you. You crazy? It's a limited amount of fuel in that thing. And regarding interdiction of Russian or even Chinese parts, remember that skit about President Trump from John Mulaney back in 2019?
This guy being the president, it's like there's a horse loose in a hospital. It's like there's a horse loose in a hospital.
You think this president wouldn't interdict supplies from Russia? We've boarded Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. We've attacked Wagner in Syria. Anybody who thinks they know what this president is going to do needs to take a long look at the East Wing of the White House, all right? I don't even think President Trump knows what he's going to do when he wakes up in the morning, but I guarantee you it's not going to be the thing you thought he was going to do. And let's just say that we didn't interdict any Russian supplies. I guarantee you that we could just follow those drone supplies after they are removed from the train or aircraft and then just interdict them, when they're just driven by Iranian drivers. So, and that's if they have enough fuel to put gas in their trucks to pick up the drones from the airfield or the train station. And you might say, well, Ryan, it's impossible for Iran to build these drones under battlefield conditions. Then how come Ukraine is doing it? Well, Ukraine does manufacture a lot of their own parts, absolutely. But they also have supply lines to Europe totally open. And Ukraine manufactures a lot of drone components, brushless motors, for example. When the war started, I think 90% of all brushless motors, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, were from Shenzhen, China. That's because Shenzhen is where they manufacture a lot of consumer products like DVD drives and cordless drills. And now they manufacture brushless motors on drones, right? Because they have that institutional knowledge there. So Ukraine is manufacturing a lot of their own stuff. They have the supply lines open to Europe. And also Russia's offensive cyber and ISR, intelligence surveillance reconnaissance capabilities, are not even remotely as good as the United States. They just don't have every single computer under surveillance. They don't have every single phone line under surveillance. And they can't fuse all that sensor data into one COP, or common operating picture. And also, Russia could never establish air dominance over Ukraine. They won't even fly into Ukraine anymore. That's why they launch glide bombs over their own territory at maximum range and they fall and hit Kharkiv. So if Russian pilots go into Ukraine, they'll get shot down. If American pilots go into Iran, they can stay there for basically as long as they want. Meanwhile, we're flying over Iran discussing whether we want to go to Pizza Hut or Burger King, when we get back to Ali Al Salim Air Base. So the difference in the capabilities between the United States and Russia are just night and day. And that's bad news for Iran. So, I mean, I guess you can take an arbitrary number like 5,000 and throw it into some pretty graphics to show how smart you are. But the fact is that there is book smart and there is bomb smart. And I'm sure Mr. Faroukhi is one of those things, but he's definitely not both. Get my Sea of America shirt at bunkerbranding.com. Support the channel at RyanMcBeth.substack.com. I am so tired.
Everyone should follow Ryan McBeth. He makes good content. I would even say
this is one of the good takes.
Great content. Yeah, he's usually very knowledgeable about a lot of the military aspects going on in these situations. So,
Chad is losing their mind over the petrodollar myth. Like the petrodollar is 100% not a myth.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I shared an article in chat, so you can check it out.
Well, when you say that, so the concept of the petrodollar is that, was it like in the 70s or something? America,
1974.
Right. They made some agreement with Saudi Arabia that said, hey, you have to sell your oil.
We put a knife to their neck and we said, you're going to sell your oil.
Yes.
Denominated in dollars. Otherwise,
whenever someone wants to buy, basically, whenever someone wants to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they have to buy it in US dollars, right?
They have to denominate in dollars. Yeah, exactly.
Now, we only had this agreement with Saudi Arabia. But what happened was other countries saw what Saudi Arabia was doing and said, hey, that actually is pretty useful and good to do that because the US dollar is generally pretty strong and generally not very volatile.
Stable, exactly.
Yeah, generally pretty stable. And so a lot of other oil producing countries started also doing the same thing. Right.
It's like if you're going to run ads for your business and you're thinking, where should I run ads? Maybe on Google, maybe on Facebook. And people are like, I'm going to run ads on MySpace. That's where I can really corner the market.
Right.
That's what it's like using some other platform to denominate your oil in.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
You're like, what?
Right. So when you say it's not real, are you saying like, or it's not true? Are you saying like, no one's forcing these countries to do it. They all do it through their own free will.
I think the agreement made in 1974 isn't even in effect anymore. So I shared a Forbes article that you guys can read. It's been a while since I read that article though. But I mean, if you do some looking into it, you can see.
Right.
Like the idea that a lot of oil is denominated in dollars is 100% true. The idea that the U.S. is forcing people to do it and scared that they're going to stop doing it. I mean, if they stop doing it, knock yourself out.
Well, I think
knock yourself out.
So it is not. So you're not saying that the countries don't like do it. Like the countries do it. You're saying it's not. There's nothing like they're doing it of their own
for a different
free
reason.
will.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Exactly.
Not because they're being forced to. Because I don't even think with Saudi Arabia. Like we made some agreement, but there was not like I don't believe there was any formal treaty or law or anything that like between the two countries that said they had to do it. I think we just said, hey, you should do this. And they did. And they realized it was beneficial for them to do it. And so they keep doing it.
It's been a while since I read up on the petrodollar though, but I did do a deep dive into it. And most people are saying, no, it's 100% not a myth. They really haven't looked into it. They're just so much of culture believes in the petrodollar, right? There's a lot of things that are tied to it, like the Iraq War happened because Saddam Hussein was threatening to sell his oil in some other denomination, right?
Yes.
That's a big,
Right.
that's like a big meme that people have in their heads.
Well,
So-
it's yeah. Well, maybe just when like also when if you say it's real or not real, that could mean different things to different people. Like
That's a
what
good
they're
point. Yeah,
interpreting what that
definitely.
means. But I think the thing that's important to me is not only do these countries they do it voluntarily because it's beneficial to them, but even if like theoretically, okay, if they said, well, we're not going to do this anymore, I mean, it would have an effect on the American economy. I'm not gonna say it wouldn't, but it's not going to be like people act like, oh, well, if they stop doing that, then like America is going to go through like the Great Depression 3.0 or something. That's not really true. It's
Well,
like,
first of all, look, we're net exporters now. I don't know how much we're importing. They're not going to take our dollars. They're going to make us go to Russia and turn them into, or go to China and turn them into Chinese yuan.
right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, yeah, what are they going to, I mean, what would they all want to take in their own currency or something? I don't know. Who knows? But,
See, this becomes a problem for other countries because they're like, if you're China and they want dollars, then China has to come to us. Well, China sells us a bunch of shit anyway, so they already have a bunch of dollars. They're like, okay, we have dollars on hand. But if you're one of these other countries who doesn't have a lot of dollars, you got to borrow dollars from the World Bank or sell some exports to America so you can get some dollars that way. It could be a big hassle, right?
Right.
They want to sell them in bolivars or whatever currency they print up, right?
But I mean, a lot of countries like us because they do like to dump a bunch of the dollars in U.S. Treasury bonds and stuff anyway as well. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which you need dollars to buy.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're selling your oil to some Tin Pot dictator, would you rather have dollars or would you rather have bolivars? Or whatever the Tin Pot dictator controls. Which would you rather take?
I want the.
Do you need America to force you gun to the head?
I want the currency that I think I might need a wheelbarrow of in a week for it to be worth anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the currency that I want to use. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. You're like, no, I'll just take whatever. Fuck those Americans. I hate using their currency.
Okay, so here we got Crystal and Saga here on breaking points. Now, they have some individual I've never heard of before. Okay, that they act. Now, this is fascinating. This video of this guy they call Professor Zhang. Okay,
people were saying he was a Chinese national. That he was
He is a Chinese national.
Okay,
that is true. Right. But this is what's interesting about this. Not only what this guy is saying is like like he's saying things that you might think sound smart, but then you kind of like look into them and like, okay, this actually is completely just nonsense. And at the very end of the interview, he says something that's so like retardedly insane that I think Saga realizes that they're talking to a crazy person, but he's like
halfway through.
But he's like too embarrassed to say anything about it. That's just my read of it. Because at the very end,
I'll look for that.
At the very end, he starts talking about some like wacky conspiracy theories about how America is controlled by the Freemasons, and it's like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about? So we're gonna watch this. But this is what's weird too about this. This video, this interview with this guy, this is the most viewed video on their entire channel.
That just says it's a Chinese psyop. They sent all their bots over there to.
Isn't it?
Yes.
This video, this is why this seems so sus. This video has 7 million views.
You're kidding me. Well, what the fuck? When you said most viewed, I did not anticipate 7 million views.
This video has 7 million views.
That's totally unnatural. That is completely
in 6 days. In 6 days. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, there's obviously some Chinese botting going on here because that's like retarded. That's like impossible, right? That's insane.
Look, if this was my channel, I would take down the video. I would make another video and just immediately say that, we got scooped by a Chinese psyop or we got finagled.
You would think.
That's unreal. That's unreal.
You
Look,
think,
that is sending the message that this is what you should believe. Americans, this is what you should believe. This is the truth here. Everyone believes this.
Their only other videos, their second highest video is from 4 years ago with
Does
4
it have a
million
million
views.
views? Oh,
It's got 4 million.
Okay.
And it's the title is
Epstein?
You Dumb Motherfucker, Joe Rogan Responds to Don Lemon.
Oh, yeah.
So some sort of Joe Rogan, Don Lemon drama. And then their third highest video, huge drop off, is only 1.8 million views, again from 4 years ago. And it's Crystal and Sagar on Joe Rogan, talking to Joe Rogan.
It's so funny because I was thinking that these are Joe Rogan numbers. This is unbelievable.
Yes. And then their next highest video is about when Trump they tried to assassinate him. That guy tried to shoot him in the ear, or shoot him in the head and then shot him in the ear. That's their next highest one. So
yes.
So just to give you a scale of the numbers. So obviously I saw that and I said, okay, this video is obviously being botted by China. It is weird because this guy is a Chinese national. So, but anyway, let's hear what the brilliant.
He's being paid by the CCP.
Oh yeah,
he's got a paycheck coming in.
Let's hear what the brilliant professor says. Well, actually, I guess I should say now too. Maybe I should front load it a little bit more. So this guy calls himself a professor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't actually teach at a college.
Okay.
And he doesn't have a PhD.
Okay.
He teaches English.
Online courses?
He teaches English at a middle school in China.
He's in China.
Yes.
He's not even in America.
Yes.
What the fuck are they doing?
So
what the fuck are they doing? Why is Breaking Point's doing this? They're so thirsty for some counter narrative that they're going to go to China.
This is so bad.
Some CCP operative.
This is so bad that even people in Hassan's Reddit were like thinking that this guy is crazy. That's how bad this is. Even Hassan's audience was like, I don't know if this is a trustworthy individual. All right.
Wow.
That's how bad this is.
That the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it? And what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So I also want to say, this guy has a video where he predicted that if Ukraine had no help from the West, that they would have already won the war against Russia.
Mm-hmm. That's
with no
bonkers.
Yeah. If they had no help, okay, no aid from America or Europe, Ukraine would have won. But because they're getting aid from America and Europe, they're going to lose.
Okay, that's insane.
Just wrap your brain around that.
How does it restructure the global order? I'd like to know that.
Tell us.
It's in this video. I watched this video. I don't remember him telling us.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
I don't think he says. But obviously China is going to be on top, right?
Of course.
That's the play.
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack.
You think they were analyzing the strike capacity? They were
of course.
Going back and going, oh, look how much damage they did to our facility here. Now we know exactly what they're capable of.
Well, here's the thing. So when America and Israel blew the shit out of Iran last year.
Their
Okay.
nuclear facility, yeah.
Yes. Iran analyzed that all that information, but America and Israel didn't.
Yeah, they just went back to sleep, right?
Yeah, because even though Iran did shoot a bunch of missiles and drones and other things the same way they're doing now in response to that, America and Israel, they didn't like pay attention to that or analyze that or get any intelligence about that whatsoever. I mean, it's true that Israel and America somehow had intelligence that was so good that they knew the exact location of the supreme leader and the fact that he was meeting with all the heads of the militaries at the exact same time and thus coordinated an attack to kill them all in one swoop. But they didn't actually analyze any information about anything else, Adam, obviously.
They cut the power near the nuclear facility, didn't they? They didn't have any sort of response. Iran's response was zip when we destroyed their nuclear facility.
But did they analyze the information?
Yeah, they were like, look, these guys are asleep at the switch. We can do anything we want.
They didn't analyze the information.
Oh, okay. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. I think
Okay.
they did. Look, and it's insane to think, oh, okay, we know exactly what they're capable of. Well, maybe they're capable of far more. They just didn't need to use it because your facility didn't need it. So you really don't know jack shit. Yeah, we got attacked and now we know everything about you.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And
that's insane. That's an insane statement right there.
This is all real, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Through the Houthis and Hezbollah?
Yeah.
The Houthis?
Yes.
I remember the Houthi pirate from Hassan's stream.
They learned.
Oh, yeah.
The
They interviewed that guy. They were like,
Listen,
oh, yeah. He knows the American mindset. He's talked to Hassan Piker.
There you go. You know what? I was wondering what he was talking about, but you're probably right. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. They're really obsessed with One Piece. That's their weakness.
And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the...
Look at Sagar's face. Sagar already knows. Maybe Crystal knows too, because Crystal looks a little shocked. They're like, what the fuck have we gotten ourselves into?
The Iranians are doing is they're waging war.
What? No, Sagar is nodding along now. That was definitely a nod of agreement.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You better not be nodding over there, Sitch. Are you nodding along to this shit?
I was nodding along, but it's because I was falling asleep. I was
Against the
nodding off,
entire
I guess.
global economy. And so they are striking.
He's really nodding. He's like, really? Yeah, those Houthis, they know what's up.
Sagar's had some really bad takes on this situation too. It's
Maybe
not just
Sagar's
Crystal.
been replaced by a robot or something. He looks very unnatural today.
Oh, you know what? I think it's that he's being blackmailed, by
he
the
is?
Hassan Iran coalition.
They have his family.
Yes.
The GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plant provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So
does that mean we can just take out? Oh, I guess that would be kind of cruel, right? If we took out Iran's water desalination
That wouldn't be, yeah.
plant.
Right.
I mean, there's only 93 million people there. We can send them bottled water, right?
There you go.
if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So
can you imagine? Okay, this is like, what would be the response from the surrounding Arab countries. If Iran, I mean, they did hit one
Bomb
water
their
desalination
desalination plant.
But if this is a strategy,
Take
do you
a
really think they're
wild guess.
right?
Take
Yeah,
a
like
wild guess what their response would be.
this is going to be like this is the big brain tendy chess Iranian strategy here is like, oh yeah, let's make like all the other countries don't like us and kind of hate us already. Let's make them think that we can never exist next to them because we are an existential threat to their country's existence. That's a great fucking idea.
Yeah. They would throw their lot in with us so fast. They'd be like,
Yes.
nuke Tehran.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, here, let me jump ahead a little bit.
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really
So this isn't actually true, and I'll play a video about this afterwards because I actually had the CENTCOM commander come out and say this isn't true. And there's an interesting article talking about how this isn't true. This is like this weird meme that just gets like thrown around repeatedly. It's just that like, oh, America's sending $1 million interceptors into these $10 drones. It's so unsustainable.
We don't have drones. It's hard for me to.
We
imagine
do
that
actually.
We don't have drones. Yeah,
we
have
do
a ton of
actually.
drones.
Actually, it's kind of funny. America took the Iranian drones and reverse engineered them, and now they have their own version of the exact same drone that cost, the same amount, similar price point.
We had the surveillance drones before anyone.
Yes.
puncturing of the aura of invincibility and invisibility that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor.
So there you go, Adam. Look at it, it all makes sense. The War of Iran is going to create the collapse of the petrodollar and the global hegemony of America.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Aren't you glad we're a net exporter now? America's a net exporter of oil. We're in such a much safer position. We could be yeah, you're not going to export any of that oil. You're just going to keep it in country.
We're not safer, Adam. You don't know what you're talking about. This is the collapse of the petrodollar is right around the corner here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, because the collapse of the entire American economy as well.
Yes.
So
all because of Iran, right? This is how amazingly powerful Iran is.
I think
according to Professor Jing.
I think the market could take a 15-20% dip. Mm-hmm. And I'm very curious how Trump will respond to that. Right. It may be like, Iran's over. It's done. Woo! We won.
Well, I'm assuming with the oil prices going up, there's going to be some reaction, right?
I'm surprised how the market kind of shrugged off in the first few days. Anything at all, but it's been trending down. So we'll see what happens.
Do you think it would make sense from a journalistic perspective for Crystal and Sagar to, I don't know, maybe ask some questions of the English middle school professor from China?
Yeah, some follow-up. I would.
As opposed to just sucking down all the Chinese propaganda that he tells them while they rake in the botted views.
Yeah. I would bring up some questions on that petrodollar and the collapse of the dollar. But look, they both believe that. They're super into that.
That's true.
America on the verge of collapse. That's why they invited him on.
You just say the words petrodollar or American hegemony, right? And then people are like, "Oh, he's such a smart man."
Oh, of course, yeah.
Genius. And it's really
straight out of China.
Also, remember that if this war goes sideways, and Trump is forced to use ground troops he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will.
What? Do you think there's any way in hell that Trump is going to get approval from Congress to put boots on the ground?
Well, listen, you missed it. Not only is he going to get approval from Congress to put boots on the ground, he's going to get emergency war powers.
Yeah.
That are going to allow him, as he's about to say, to affect the midterm elections.
Okay.
And to run a third time, according to the professor here.
Oh my God.
Will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last
is that really possible? I mean, they had an election during the Civil War.
No, Adam. Obviously,
I don't think there's anything about postponing elections in our Constitution.
Obviously, Trump is going to start a war with Iran, and they're going to send ground troops, and it's going to be so popular. This is the Chinese professor thinks it's going to be so popular in America that he's going to be able to postpone elections, and everyone's just going to be fine with it.
Our founding fathers were give the president the ability to start a war and stay in office. Fuck that! Oh my God. That's a terrible idea. You have every president in history starting a war about the time he's supposed to get out of office.
Last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Septine Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States.
Candace Owens just climaxed. She's just like, oh, this guy. When can you come on my podcast?
God.
The Frankists. Oh,
the Frankists. The Freemasons. You know that? Wow. The little guys with the little fez hat, the red fez hats that drive around the little car, the little old people. They control the military. Did you know that?
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
How come they don't have reaction shots here? This is when I really want to see Saul's reaction.
Yeah.
They're totally face palming, aren't they?
And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
Now, okay. I know he said those words, but I'm looking at his face.
I know.
And he looks like he wants to kill himself. That's just my interpretation.
He does. Yeah, he does.
That's just my interpretation.
He was like, why was I nodding along in the beginning there?
You're right. I want to see the reaction. Where's the cutaways of when he starts talking about the Freemason Frankists? And he's like, oh God, why did we invite this fucking retard on? Please.
Yeah.
What am I? Crystal, why did you convince me to do this? You fucking idiot.
7 million views, though. It's not on their show. It's on this clip. The 7 million views are on the clip.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
The bots.
Dynamite clip.
The bots. Now, I
wonder if you get ad revenue for the bots. I guess you do, right? Because
of course you do.
Some sucker showed an ad to the bot.
Of course.
Some business owner, unfortunately.
I know.
Got screwed.
So I did watch some of this video. I did find this video on Reddit. It's kind of insane.
Does he have a bow tie?
Does
going
he?
On there?
I can't. No, I don't know what he's got going on there. It's got like a circle tie.
It's like his little Lord Fauntleroy tie.
Yes. So I just want you to listen to some of this. Okay. This whole thing is crazy.
Why hasn't science improved?
This goes on for like, I don't know. This goes on for like 20 minutes, and I'm just like, this is crazy. But here's just like a couple minutes of it. Okay.
Stuck in his dimension. He's trying to come into our dimension.
Oh wait, I'm already went too far.
There are different dimensions, okay? And another dimension is Big Brother, who's a friend of his, but he's stuck in his dimension. He's trying to come to our dimension, but he needs our help. So what's certain particle accelerator trying to do, right? Is it really trying to discover particle physics, or is it really trying to break the dimensions, like they did with the nuclear bomb?
Yeah, Adam. What are they really trying to do with a CERN particle accelerator? Okay. I mean, they don't care about like learning about particles. They're obviously trying to go into another dimensions like they did with the nukes. I mean, this is just obvious.
This is bonkers. This is like complete bonkers.
Okay, do you understand? People believe the nuclear bomb, it was really about creating an interdimensional portal for Big Brother to come into. And now people are saying, is it possible the CERN particle accelerator is trying to bring in these interdimensional demons to our world to conquer us, to enslave us?
Alex Jones was right. Holy shit.
Yes.
It is the interdimensional demons. I don't know the context here, though. He could just be talking about these are the crazy things people believe.
No, because I was like listening to before. He has like this whole thing about how like Isaac Newton is like responsible for like the downfall of society based on his weird theories or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the whole thing's just baffling.
Isaac Newton was kind of a weird person.
That's true.
That would make a lot more sense than particle physics, okay, guys? All right.
That makes more sense than particle
what
physics.
What does science not study, okay? It doesn't study consciousness, which is the number one problem in the world, right? Wouldn't it be nice to know how we think? Okay? Wouldn't it be nice to know how I come up with the ideas I do in class and teach it to you? And how you respond to my ideas? Which is a much more basic problem in particle physics. We don't do that, guys, okay? There's absolutely no money or very limited funding in the study of consciousness. Imagination, intuition, anything in material spirit, okay? Like ghosts or spirits, we don't study at all. Religious truth.
Adam, why are we not studying ghosts?
I mean, we have studied ghosts and really not got good evidence that they exist, so we moved on.
Adam, why are we wasting our time with the CERN studying particles that are possibly what created the universe instead of studying ghosts?
There's a lot of study of consciousness, though. Obviously, a lot of people are studying the hard problem of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. What ghosts?
Ghosts? I said we moved on already, okay?
Oh, okay.
We also don't study kindness, happiness, and love, okay?
No one has ever studied kindness, happiness, and love, Adam.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of study of that.
We don't study what is the basis of these things. We don't care. We don't study telepathy, connection. We don't study intelligence of animals and plants. We also don't study ancient architecture and civilization.
There's tons of videos of, talking to dolphins. We taught a chimpanzee sign language.
I know.
So we could talk to them. All this stuff we have.
If you go to these ancient sites like Göbekli Tepe, we discussed Göbekli Tepe before, we only have uncovered 5% of it, okay? We don't care what is underneath Göbekli Tepe. Because it's possible that if we were to discover everything, then it would refute traditional paradigms of the world, including evolution. All right? So science is focused on spreading one particular paradigm about the world and discounting everything else. All right? So why is that? Okay.
Because it's true. Right?
Okay. That was it. That was it.
You're separating out all the stuff that's not true. It's focused on the one paradigm because the paradigm is actually a true representation of reality.
I mean,
that's the point.
You would think that if you're like a dummy, Adam, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That's what all the dum-dums believe, right?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, come on. What? Like, obviously, we're not studying plant intelligence and psychic powers enough
because the plants control everyone. And it would be too traumatic for humans to figure that out, right?
Right. Oh. The plants and the Jews control everyone. So
they're Jewish plants.
The Jewish plants, yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
You know that movie, The Invasion of the Body Snatchers? That's an allegory for the Jewish plants.
Is it really?
Control our society. Yeah.
That's sick.
You didn't know that?
Isn't that like a Harvey Korman movie?
I don't know who that is.
Was he Jewish?
I don't know who Harvey Korman
is.
Okay.
Really? You don't know who Harvey Korman is?
Who's Harvey Korman? Who
That's a
dat?
big admit. That's like he's a low budget independent filmmaker.
I mean, you're older than I am. Okay.
Okay, that's a good. That's punt.
That's my counter.
What's next?
Okay.
So this guy is absolutely insane. We completely debunk this loser. Obviously, Crystal and Sauger feel terrible for having him on, but they love the fact that they got a bunch of clicks off of it,
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of juice off of it for their
A bunch of juice off of it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yes.
They love that it was targeted at the Jewish people. Maybe.
I think they're happy they got the Chinese bots, to go deep, to go ham on this video here.
They sucked them in.
They did, yes. Okay.
They're low-cost alternative to the more expensive fueling. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from the operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear? We're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect. But Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians.
What kind of targets are you shooting?
Good targets.
Okay. So they're saying none of that shit is true. And then here's an interesting article. This is from The War Zone. Had an interesting article about this. They said laser-guided 70mm advanced precision kill weapon system, also known as APKWS-2 rockets, have become the U.S. Air Force's principal air-to-air weapon against drone threats in the Middle East. Air Force F-16 Vipers in the region first began using the rockets operationally in the anti-role last year, which TWZ was first to report, and that capability has now been extended to the F-15E Strike Eagle and the A-10 Warthog. Quote, "It's our primary weapon against a drone," said Air Force Lieutenant General Derek France, head of the Air Force Central, the service's top command in the Middle East. They told TWZ's Howard Altman on the sidelines of the Air and Space Association, blah, blah, blah. We've had multiple shoot downs with it. The missiles cost about $15,000 to $20,000 a piece. The last year attacks on the nuclear facility and Iran's retaliation with missiles and drones helped prepare the U.S. for their response now, while the Shahed drones cost around $35,000 a piece. The U.S. has their own version, which they've also been using against Iran as well. The effort to bolster U.S. anti-drone capabilities in the Middle East underscore concerns about the planning for an Iranian retaliatory response across the region to the American and Israeli strikes. Persian Gulf countries have complained that they were not given adequate time to prepare for the torrent of Iranian drones and missiles bombarding their territory. This is one of those situations where it was like, you know how like a lot of the European countries were kind of sleeping because they didn't really expect Russia to pop off, and then Russia pops off, and they're like, "Oh, we kind of totally dropped the ball on that one."
We can't really give them a bunch of warning because obviously they want a sneak attack. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But they had, like, after last year, when there was that first operation and they were sending missiles and everything, they should have really been preparing themselves more for this, like, on the border.
You think?
Yeah. So I would say that's on them. However, there's a new system. The system that is being sent now to the region is called MIROPS, and that flies drones against drones. It is small enough to fit in the back of a mid-sized pickup truck and can identify drones and close in on them using artificial intelligence to navigate with satellite and electronic communications are jammed. Now, this is a system that I believe was developed in conjunction with Ukraine. There's a lot of news about how, Zelensky and Ukraine, said that they're going to help, with their, obviously they've been shooting
like
down drones
now.
for 4 years. So yeah, they have a lot of knowledge about
pros.
this. Yeah. So the Starmer, who's kind of like a retard, made a bunch of weird comments about this.
Here.
Yes.
Praise here.
And a bunch of other people have made a bunch of stupid comments about this because they're kind of like, well, why hasn't Ukraine like told us this information already? Which they have. I mean, Ukraine has been sharing all the information that they've been, gaining from war with Russia the whole time to
Not
NATO.
with Russia, with America.
I mean, the war with Russia, they've been sharing information with America and NATO allies the entire time, right? This isn't like, oh my God, they've just been keeping all this information secret. So I don't know why there's like weird headlines about this stuff.
Yeah.
They regularly meet and have these conversations with NATO. So
the
drones
got no
are hard.
Cards. Well, maybe I got some cards now, bitch.
Finally, Zelensky's got some cards. You're right. The cards. He's finally.
You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards.
He's got the cards now.
Did you say please? Did you say thank you?
See, where's Zelensky should say that to the JD.
You want some drones? Do you want some drones, JD? Did you say please?
There was an interesting accusation that.
Uh-oh.
Well, there was an article, and I believe it was the New York Times. I have it somewhere in my list here, where they're making it like that JD Vance. It was kind of leaked that JD Vance was against this military operation in the first place.
Go figure. He's just been campaigning against no new wars forever.
Right. And
he's like, oh my God, Trump is going to make me reverse on everything.
Right. Yes. And there was some reporting that the thing is, it seems kind of obvious, like, okay, how did that information leak if it was not JD Vance or JD Vance surrogates leaking it themselves? Like, where else would that information come from? So,
well, it could be a JD Vance hater that leaked it, and JD Vance never really said it to get him in trouble with Trump.
Maybe. I guess that's possible, right? There could be sort of
running for president against JD Vance,
like Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio creates like a fake story and leaks it. Yeah.
I don't think that's happening, but.
Well, it would make sense either way. I mean, I'm thinking more it's JD Vance leaking it because he wants to position himself as the anti-war populist in, 2028.
Yeah.
Candidate. So
that's going to be tough because Rubio is getting a lot of FaceTime with the American people here.
Mm-hmm.
And JD's not getting a lot of FaceTime, is he?
No, he should have been on top of it. Okay. But, it is 2 years away. So I think more Americans will still probably recognize Vance than they will Marco in the coming years. So
Little Marco.
Our
first 4-foot president.
Right. Also, a lot of people were making hay that JD Vance was not at Mar-a-Lago when Trump oversaw the attack.
What? Really?
Yes.
Oh, holy shit. He totally snubbed him.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's an interesting development.
Right. So people are trying to read the tea leaves and say, okay, this is Trump. Trump didn't like that leak that happened. So.
Yeah, but look, someone could have been fucking with him. JD's probably like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Did you see the picture
you did
of
it,
Trump?
JD. I can't believe you leaked.
Wasn't there a picture of Trump yelling at JD in the Oval Office? That's probably what they were talking about.
I didn't see that picture.
Oh. I got to go turn the AC on. It's like 1,000 degrees in here right now.
You go turn the AC
I'll
on.
be right
How do you
back.
not have it on like just all the time?
Well, it's March. It's like winter time.
Okay. Here in Florida, I'm like, what do you mean you don't have the AC on? How are you alive? So we'll see. We'll see how the Vance affair all kind of rattles out. Okay. Next video. Okay. Let me read this while I wait for Adam to come back. Lethal Strain for 15 months says, I'm unsubbing if Adam doesn't believe Annabelle is haunted. Wow, we'll have to ask him. The Oceans for $2 says, this guy and Candace need to co-host a podcast. I'm pretty sure he's just a huge Candace fan. That's probably where he gets all his information from. Sketch for $5 says, I literally took a psych class called The Science of Happiness at university. It was one of the most popular classes at the school. I was also like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's even talking about. I've like, my mom's like a big hippie. So, she's seen so many of these, like, when I was young, she'd give me so many of these like studies of like looking into happiness and empathy and psychic stuff. Like people say this shit all the fucking time. Animal communication, all this stuff. Majin for $5 says the machine elves in my DMT fueled JO crystal recharge meditation told me this guy's a complete loon. Praise the stumbling mountain beyond the wall. True. Living in Sex Well Temporarily for $2 says hot take. US bottled the video. US botted the video to discredit China. There you go. It was like a super 10D chess move. The US is like, okay, we're going to put our own bots on this and make it so obvious it was botted so that people then think, oh, this must be Chinese propaganda. I like it. That's the kind of like CIA operations I want to see in Iran. Okay.
Don't do super chats without me. I like to see what people are saying.
Well, there's a question. Lethal Strain said that he's unsubbing from the channel if you don't believe Annabelle is haunted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, I guess if we get to keep a sub, I have to believe it then.
Okay.
I don't really believe.
Oh my God. He doesn't believe.
No, I do believe it.
He doesn't believe that
I believe
the
it
doll
wholeheartedly.
is haunted.
Oh, it's a
Now-
doll? It's like a haunted doll?
I've never seen this movie. Have you seen any of the Annabelle movies?
No, I don't think I've seen any of them.
Okay.
Have you ever heard the name Roger Corman?
I think I've heard the name, yes.
We were just talking about him earlier.
Yes.
Wait, and you didn't know who it was?
Yes. I mean, I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. What has he done?
Just making sure.
What has he done? What is he?
He's done a bunch of movies, a bunch of low.
Did he
budget
do
movies.
Annabelle?
No, he did Fantastic Four, but I don't.
Oh,
think
that was a great movie.
it
That was a wonderful movie.
Might not have ever been released, though.
Okay.
One of the before time movies.
I see. What did he actually? Is there anything that he's done that I've seen?
Probably.
Okay.
Let me see here.
I'm looking at these his director credits.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, see, I know. See, he wrote Little Shop of Horrors. He didn't direct it.
Oh, okay.
Now I do. He was in the movie Silence of the Lambs. He acted in the movie Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
Okay. No, but anyway, I just want to say something about Annabelle. So if you go on Google and you look up the Annabelle movies, you see like this like creepy ass fucking doll, right? Looks like that doll. You're like, why would anyone ever have this doll? This doll looks like it's going to be haunted. It looks like the most evil fucking doll on the planet. Do you know that the actual doll it's based off of doesn't look remotely like that? The actual doll that Annabelle's based off of is just a Raggedy Ann doll.
They probably couldn't get the rights to Raggedy Ann.
Well, no, it's just, or I think more likely, you can't make a movie about an evil doll and you just look at it and it looks like a fucking unassuming Raggedy Ann doll. That's like not creepy in this like remotely at all.
Yeah, you got to
like,
make it look creepy.
Yeah, you got to make it look evil.
And then you always wonder, like, who the hell bought this evil looking doll?
Yes.
Why would you buy that thing?
Right. But if it was just a Raggedy Ann doll, you'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, this is interesting. This is from The Spectator.
Oh, okay. Is this a good take, or I guess we'll figure it out.
Our cover this week is The Greater Game. And in it, Jeffrey Kane explains how the war in the Middle East is part of a broader plan by Trump to weaken China. Freddie, if I could start with you first. So we've got quite a few pieces in the magazine this week about Iran, and Jeffrey's cover piece is, of course, our main one, and it argues that by striking Iran, Trump is actually, what he's really up to in the bigger picture of things, is dismantling China's anti-American coalition. I wondered if you could explain the cover piece a little bit for our viewers and our listeners.
Yes, so Jeffrey Kane's point, and it's a good one, it's an interesting one, is that Trump is thinking about his visit to China. On March 31st, he's going to go to China. And Trump is, Jeffrey doesn't get into this piece, but I think one of the reasons he's right is that Trump is obsessed with the 70s. And he would have been about 26 when Nixon went to China. And things like that play on his mind. And he sees himself increasingly as a great man of history. He'll be thinking about his visit to China as a great moment in history. And a lot of people have spent the last So
that kind of goes along with a lot of your thinking on how Trump is motivated in terms of like legacy. He wants to have
Of
this
course.
Nixonian Chinese legacy.
Yeah. He wants to be writing history. He wants his name in it. He
It's like-
asked, like, unironically, how he got his face on Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
Think about that. That
Or
says
how to.
everything.
Right, yeah.
That says everything.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. I
Trump
remember
wants to be up there.
when I was in elementary school, I had to do a school report on Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when like you think of Nixon, all you think about is like Watergate and all that
The
stuff.
crook, yeah.
Yeah, right. And so now this is like, you know, I'm an old man, right? So this is before the internet. So I go to the school library and I get this book on Nixon and I'm, you know, getting it for information. And all the book does is it talks about how badass Nixon is, how awesome Nixon is, how he's like opening up trade with China and just doing all this like great stuff. And I'm like, I go to my parents, I'm like, what? Why does this book not say anything about like Watergate? And my mom looks at it and she like flips the first page and the book was so old it was written before Watergate even happened.
Wow.
It was just during like his first term.
So he did a bunch of good stuff then.
Nixon. Well, if it wasn't for a lot of the Watergate stuff, yeah, he did a lot of stuff people would have liked. So
few days desperately trying to figure out, does America have a plan? What on earth is it doing? What's the kind of broader, the greater game here? And Jeffrey argues that the greater game at play here, and in fact, if you look at Trump's foreign policy, particularly Trump 2.0 foreign policy, almost everything they've done has a China dimension. And the China dimension here is that China has sotto voce supported a kind of axis of resistance. You've got to be very careful about saying axis of anything after axis of evil and the Bush wars. But China has been supporting Iran, has been giving arms to Iran. China also supported Venezuela. So Trump took out Venezuela, took out Maduro on January the 3rd. And now going into these talks with Iran, he will have a very strong tool of leverage. And whether that will be spoken or not is an interesting question. But as Jeffrey explains, when it comes to Taiwan, China's game planning all the time about what happens when it takes Taiwan. And one of the big consequences will probably be sanctions, massive sanctions, which will cause huge energy pressure on China. And the way China relieves its energy pressure has been through large amounts of oil from Iran. And of course, now that's up for grabs. That's a question that we don't know how it'll be answered. So perhaps Jeffrey is rather optimistically reading too much coherence where there is none. But it's an interesting point, and I think very much worth making, because there is a greater game going on here, and China and America are the two biggest players in it.
I mean, this could be happening. I don't think Trump dreamed up this plan. But people in the Trump administration could have definitely dreamed up this plan and just pitched it to Trump in a way that he accepted.
yeah, I don't even know if it's his administration. I think all this China stuff, I think, is there are people in the Pentagon, there are people in the Defense Department, sorry, the War Department, who have been wanting to make this hard pivot against China, or very concerned about China invading Taiwan in the coming years. And they've been like really, really pushing all this stuff. So I mean, I agree with you completely. Like they're pushing this stuff and they're able to get Trump to be on board with some of the stuff. I don't think it's Trump personally, because like Trump is kind of, I think this is how you get like kind of the schizophrenic Trump administration policy. Because on one hand, it's like, okay, well, we're going to, you know, weaken China by doing this stuff with Iran. Then the next moment it's like, well, we're going to allow China to buy like a bunch of chips that kind of helps them. And you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense, right? Or we're going to, you know, do all these other things that are kind of like helpful to China, or he's going to make kind of like just like Trump is going to make like disparaging comments about Taiwan, which he did kind of in regards to some of this stuff. So I think that is how you get the sort of schizophrenic Trump policy, is that he's just like everyone in the administration has like their own kind of policy goals. I'm not sure Trump really has a unifying ideology that's kind of guiding what he's doing from moment to moment.
Make him look good. That's a unifying ideology.
Well, that's true. I should say some sort of philosophy beyond that, right?
Some way of forming the world into something that's going to be more beneficial for more people. That's not on the...
No.
I mean, that's what people want to believe, but really it's more just... I guess that is part of it, in the sense that Trump wants to be liked. So he wants to do things a lot of people are going to like.
Well, I mean, it's not
I don't see how you get that out of this Iran situation.
Right. And even Ryan Macbeth was saying that. He was like, Trump doesn't know what Trump wakes up and Trump doesn't know what he's going to do that day. So I think that's probably true.
I found that, in researching this piece, what I found fascinating was it just kept coming back to Trump, because you have this extraordinary human being who is President of the United States, who declared war on Friday night in between kind of, he just sort of did a bit of dancing at a ballroom in Mar-a-Lago, went into the situation room, makeshift situation room at his home, looked over the calls, and then for the next 2 days just seemed to take phone calls from any reporter that rang him up. I mean, there's a former intern at The Spectator who got hold of his number. He's former, sadly. He now works for a very, very different publication. He's had several interviews, exclusive interviews with Donald Trump in the last 24, 48 hours, because if you've got his number, he will just answer and he will talk to you. Yeah. And there's never been anything quite like this. He is sort of live, people say he's workshopping lines with reporters about the war. And so you get these incredibly, people call it narrative whiplash. You get these people just sort of not able to understand what's going on, because as soon as the media tries to make sense of something, someone pops up and goes, I've just got off the phone with the president. And he said, and the best example of this, I thought, was the succession strategy. So intelligence sources were saying very sort of knowledgeable things like, well, we know that if you look at what happened in Venezuela, intelligence had cultivated a figure on the inside who's ready to take over, and that must be what's happening here. Trump gets on the phone to ABC and says, no. The attack was so successful that we killed other leadership figures. So we killed number 2's dead, number 3's dead. So you've got this complete kind of, madness going on in the media, and people trying to figure out what's going on. And normally, MAGA quite likes that. Normally, MAGA likes that Trump sets the media's hair on fire, that everybody's confused by everything. But this time, and increasingly over the last year, I'd say, you get a lot of voices from original MAGA, from 2016, saying, wait, no, this really isn't what we voted for. This is feeling a lot like forever wars and regime change. And when people say it's not Iraq, they say, well, look at apparently Trump's calling the Kurds now. Trump's calling the Kurds and saying, can you do a revolution there? It feels a lot like what happened in Iraq, even if it's not true, boots on the ground. And Trump has said he doesn't have the yips, as he put it, about putting boots on the ground. So there is this nervousness about repeating the mistakes of the past. And I think what's really kind of become clear is that even if they won't say it, Vance and even Trump, J.D. Vance, Vice President, and Trump know that if this war is not resolved quickly, if there's an inflation shock, which there may well be, and if it spreads throughout the region and America can't just walk away from it necessarily, then it will affect the Trump the Republicans Party's performance in the midterms, and Trump 2.0 could quickly fall apart. So that's the sort of bubbling issue, and I haven't even got onto the Israel question, which is of course, a big conversation on the American right that veers into anti-Semitism at times, but it is, does Donald Trump put America first, or does Donald Trump put Israel first? And American pro-Trump voices will say, of course he puts America first. This is ridiculous nonsense and so on. But Marco Rubio made this, sorry, this is a very long-winded answer.
No, very interesting.
But Marco Rubio, on Monday night, I think it was, gave his first significant statement about the attacks. And he said, well, we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed that they would be attacked, then we'd have to respond to protect our bases in the region. And we didn't want to be sitting on Capitol Hill asking questions about why we hadn't protected American bases when it was very obvious they were going to be attacked. And so everybody said, well, then, so a reporter then said, do you mean that America was forced to do it because of impending Israeli action? And he said, no, well, two things can be true at once. We knew that there was impending Israeli action, but we also had to do this anyway. But I think other people are saying, well, then which one is it? Which one is more true? Two things can be true at once, but which one is more true? And so I think that is going to become a really big debate in America. And it is a toxic debate because it does rapidly descend into dark conspiracy theories about sort of Jews manipulating the world and so on. But it's an inevitable one when you launch into a war with Israel on Iran. And I think a lot of people could see that coming.
And Marco Rubio actually said...
So, two things. It is interesting that Trump is basically just talking. I mean, I guess it's kind of like, remember when Trump was running for president, he just talked to anybody about anything. It's just so like they have like the Freedom Tunes cartoon where it's like Kamala had all these amazingly specific qualifiers in order to get her to show up anywhere, and Trump would literally do anything for anyone. And now he's just any random person just calling up Trump on the phone, like, "Hey, you want to tell us what's going on with Iran?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And they'll tell each person something slightly different. So like everyone's like completely confused about what's going on.
Well, he wants to get feedback from people.
Right.
Which is smart. I mean, that's very business minded.
I don't know if that, I mean, I guess, I don't know if that works when you're president.
Yeah. I mean, you could be getting shit information too.
Right.
So.
Well, there's just like, and we kind of talked about this before. It makes sense more like in business deals, you kind of want to be more like
Keeping the
opaque.
channels open. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you want to keep the channels open, but you also want to be kind of more opaque. But with like a lot of foreign policy stuff and a lot of like government policy, you're supposed to be kind of open about this stuff. So, but
well, how is talking to everyone opaque?
It's not.
Okay. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying opaque about like what is the end goal?
Oh, you don't want to talk about anyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
like what's the end goal?
upon,
where is this all going? Right. So.
Depends upon what he's saying.
Right.
And if he's constantly misdirecting people, I mean, that could be a good strategy as well.
Maybe, and then we get into another complication, which is like, it makes sense on a military perspective that you want to be opaque, you want to be confusing, you don't want it to be very clear, but that's not really good for what do people in your country, like, they don't want to hear that. They want a clear answer to these sort of questions. And I think normally Trump had a lot of trust from his base to kind of like, well, whatever, he's just triggering the media, triggering the left, he'll kind of figure it all out. And then now, I mean, I guess we'll find out. A lot of people, don't necessarily have the same level of trust going into this.
I saw a CNN thing that kind of shocked me.
Mm-hmm.
It was that Trump has a 86% approval rate inside his party.
Right.
Of Republicans. He has a higher approval rate than Bush or Obama did when they were in their second term. They only had 77 approval rate with their own parties.
Yeah, I saw that. It makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. Well, look, I thought MAGA would be more upset about this. I thought the Dave Smiths of the world would have a bigger sway, but it seems like they don't really have much of a sway at all.
It is interesting when you kind of realize more and more of the internet pundit space is its own self-contained thing. How much control it has over things. Maybe it's more negligible than people want to think.
Well, you could have 14% of Republicans hate Trump and make a nice living off of catering to those 14%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
I mean, there was never Trumpers to begin with, so.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it's not just that. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of it is like consistency, because a lot of people, especially in the pundit space, really heavily pushed for years. I mean, Tim Pool has been doing this. A lot of people have been doing this. They've been pushing for years that the Democrats are like the warmonger party.
Yeah, because of Ukraine.
Yeah, because of Ukraine and because of, basically everything. And how, Trump is like the great anti-war candidate. And, this is kind of hurting their whoopsie, kind of hurting their credibility on that one. So
where's Tim's whoopsie?
Yeah. We need the soundboard. So, but then the second thing he brought up was kind of interesting. He brought up this Marco Rubio comment. So I figured we watch it. Marco Rubio made this comment, and we'll see how do we feel about this in terms of does Marco Rubio make it sound like America only went to war with Iran because Israel was going to do it anyway? So essentially, Israel dragged us into it. So let's see.
The United States conducted this operation with a very clear goal in mind. I haven't got a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond and respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act. Going back to the purpose.
Okay, none of this sounds good.
It definitely sounds like he's saying, well, we're doing it now because Israel was going to do it and we were going to attack, so we had to do it. Like, that is what it sounds like. He's saying that.
Israel forced our hand.
Yeah. Oh.
Your show's for neo-Nazis. Whoopsie.
There you go.
Okay.
Goal in mind.
You okay?
You needed the Hassan. You need the soundboard. We can get Hassan's little soundboard with the meme sounds on it.
We did the best.
Okay.
It sounds like Israel forced our hand.
I haven't got a chance to see a lot of.
Yes.
And kind of dragged us into this.
Right.
And we didn't really have the political
on the bottom. So look,
ability to pressure them into not attacking Iran.
Which, if that's true, like, why would you, like, Marco, why would you ever admit that? That's a retard.
Yeah.
Like, why would you ever say that? It's a horrible thing to say. Holy shit.
Yeah. That was that's kind of a big flub.
Huge. Bigly. Hugely.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, you should say something like, we were going to attack Iran, and then we outsourced that to Israel because Israel wanted to make the first strikes. So we delegated that task to them, and then we were going to, like, that's how you would word it. Not like, Israel came in and they said, we're going to hit them whether you like it or not. Well,
and
we don't
didn't
like
want
it.
you guys
We don't
whining
care.
at us about,
You're
like,
our
why
puppet.
why didn't you protect your troops good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here, let me jump ahead. He does kind of talk about that same question more, so I want to ask him a question about it.
Brett, did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent
there absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
So Israel forced our hand. Well, that's all we could do. We had to do it.
The Israel's fat fault crowd is like, they're eating good. They're like, yes, thank you.
They
Thank
are
you,
eating.
Marco.
They're definitely eating good.
Good job,
This
Marco.
doesn't- Whenever
Little
I hear,
Marco.
whenever I hear Trump talking about they were going to attack us, oh, it's so bad. He's like, oh yeah, I just had a gut feeling. I just knew. I knew deep down in my gut. I just knew it.
He could sense it.
You
What do you
can't
mean?
trust those Iranians.
He could feel it, Adam. He could feel it in his bones.
I always think of you when I hear him saying that shit. I'm like, oh, Sitch is not going to like this. Sitch is really not going to like this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, I don't like it either. It's like you shouldn't be making big, sweeping policy decisions based on your gut.
Shouldn't you, though?
I had a sneaking suspicion.
Why don't we study the gut, Adam? We spend too much time studying science and like particles and stuff instead of studying the guts, right?
You're right. We just got to study the gut intuition.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I had a feeling that when Israel attacked like they told me they were going to attack, that they were going to want to get even they'd be pretty pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
Once Israel went in there and kicked that hornet's nest, I had a feeling they were going to attack us before we attacked them. How does that work, right? Once Israel attacked them,
mm-hmm.
we had to attack. Then they were going to attack us before we attacked them.
Yeah.
So we had to attack them.
Well, I mean, like, there's a logic to it. If Israel is going to attack, and we have no way of stopping them, and then that means that Iran is going to respond. I mean, it's logical. It makes sense. You would then want to attack first to try to take out as many missile launchers and drone launchers as you could before they begin their counterattack.
No, right? You don't. You want to fly around with like banners that say "We didn't do it."
Oh, I see.
We didn't do it.
I see. Because I'm sure Iran would. Yeah, Iran would be like, "Oh, well, listen,
Israel
America didn't
did
do
it."
Okay,
that's what you do.
Yeah, of course.
Israel did it. Big banners in the sky.
Of course, yeah.
Whoopsie.
This is not good for your whole wanting to be president. Okay.
Does this get worse? I wonder if Trump is mad about this.
I don't know. I would think he would be because people are asking questions about it directly. But I mean, he did in his last big speech. He did talk about what a good job Marco is doing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
The U.S. was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed...
Even though we were forced into it, it needed to happen, okay?
So, yeah, so to be clear, he's saying that he is saying, he did directly say that's why it happened when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. Which also is weird because I heard there's a kind of guy who makes a claim about this that we'll watch a clip of. Well, at least I thought he sounded knowledgeable, who was claiming that the reason it happened now is because they just had the intelligence that all those guys were meeting together at when they were meeting, and that was just the most opportune time to hit them.
Right.
So.
Oh, they couldn't hit them later? They were hanging out all day? They were going to Disneyland after that?
There you go. It is surprising that Marco, why would you say this? Assume it's true. Why would you ever admit this? It just looks so bad.
It sounds bad. It totally sounds bad.
Looks bad, sounds bad. And how would you not know? It'd be very obvious that it looks bad and sounds bad too.
Yeah.
To happen because Iran in about a year or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones that no one could do anything about it because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a weakened Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
Yeah, why don't you just say, look, we forced Israel to go in there first. There are human shields.
Right. Or you just say, we knew that, the Supreme Leader guy was meeting with his military generals. This was the time to do it, right? The time was right.
We both wanted to
I have a couple updates for you.
Bomb the
State
shit out of him.
Department is now...
But we lost the coin toss, and Israel had to go in there and do it, okay?
Listen, America and Israel were, they were drunk. They found themselves in a room with a woman, okay? And when you turn the lights on, you realize she wasn't as pretty as you thought she was in the bar. But you were already committed, so you're like, all right, who's going first? Sometimes you just got to close your eyes, and you just got to go through with it, okay?
Yeah. They were both committed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank goodness Israel had to take the bullet.
Okay. So this is the next day. This is after that.
Is this cleanup?
Well, you'll be the judge of whether you think this is cleanup or not, okay?
Cleanup on aisle 4.
You told us that Israel was going to strike Iran and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get...
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked the question.
No, did you...
I asked you the question.
That was me.
I'm the one that got you into all this trouble.
Yeah.
Were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed.
I mean, we had to go in anyway, does say, yes, we went in because of Israel, but we had to do it anyway. Like, why would you frame it like that unless you were saying, we did it because of Israel, right?
Terrible answer. Oh my God.
You should say we wanted to do this and we forced Israel to do it with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know how in the mafia they make everyone shoot the body?
That's what that's literally what Trump said.
Implicated.
That's what Trump said. He said, I forced Israel into doing it.
Oh yeah. So Trump intuitively knew the better sounding way.
Right.
He's like, I'm the alpha male. I know how this works.
Right.
People do things because I say to do them.
To hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do. All right?
Cope.
I was gonna say, what is that? I don't know if I agree. I think Marco, that was him. That was on him. I don't think that was wrongly clipped. He even said it there. He kind of just reiterated. He said the thing without saying it. He said it in terms of the timing that he didn't say that it wasn't because Israel forced their hands in terms of the timing. He didn't even say that in the cleanup. He's still saying that.
Well, even framing it as a defensive, you can't frame it as a defensive action.
Mm-hmm.
If you're forcing Israel to do it, Israel is forcing your hand if you're in a defensive posture because of Israel.
Right.
Yeah. I just said you don't get to frame it as, oh yeah, Iran was going to attack us because Israel attacked them.
So here's
and therefore it's defensive.
Here's Trump's response.
Did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators.
Okay, so he doesn't.
Your show's for neo-Nazis.
Just let it play.
Whoopsie.
Oh, there you go. Framing it that way, it confuses the issue because you were convinced they were going to attack before Israel attacked them, because Marco Rubio framed it as, oh yeah, they were going to attack us first because Israel is just going to bomb the shit out of them, right? Mm-hmm. They weren't going to just attack us out of the blue. Israel was going to use an unprovoked attack and they were going to strike back, but they were going to strike back at the United States. Right. That's the framing I heard from Marco Rubio. What'd you hear?
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, see? So, but then the next day, Trump is like, no. They were going to attack us.
He could feel
out
it.
Of the blue.
He could sense it.
Yeah, my gut.
His gut, yeah. It turns out that his gut was actually military intelligence from Israel saying that we're going to attack.
I know.
His gut was correct.
That's a much different story, though, obviously.
His gut was actually
Israel came in and said,
well.
Israel came in and said, look, there's 22 of them meeting in this room, and we know exactly where it is. We're going to hit them. And Trump came in and said, I have a feeling they're going to attack before you have a chance to hit them.
Oh, I see.
This episode
so it's good that you're going in there and hitting them first. This is a defensive move. Good job, Israel.
Right.
We're here to defend you too. Adam Conover, really? You're doing this?
Oh, baby. Come on. Ooh.
This has got to be one of the shittiest takes on the internet. I have not seen this take, so I'm just
he
speculating.
shares your name. Okay, how can you be so rude to a fellow Adam?
It pisses me off too. I'm gonna have to cover that name up. Maybe I have a huge blunt here. I can like cover that name up with.
Okay.
For joining me on the show. This is a special emergency episode of the podcast because you might have noticed that the United States is at war all of a sudden.
Okay, this is just my own personal
emergency.
Right. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you focus on I am so tired of all these fucking podcasters that are like, this is an emergency stream. We have to have an emergency stream, everyone. Strap in. It's an emergency. Like, bitch, what are you gonna do about it? You have nothing to like. You have no influence on the effects whatsoever. It's not a fucking emergency for you. Fuck you. Get out
Your
of here.
opinion is not going to change one iota.
No, it's an emergency. I'm super involved in this situation. Like, oh, yeah, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. It also kind of, I feel like it psychologically primes the audience to think like, oh yeah, I'm involved. I'm doing something because there's an emergency going on, and I'm immediately going to Adam Conover for him to tell me what to do about the situation, about this emergency.
Yeah, I really need to know. I had no idea we were at war until I turned on my Adam Conover podcast.
So in this chaotic moment, to help all of us make sense of it, I wanted to bring back on Reza Aslan. He's a religious scholar and a writer who grew up in Iran, and he has been thinking and writing about the country and its relationship to America for decades.
You don't like Reza Aslan?
No.
Why not?
The cannibal.
That's the guy that ate the brains, right?
Yeah.
Reza Aslan eats brains.
The TDS cannibal.
Reza Aslan outrages Hindus by eating human brains. Yeah, that's true. He was the guy that ate a brain. Why would you do that? Why would you eat a brain? He was, if you don't know this, he was, I don't know where the fuck he was. He was in some place and there was some like indigenous tribe that's like not, part of society or something, living in the desert or the forest or something. And they were cannibals.
Mm-hmm.
Though I believe they were like, not like capturing people eating them. They like eat their own dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave him a piece of brain and he ate it on camera for some fucking cucked reason.
Look, I would not know the health ramifications of that. I would be like,
no.
I mean, this could be bad.
They eat the brains? Do you think that could be
knows
like
how
you
the
develop a
person
hunger
died?
for it?
Was it cooked in a sterile environment?
I see. What if you get mad cow disease or mad human disease?
Yeah, no.
Isn't that how you get it?
I would not risk it.
Get the prions. So also essentially, I didn't know this about Reza Aslan. So Reza Aslan was born in Iran. Okay, he is Iranian.
Mm-hmm.
And his family fled to America during the Islamic Revolution when he was 7 to avoid the current regime taking over the country. Okay. So his family ran away from the Ayatollah's Islamic regime taking control of the country. So you would think that he'd be more like sympathetic or more anti, the Ayatollah.
You would think, right?
Would think. So
he would have some empathy for his own family.
I don't know. It's strange.
Look, he's on the left, so maybe not.
I don't know.
Decades of saying, "Oh, they're so close to a nuclear weapon," and
well, let's get through the bullshit a little bit.
Yeah,
Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. They're not even close to building a nuclear weapon. That's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the National Security Administration in the United States. It's the opinion of the IAEA, the International Atomic Agency. It's the opinion of NATO. I mean, for fuck's sake, Ted Cruz came out just like the other day and was like, yeah, no, as far as I know, Iran's not even close to building a nuclear weapon.
They aspire to, but they haven't done.
I mean, it's hard to say. Like, what? Look.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
He's already reversed himself. Wait a second.
Know.
They do have a nuke. What would they do with that nuke?
Right. Because it
never trust the people that eat human brains.
That's true. That's true. Because you could say, and it is true, like, yeah, there wasn't really, there was information that we know that they were like, days away from creating a nuke or something to that effect. But we do know, this came up, last year too, when we all looked into it, that the IAEA and all these other organizations were saying that Iran was enriching uranium to this high level, that the only literal purpose to do it was to make nuclear weapons. And I think Coleman Hughes, brought this up when he was talking to Dave Smith. No country has ever enriched uranium to that level without actually creating nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Yes.
Except for Iran so far. And so the idea that like this is like
it's
not
a giant tell.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like, yeah,
you need
that's
like
what they
5% enrichment for a nuclear reactor, and you need like 90% enrichment for nuclear weapons. And they were like at 60%. You're like, what?
Yes. Yes.
What the fuck?
And there's this clip of this guy that I'll bring up at some point who was talking to Coleman Hughes about this. And he brings up this really good point, which is that, part of like what the deal was that they were trying to get them to stop doing this was they were saying, hey, listen, we'll literally sell you. And we do this with other countries or the world. It's not just America, but the world does with other countries. They say, we'll enrich the uranium to like the amount that you need in order to run your reactors. And we'll like give it to you like cheap or like free. Well, essentially we'll give it to you like super cheap. So if that was like the real reason that they want it, they would obviously take that deal because then they don't have to spend the money doing it themselves. But obviously that's not the real reason they're doing it.
Still risky though. Obviously, I think this came up last time we talked about it. This is how India because India tricked America into giving them the uranium for a nuclear reactor, and then they took the uranium from the nuclear reactor and turned it into weapons grade.
Right.
Yeah. So Iran might do that as well. But look, part of the negotiation, right?
Would Iran like a nuclear weapon? Fuck yeah, they'd like a nuclear weapon. Why wouldn't they want a nuclear weapon? I mean, it's if anything that the last 2 decades has taught us is that if you don't have a nuclear weapon, you'll probably get bombed and maybe occupied Iraq. If you do have a nuclear weapon, then we'll pour billions into you just to beg you to talk to us, North Korea. So what would you do if you were Iran? But there's a difference between desire and ability. Yes, Iran does have a uranium enrichment program. Yes, parts of that uranium enrichment program is really opaque. Yes, they've been caught lying and cheating a lot about the nature and the size of that nuclear enrichment program. But to go from the enrichment of uranium to then bomb grade material to then the ability to deliver that bomb grade material is an enormously complex and lengthy process. And every
that's okay. So that's actually not true. And that was part of what, we were researching last year, is that the longest step was the enrichment process. Is that once you get the uranium to the amount of enrichment that you need for a bomb to actually make a bomb, whether it's going to be some sort of, suitcase nuke or it's going to be some sort of like missile that you shoot, like they already have a lot of the missile technology. It wouldn't really take them very long at all. That'd be a very short time scale once they actually get to enrich the uranium to that point.
Yeah, we did a whole stream on this.
Yes. So that's just completely untrue. But also like the whole like North Korea point is kind of fucking stupid and retarded too. Because when you look at like North Korea, like, first of all, Marco Rubio like literally was making the point against that like part of the reason that there's 2 reasons that like North Korea was really able to get the nukes, which was that they were able to just build up all this conventional weapons on their border so that, we didn't really want to engage in them because we didn't want South Korea to get fucking obliterated. Okay. And you're saying, well, that's why we need to go into Iran right now, is to prevent them from literally doing and enacting that strategy, from just building up so many drones and missiles that they can just blow up the rest of the fucking Middle East. So that's actually like an argument in favor of invading. And then number 2, I mean, North Korea was like so propped up by China, back in the day. And like, while Iran and China have like a relationship, they were not, like Iran was not like being propped up the way that China was propping up North Korea back in the day. So they didn't really have like the backer, the same capacity. And like, if the goal, like, and this is why this doesn't like make any sense. And all the people like Reza Aslan and Hassan, all these other like fucking retards that say this shit. If like the thought process is, well, I need nukes to not get invaded by like the West. Well, there's a much easier, cheaper way to not get invaded by the West. Like super easy, barely an inconvenience. Okay. Super easy way to not get invaded by like the Western powers. It's stop supporting terrorism and stop trying to build a nuke. It's pretty simple. Those are the two things you just do. Don't support terrorism and stop trying to build a nuke. It's pretty straightforward.
Stop fighting Israel. Stop fighting America.
Right. Pretty straightforward. They always leave that part out of it. Like for some reason, that part is like, well, they have to do that, guys. Obviously, they just have to do that. They have to support terrorism. Come on.
Our access window is closing.
Yes.
Are you saying we actually learned something from North Korea?
No.
I thought that was impossible.
Our government, the United States government, is full of morons and children.
Yeah.
And so everything that they say is nonsense. And then people like myself are tasked with this job of having to answer questions about like the policy implications of the president's, war ideology. What fucking war ideology? Yeah. He just he woke up, scratched his ass and was like, let's bomb Iran.
Yeah. I'm so glad we have the big brain individuals like Reza Aslan to tell us what's going on here. Okay. Because obviously the people in charge of Iran, they're very smart. They're not lying to you. They have a very mature, worldly view of things in terms of how they come up with their policies and their strategies of blowing the fuck up of their neighbors and annoying the shit out of them. Unlike the Trump administration, which is just run by children. So,
yeah, I was going to say, now do Iran.
Well, you see, when he ate that brain, he gained the extra knowledge of that extra brain. So he's a little bit smarter than, the average person.
They're super smart in Iran.
Yes. Well, that's the problem. I don't think it was an Iranian brain that he ate, though. So maybe he would have gained another level if he had eaten an Iranian brain specifically.
He should have eaten Einstein's brain.
He should. Oh, the fool.
That would have helped.
He ate some random savage's brain. Okay. Mm-hmm. And what is that going to get you? Nothing. It's going to get you diseases.
A brief on the geopolitics from Israel's point of view. Why would they want to bomb Iran?
They see Iran as an existential threat.
Genuinely they do, or is it a pretext?
The fucking tortured sound. Is it a genuine threat? He's like, he knows the answer is yes, because it's obvious, and he doesn't really want to just flatly say it. So he's got to be like, Adam, why'd you ask me this question?
Kind of an existential threat.
Yes.
If they did get a nuclear weapon, they would probably use it. Yeah.
I like the kind of big brother messaging here. So you have this giant sign right in the middle of the screen that says factually repeatedly again and again and again and again, which I think that's the name of the show or something, but it does feel like it's some sort of not so subtle propaganda, subliminal mind control just beaming into your head here.
I think that there are facets of the Israeli government, particularly those around Netanyahu, certainly not in the military and certainly not in the intelligence apparatus, that truly do believe that Iran poses an existential threat to Israel. Now, it is a fact that Iran poses a national security threat to Israel. There's no question about that. Iran, it really is setting itself up. It's part of its ideology, is the kind of anti-Zionist, idea that they are the sole country left, with the Gulf in America's pocket now, and with, Lebanon neutered, and with, Syria dealing with its own issues, and Egypt under a military regime. Iran has kind of presented itself as the region's sole stopgap against sort of Israel and its occupation and repression of Palestinian people and land, et cetera, et cetera.
So that's a very, very long-winded way of saying, yes, it is an existential threat.
Yeah,
they are correct to think that, yes. Their entire way of defining themselves is in opposition to Israel, and they are an actual security threat. So maybe you could say that. What kind of answer is that? What kind of insanely bullshit answer is that?
He's punting pretty hard.
God.
And it is absolutely true that the rhetoric that comes out of Iran, both the sort of institutionalized rhetoric, the anti-Zionism institutionalized rhetoric, and the sort of extreme nonsense that just comes out of the mouths of politicians and senior clerics about, the destruction of the Zionist entity and about how Israel doesn't have a right to exist and all of that stuff just feeds into this narrative.
Yeah.
This Shoah narrative, which is how a lot of Israelis talk about it, that even the hint of any kind of existential threat is enough to take seriously and to wipe out as quickly as possible. So from the Israeli...
So they position themselves as being the anti-Israel in every way possible. They're a security threat, and all their politicians and clerics constantly talk about how they want to destroy Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a but? Is there a but at somewhere in this answer? I feel like there's a but coming.
But they totally don't mean it.
Yeah.
Really perspective,
they're just kidding.
Yeah, maybe maybe it's just like a JK/S at the end of all this.
Any kind of existential threat is enough to take seriously and to wipe out as quickly as possible. So from the Israeli perspective, it's emotion.
Yeah.
And it's understandable emotion.
No, they're saying all of these things,
right.
And they've set each other up as implacable existential enemies.
Yes. Now, that said, you're not supposed to make these kinds of decisions based on emotions, right? You're supposed to make them based on intelligence.
Oh, they're just like memes, Adam. It's just rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Israel getting so triggered? Don't be triggered, brah. Why are you getting so triggered, brah?
If your
they're just memes.
Opponent is hysterical,
I
think it's rational to think I need to deal with this hysterical madman.
No. You're supposed to be rational, Adam. Okay.
I know.
Stop being emotional. When your neighbor keeps telling you
emotional.
When your neighbor, Adam, keeps telling you that they're going to fucking kill you, and they've been giving money to hitmen to try to take you out for 40 years. It's okay. It's logical to be like, they're just memeing on me. It's not actually sincere.
That I think would be emotional.
That's a logical reaction.
No.
To the situation.
Illogical.
I'm glad that Adam Conover felt this was the big-brained individual we should be turning to for the perspective on the Iranian war here.
Oh yeah, he's really selling it.
Yeah,
he's killing it.
Jump ahead a little bit
as well in the event, and like the psychological,
which wasn't their neighbors, right? Yeah. October 7th was Hamas. It was part of it was their occupied people.
But
right?
Look at the United.
I mean. Hamas has nothing to, they don't get any money from Iran. They don't get any support from Iran. Obviously, they have nothing to do with it, right? Right.
He's got his head totally buried in the sand.
Right. This is just insane. Like, Jesus Christ.
Where do you think they're getting all those resources to build those tunnels?
So
Where's
stupid.
that tunnels material coming from?
I know. It's so
Where do you think it's coming from?
How that sort of thing happens.
100%.
And the trauma is real.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in 2026, Egypt has a peace deal with Israel. Syria has no interest in any kind of conflict with Israel. Lebanon, the Lebanese government has a deal with Israel. The Saudis are like Israel's best friend. The Gulf countries are, have a peace deal with it. Israel has wonderful relations with its historical enemies. And so all that's left is Iran.
Doesn't that kind of prove that Iran's the problem here?
Yeah,
Guys,
it does, doesn't it?
You're like, oh, well, Israel's friends with all the people that tried to kill it in the past now, except for one of them. Oh, really? That's interesting. Whose fault is that exactly? You tell me, Reza. Whose fault is that?
Right?
Syria was not part of the Abraham Accords. I don't know why he included Syria in there.
Well, he's saying that they're like cucked. He's like, well, they're just pussing out.
Yeah, I don't think so.
There is a large swath of the Israeli public that maintains that image of we're the David and all around us is Goliath, except there's nobody around them anymore except Iran. And so they really...
That's fucking bullshit. How can you say that?
There you go.
How can you say that in a post-October 7th world? I guess, look, everything he said, he blames Israel for the October 7th. He's like, oh my God, they lived in a concentration camp. These people had no food.
Well, the idea that Israel as a country, like I think you can make a strong argument that Netanyahu, like as a politician, he probably wants to be in forever wars in order to maintain his own power base, and kind of stave off some of the investigations that will be going to him. I think that's definitely possible.
Yeah.
But the
definitely.
idea that like the country of Israel needs a narrative in modern time that they always have to have some Arab country they're fighting is like retarded.
Yeah, that's not remotely true.
Yeah.
If anything, it's the opposite. It's these Arab countries. Their power base is around hating on Jewish people.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why you have these weird situations where like a lot of the leadership in these countries behind the scenes are a lot more favorable to Israel than they are publicly.
I'm sure there's a component of Jewish people that hate Arabs, but I don't think it's like all of them. But with the Arabs, I think the Arabs do 90% of them. They all hate Jewish people.
Use Iran as a kind of negative pole, as a mirror to define themselves. And the same is true for Iran. The Iranian government, which is a deeply ideological government, its ideology is predicated on two things. Number one, its own kind of position as the moral, religious foundation of the state, which is nobody in Iran believes that anymore. Like it's just that idea has crumbled down into nothing, right? And then the other one is the one power that is standing up to the Zionist entity, and its Western imperialist backer. And that one still kind of works, not as much in Iran, and not because they don't believe it, but because they don't give a shit anymore. Like it's like, I can barely afford bread. Who cares?
Yeah.
About the Zionist entity. Like I can't feed my children.
Yeah.
But it still functions as kind of a foundation of the ideology that sustains the state. So yeah, you're right. Both countries use each other as a mirror to kind of define their own sense of self.
But
you see, it's like Batman and the Joker, Adam. They need each other. They define each other. You're just like me, the freak.
I made you. You made me.
Exactly. Though it's funny.
I think
like
they would like to get past it. I think the Abraham Accords are good evidence that they would. Many players in the Middle East would like to get past this.
Well, the problem is, since Israel is a democracy, is that even if you have someone like Netanyahu who is corrupt and would want to do, forever wars or have some enemy for his own like political purposes, there are political mechanisms to get rid of him, and the country will continue forward, and people would get tired of him as an individual being in charge.
And those mechanisms do not exist in Iran.
That's the problem, is because he's basically saying, he laid it out pretty clearly that in Iran, he said the government is ideological, which is weird because he'll immediately kind of go against that later. But he says the government is ideological, and they're pushing this ideological perspective that the population doesn't believe. And it's like, yeah, because the population doesn't have power to fucking get rid of the government. That's the problem, Reza. Which you think you'd be a little bit more sympathetic to, because your family literally had to run away from this government taking power.
Yeah.
The Ayatollah is nothing more than a figurehead in Iran. He is not the power in Iran. The power in Iran is this very complicated military, intelligence, economic industry that we call the Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC. And the IRGC, it's so hard to explain the IRGC to Americans, but like, imagine if the CIA, the FBI, and the mafia and the military were one organization, right? A single organization. So they are the military apparatus. They are the intelligence organization. They are the sort of foundation of the police state. So they're sort of the, not just international intelligence, but intelligence insofar as the homeland goes. But they also are this massive economic monopoly that essentially controls the oil and gas sector in Iran. They control the concrete industry. They control the rubber industry. Like, you can't build a thing unless you buy the materials from some company that is associated with the Revolutionary Guard. This group runs Iran, and they are more than happy to trot out one old man in a turban after another and call that person the supreme leader, and let that person be the sort of ideological, rhetorical figurehead. Yeah, sure, have him do all the things, you know, that he wants to do to maintain this sort of facade that this is some kind of, you know, Islamic country, whatever the case may be. Who gives a shit? Because they're the ones with the power. You know who knows this? Is Netanyahu.
So this is weird. Well, first of all, I've never heard this argument before.
So the Ayatollah doesn't even have the power, right?
Yeah, the Ayatollah is just some kind of figurehead and doesn't really have any power, and that the actual power has no ideological basis behind the scenes. I've never heard this before. I am skeptical of this because it doesn't actually make any logical sense at all. Because if that was the case, like, if the real people behind the scenes who have all the power, all they care about is money, why the fuck would they be spending billions of dollars trying to develop the nuclear weapons that are only causing them more? They're like losing money on all the nuclear stuff. They're not gaining money. They're just losing money. They're just burning money, enriching uranium. Why would they be burning more money, giving the Houthis and giving, you know, Hamas, some of these other organizations, money and support? Like, they're not gaining anything from it from a money perspective. If that's really what's going on here, it only makes sense if they're ideologically motivated.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I've heard other people say that the Revolutionary Guard and the Ayatollah just basically have the same opinion on any action, so it doesn't really matter who's signing off.
Right.
It's when the Ayatollah wants something and the Revolutionary Guard doesn't want to deliver it. That's where you get the conflict.
Right. But like, if what he was saying was true, it would be like, and also it doesn't even make sense either, because like the whole concept here is like, okay, like think about like logically what he's saying. It doesn't make any sense. There is a military that really controls the country. Okay, that could theoretically make sense. And then there's like a religious figurehead who the military props up, and that religious figurehead is like the face of the military and kind of is used as a moral justification to maintain the military's power, right? And that things like that have existed in human history. Definitely. So like theoretically, conceptually, that makes perfect sense. The problem is that only works if the population agrees with the morality that the figurehead is pushing. But he himself just said that no one in the country likes or supports the morality that the figurehead is pushing. So why the fuck would the real power brokers stand behind a person that nobody likes and just causes problems in the country?
Because he pays them.
But why don't they just take? Why? Who cares? He has no power. Why don't they just kill him and take all of his shit?
Well, I don't know I don't know where his money comes from. So,
or maybe what Reza is saying is just nonsense and doesn't make any sense.
Right. Well, I'm just looking at it from the Dictator's Handbook perspective, where you've got like the purpose of the figurehead is really just to pay the hired guns.
Right.
And if the hired guns don't really have the ability to procure some sort of tax revenue or resources, then the figurehead serves a purpose, right?
Yeah, but the whole thing is like the figurehead has to do whatever the real power behind the throne wants. And as soon as they stop serving that interest, then
which is the Revolutionary Guard in this example, right?
Which would be the theoretical Revolutionary Guard. And as soon as they stop doing that, as soon as they start causing more problems and solving them for the Revolutionary Guard, then the Revolutionary Guard, or the theoretical power behind the throne, removes the figurehead and replaces them.
Yeah, with someone else that can get the money that's going to pay them.
Right. And so, like, Reza's theory here, like, why the fuck would they not have gotten rid of this guy like 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Like, if no one in the country likes him and none of the fucking surrounding countries like him, and it's just causing them strife because they're wasting money on nukes, they're getting sanctioned all hell, other countries keep attacking them. Like, what possible benefit does having this guy in charge serve them if it's not ideological?
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, oversees a massive, non-transparent financial empire estimated to be worth $95 billion between $95 billion and $200 billion. The fortune is primarily generated through CTAD, execution of Khomeini's orders, a state-run entity that systematically seizes properties from ordinary Iranians, religious minorities, and businessmen. So, but the Revolutionary Guard is probably doing that seizing, right?
Right. So that means that he doesn't, it's not like he's able to procure the money through some way that the Revolutionary Guard can't do it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I was wondering about that. Yeah. Yeah. Look, they're going to, this is what you have to worry about. Like, this institution is going to go on no matter who's at the head of the snake, right? And the only way that we can change that is to put boots on the ground. And we're not going to do that.
No, probably not. Or there could be some minor capacity or something, but not.
Is this corruption? Or is this just taxes?
Is what?
Systematically seizing the property from ordinary Iranians.
Obviously that is corruption. Yes.
Religious minorities. And
yes.
That doesn't sound like progressive taxation.
No, not at all. I mean, I think that Trump is hoping that they can do Venezuela 2.0. I'm not, unlike Reza, I'm not, I don't know if it's going to be that. I hope it is, but I don't think it's going to be that easy.
The organization created to make property seizures. CTAT is an organization created to manage assets abandoned, in quotes, after the 1979 revolution, which grew into a real estate and corporate conglomerate. It's basically like a corporation.
Well, I'm sure they also make most of their money from selling oil too. So
corporate holdings.
I'm sure that's like the big bulk of it.
They probably own a bunch of Apple stock.
Maybe.
Legit. But I take your meaning because, like, so the Revolutionary Guard Corps, is this correct?
Yeah,
correct nomenclature?
Yeah. IRGC.
The IRGC. So there, in fact, is not a supreme leader of this organization. It's more closer, I think you'd say, to the mafia is a good comparison to me, because it's like, all right, you have a group of people, you have a social structure and a system that is exerting power that different people can come in and out of, but all of those people, whoever's in the structure, are all going to protect the structure and the system, no matter who is in charge,
as long as it serves their needs.
Yeah, and so Trump doesn't understand that is a place that power can cohere. Like, to him, it's all supreme leader.
Personality.
That guy must be the.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the supreme leader. I get it.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He just doesn't make sense to him.
Doesn't understand, and that's why.
Does Trump believe no man rules alone, or does he believe the opposite?
I think he believes no man rules alone.
Oh, okay.
Do you think so? Do you think the
so
opposite?
he's down. I don't know. This whole thing makes me think he thinks, well, we'll just put someone. I guess he understands that they have to have some kind of political savvy, but I don't. Do you think Trump really understands the institutions he's governing over? I mean, I'm not real confident that he does.
No.
Yeah.
No, so but I think he understands, like, that how you need other people to basically control institutions to do the things you want to do. Like, that was a big problem with his first term, was that a lot of people were, stepping in, slow walking things.
If the only power base that exists in Iran is this institution that is a corrupt institution, how is some power base by the people with some sort of progressive taxation system going to form?
It's not.
It's not. Yeah. It's not. That thing takes generations to happen. So I just think people have this naive optimism that you can just grow a democracy. And that was a problem with Iraq. I guess this is looking more and more like Iraq.
I think a lot of analysts, who are now really saying, okay, people keep talking about regime change. Well, let's talk about what regime change would probably look like if that is the goal. Which
see, that's my problem. You don't need regime change. You need institutional change, right? You need cultural. Well, the culture might be there, but the institutions don't exist, right? Maybe the culture is strong enough that if they did the whole Iraq thing where they're just like, we're going to write a new constitution and live by it, maybe the people buy into it and it works. That was a problem with Iraq. They tried to build a state and the culture wasn't there.
Is not that the Islamic Republic falls apart and what replaces it is this secular democracy that rises from the ground up, and maybe, you know, the Reza Pahlavi, the sort of entitled prince in exile, goes back and becomes king again. Like, that's a fantasy. That's an absolute fantasy. Very likely, if there is quote unquote regime change, what it would look like is that the IRGC would, because they think it's more beneficial to them, step out of the shadows a little bit and kind of move to the forefront and perhaps sort of make an argument that we, the military of this country, are coming to the rescue of the people. We're going to pull down the Islamic Republic. We're going to string up all the mullahs, you know, on lampposts. And thank you, Trump. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, you did it. You did it. Great work. And, you know, eventually there'll be elections. We'll probably need like a transition, a military transition. So we'll have some martial law. And then Trump will go home. He'll have himself a little parade. He'll give himself a little, you know, award or something, maybe a crown or something like that. And then Iran becomes Myanmar. And then Iran becomes Egypt. And Iran becomes a military dictatorship.
I have a question too, if I might ask.
It's weird that he's saying this like this is a like that's a bad thing. That would be infinitely preferable to what we have right now. Like, yeah, obviously everyone wants, you know, Iran to be the next America, right? The next liberal, freedom-loving democracy in the Middle East. Be fantastic, right? But I don't know if that's reasonable. I don't think that that's particularly reasonableist at the moment without a lot of bloodshed that I don't think we're willing to do. And I'm not sure really anyone's really willing to do. So, yeah, having a secular military that's willing to play ball with America in the West would be a preferable outcome. I don't know why he's positing this like this is some sort of like big, evil, nefarious thing that's bad. That's a good thing. That'd be infinitely preferable.
Yeah, it would. But isn't it the Revolutionary Guard that really has the power?
Well, that's what he's
doesn't have a lot of power.
Well, I think that's what he's trying to claim is that the Revolutionary Guard is going to turn on all the religious organizations and get rid of them, which, I mean, I've never heard this analysis
the revolution.
So
he's saying
they're
like secular.
Yeah.
It's not. See, I see it. I see the technical aspect of it. I just looked it up, and the Revolutionary Guard is 150,000 to 190,000 active personnel. So, if those are people that gain their power through this corrupt institution of property seizure, okay, and that's the source of their funds and the source of their power. How is that going to transform? And look, I like the idea that Iran was at one point a democracy, but getting those people who are the people who are preyed upon by this power structure to change the country into some democracy. The problem I see is that you have 150,000 guys standing in the way, right? And they're the ones with the guns.
Right.
Why do they want to change things? They're the ones that are going into people's homes and seizing their property, right? I'm sure they keep plenty of the good stuff for themselves.
They're the ones that are saying you have to give us $10,000 to get the body of your child.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. So they're the ones that are standing in the way of this, blooming of democracy. And it's a technical challenge, right? The de-Baathification was a nightmare in Iraq because they took however many guys, I don't know how many guys were in the Ba'ath Party, but it's the same kind of situation, right? You can't take 150,000 guys and say, okay, you're unemployed. Go fend for yourself, right? They're going to do what they have been doing, right? Seizing property from people illegally.
Right.
Or immorally. It's probably is legal there, which is fucking dubious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't know how, that's a technical challenge. I keep thinking, well, there's no way to deal with that. How do you deal with that?
That's why I'm saying I'm not confident there's going to be some magical Middle Eastern American democracy with property rights over there.
I mean, we've all dealt with an asshole cop before. Imagine if these people have infinite power over you. They're not going to give it up. I guarantee you that organization attracts every single psychopath in Iran, and they work their way up the ranks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The only way that you can deal with this is if you kill those people, right? Take them off the playing board. And that involves a civil war.
Or you just pay them off, essentially.
Yeah, that is the thing that I was wondering, because if America says, listen, stop shaking down the Iranian people, okay? We're going to pay you. We're going to pay you to not do that, right? And still, I mean, if we're paying them, can we force them into forming a democracy? They still won't want to do it because they won't want to lose power. They want to risk losing power, right?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that this would ever happen.
No, but as a thought experiment.
Right.
If look, I completely agree with you. There's no way America is going to go for this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is kind of what happens with foreign aid, right? Foreign aid is us paying a country to do the kinds of things that we want them to do instead of things. And look, that's what we're looking for, right? That's what we're looking for in Venezuela. We said, hey, we want someone that's going to play ball with us. That's going to sell us oil and be good international citizens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're willing to pay you to do that. And if you take that money and use it to oppress your people, well, we don't really care. We get what we want out of the deal.
Right.
So this is why I'm against foreign aid. Even in Dictator's Handbook, he says foreign aid is evil. He straight up says foreign aid is evil.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the kinds of things that it does. So I just, as a thought experiment, Sitch, you've got infinite amount of money. We're going to pay them off. Does that really change the calculus? I don't think it does.
I don't either, yeah.
They're power trippers. They're like, I don't want to take money from the great Satan. I want to fucking take money from the people I'm still taking money from.
Well, I don't know if it's that. It's just the mentality of like, people who are bad people that are doing that, they're going to
do other things. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it's kind of like, I don't know, was it California? There's some place where they were like literally trying to pay people not to do crime.
Yeah.
Obviously did not work.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, there's a certain percentage of the population that are psychopaths, and they enjoy preying on other people and are going to continue to do that. Yeah. So I just I would love this to be, I would love this to be a great thing, and it completely changes the Middle East, and oh my God, it's peace in the Middle East. Trump comes out, he gets his Nobel Peace Prize. Everyone is like jazzed. They put Trump's face on Mount Rushmore. Oh my God, I would love that. But how is this going to happen? I see 150,000 guys standing in the way of that. And these are guys that keep in mind, these are guys that make sure women have their burqas on.
Right.
These are those kind of guys. You really think they're just going to, oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah. Why
not?
We're fine just stepping back. You guys run the country.
Of course.
We don't need all this power. We don't need the power to lord over people, tell them what to do, point guns in their faces. And
yeah. Why would they need that? They want to be good people, Adam. You just got to give them a shot. Give them a chance.
Yeah.
Just believe.
Okay.
Why won't
So
you? Why
are
aren't
you guys
believing?
have look? I looked it up and read the first numbers I got from the AI. If you guys think there's different numbers, and they're like 50,000, 150K. I read you the thing. They said 150,000 to 190,000 active personnel. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of secretaries, but look, the secretary doesn't want to lose her job either.
Right. Well, Wikipedia, the obvious source for all information, says as of 2024, it has approximately 125,000 total personnel.
Okay, the problem still persists. I'd say anything over 20,000, you're probably in, like, if they killed, look, and people were disputing the 30,000 people killed in the streets. There's claims that range from 5,000 to 30,000. It's still an abomination, right? And I'm picking the higher numbers just to point out what an abomination it is. You're going to go out and kill. Well, I guess you're going to have to. And it's going to be more difficult because you got people that have no guns and people who have all the guns and all the power. And they know they're not afraid to wield it because they have been wielding it.
Right.
Yeah. I say this has 5% chance that this ends well. What do you think, Sitch?
I'm gonna go. Well, when you say ends well, what do you mean? Like ends well for Iran, like the Iranian people?
Yeah, that anything changes, that the status quo changes one iota.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be so broad. I think the status quo will change. The question is, what will it change to? I would agree. There's a 5% chance that this is going to be like some sort of positive outcome for the Iranian people. I would agree with that. I do think there's a much higher chance that this could be good for America's short-term foreign policy goals in terms of weakening a Chinese ally. I think that has a much higher likelihood of being true.
Yes, yeah.
Or coming to fruition.
Completely agree. Completely agree. Then that's why we're doing it.
Right.
The cover stories that we're doing it is same as Iraq. The
For
cover stories that we're doing it for democracy. Yeah.
Well, I think with Iraq, I think they honestly believed that they could fix the country or something.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure anyone in the Trump administration honestly believes.
Yeah, they're more realistic.
Yeah. So
Bush did actually think that he was gonna 1,000 flowers will bloom, I think was the saying going around in the in the Bush administration.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because we often hold Iran out as the sort of exemplar of a theocracy that is literally run by religious rule, and where decisions are made based on religious beliefs. You're saying to some extent this is a veneer.
Yeah. I mean, look, theocracy is such a weird word. And sure, you could say that Iran is a theocratic, authoritarian regime, that it's the ideology that it bases its authoritarianism on is a religious ideology that sees the state as the moral foundation for the people, right? So that their job isn't just to do what a government does, that their job is to do those things, but also to enjoin right behavior, right beliefs, and to forbid false behavior and false beliefs. So you want to call that a theocracy? Sure. Yeah, then it's a theocracy.
Why is he like?
This is so weird.
I mean, if you want to call it a theocracy and it's the exact definition of theocracy, then go ahead. I guess it's a theocracy. Okay, I think we will do that, Reza. Yes, that makes perfect sense. What a weird fucking guy. Like, why is he doing this? Is so bizarre.
He's sweeping. He's so sweeping.
No, it's so stupid.
He's trying to make everything sound just fine and dandy. If you want to say what's wrong with authoritarian? Everyone needs a little authority in their lives.
I mean, if you're saying a theocracy is a country that bases its moral system around a religion, and that religion is the basis of the laws in the country, then I guess you could call it a theocracy. Yeah. Oh,
Theocracy
okay.
is such a weird word.
Yeah. It's such a strange word that I was able to articulate it in this sentence right now, and everyone agrees with it. But it's so weird. Well, why would you want to call it that? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're so silly, Adam. Adam Conover. You're a silly man. Okay.
Emergency. Emergency. Don't forget this is an emergency.
This was an emergency, guys. It was very important that you all saw this information. This is all very important information that is going to really inform you and your positions on this situation in the Middle East.
I think the real emergency was Adam Conover needed to pay his rent this month. So that was like the emergency. Emergency.
I think
thank goodness we invaded Iran. I have a rent payment to make.
You're just being a little cynical, Adam, okay?
Oh, you think so?
I think you're just being a little cynical. All right. This was very important information. Okay, but let's move on.
This is going to be an interesting week because hello
everybody, and a very
yeah.
The stock market futures look pretty bad, and my gut is that the market is going to start like significantly going down, and that's going to put Trump in a very, very bad mood. And you know, what is Pam Bondi going to say at her next interrogation in front of Congress, right?
Right.
When she can't come out and say, "Oh yeah, the Dow is way up."
The Dow.
That's what we should be talking about. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Why are we not talking about the Dow? Well, we can talk about the Dow, Miss Bondi.
When gas, all the things that Trump touts, the stock market gains, right? The record highs, 50 record highs, right? Gas below $1, below $2 a gallon in places, right? When these things are slowly taken away from Trump, what is Trump's response, Sitch? I'm curious what you think.
He sealed the borders. That's the pivot.
He's going to move on to something else and just stop talking about those things.
He sealed the borders, Adam.
So when reporters ask him, he's just going to say, "Why would you ask such a stupid question? The market's tanked 15% in the last 3 weeks." Don't you know? There's a genocide going on.
You think that's he's gonna go? He's gonna I learned from the best. I learned from Hassan Piker.
I don't know. But I just think, I mean, I've seen Trump not responding well to reporters' questions already.
Trump not responding well to reporters' questions? That's never happened before.
So a lot of times I think, okay, well, the reporter is doing performative ignorance, and they're asking kind of a dumb question. So it's right for Trump to get upset with him. Well, to kind of push him around a bit. Let's say that. But in the situations around Iran, I think they're asking completely reasonable questions, and he's pushing them around, acting like they're unreasonable questions. He's doing the same thing he did with that Epstein question. Remember, he was like, "Epstein?
Why are you talking about Epstein? Who cares about Epstein?"
Nobody's talking about Epstein anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a hoax. That's that's Obama hoax.
I can't believe you're not just going on the record and saying what you think is going to happen. Is it going to be a massive crash out?
Oh, me?
Is he going to weasel out of it? What's he going to do?
I think there's going to be a cut and run at some point. I think there's just going to be a cut and run. It's really going to be a situation of this is why I don't know.
How do you cut and run? Because so much of the market tanking is going to be over oil prices going to the moon.
Here's what I think. Well,
you can't cut and run.
No. I think you can. I think you 100% can. I think there's one of two scenarios here. I think this is going to go on for a few weeks, maybe a month. And if Reza Aslan is correct, okay, that the IRGC, who really controls the country, is not very ideologically motivated, then I think that would be Trump's best option. I think it would be like Venezuela, where they'll make some deal, and it'll be some amazing victory for Trump because he'll just say, peace in the Middle East, even though obviously the Iranian people will still basically be subjugated. But he'll still tout it as like a huge victory. I'm not sure that's the case. If the IRGC is the power behind the throne and they are ideologically motivated, they're not going to make a deal with Trump. And I think after a few weeks of this, after a month of this, he's just going to say, mission accomplished. We, fucked them up enough. And then they're just going to leave. And if they keep fucking with the Strait of Hormuz or whatever, then they'll just keep coming back and blowing them up every so often.
Then we can't leave.
I think they're going to try.
Then we literally can't leave.
I think they're going to try.
Yeah. I just like, that's the thing I always come back to. As long as they control that fucking strait, there's no way you can just cut and run. You can't just leave.
But the question is that basically
they're going to say bye-bye. So they're going to know why you left. They're going to know that you left because the market tanked and oil went up, and they're going to be like, guess what made the market tank and what made oil go up? That was us. Let's keep doing that. Look how squirmy Trump is over all this.
Yeah, they might.
He's turning green.
That would be like that'd be a
drones into the tankers.
So again, that would be if they do that, which they could. Again, I don't know how ideologically motivated they are. That would be they're at like the tippy top most highest level of ideological motivation and don't actually care about anything beyond that, like 100%. Which maybe they are that way. If that's the case, then yeah, Trump's going to be in for a bad time. If that's the case, but I'm not sure that's the case.
I understand that you can cut and run. What I'm saying is the problem of oil spiking because of the conflict, cutting and running is not going to just magically make that go away. And that is it. They're going to realize that is the choke point for Americans. We have to keep the pressure on oil prices. And they're going to continue to do that. How do you cut and run from that?
But why I'm saying that they'd have to be ideologically motivated, like super at the highest levels to do this strategy, is that what you're saying, there's not really an end goal there.
For Iran?
The end goal is basically like, we're going to sacrifice our own lives and our own country just to try to bog down America into
That's what they've been doing for 40 years.
That isn't what they've been doing. They haven't been doing that. What they've been doing is saying, we're going to pay off a bunch of other people to do that strategy because we don't want to do that ourselves, which actually is a much smarter way of doing it because they don't really, that to me, that shows they have a level of self-preservation where they're like, we don't necessarily want to be the ones taking the brunt of this.
We need to know how much we are dependent on the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I don't think we're that dependent on it, really.
Because maybe we just fuck over Europe and China and we're like, yeah. And then we can cut and run. It'd be like, your problem.
Well, I mean,
that would be classic Trump,
we would have to change things dramatically in terms of like, because right now the oil market's a global oil market. So if they're getting fucked, it's going to fuck up. Like there's no way around it for us, right? Unless we're to suddenly be like, well, as I said, we should pass something that says oil pumped in America has to be sold in America. Like
I would love it.
Have some sort of dramatic restructuring of oil. Yeah,
I'll totally sign on with that.
Which I would be in favor of something like that too.
Happily.
So while judging by Trump's luck, I mean, he could randomly luck himself into that position, right? He is very lucky. So he could like randomly be very lucky in this weird way and like actually do something crazy like by accident. That's pretty good.
They had to see this coming because doing the Maduro thing and working out an oil deal with them, that's got to create quite a buffer for us, right?
Well, I don't know because I don't know because the problem isn't the oil. The problem is, well, I think the Venezuelan oil we can refine, but I don't know. I forget what country we send to refine our oil because that would be the only hang up here.
Oh, okay.
So. Because we don't refine. That's our big problem is that we don't refine most of the oil that we pump here.
Even if America has a source of oil, the stock market is still going to crater because of the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah.
You can look at the homepage of CNBC right now, and it's just a huge graphic of the Straits of Hormuz.
Mm-hmm.
And the S&P futures down. They were down close to 2%, which seems like nothing, but add those 2% up through a 5-day week and you're like down 10%. I think the market could go down 20% from here, and Trump is going to be in a very, very bad mood then.
He will be.
And once again, I'm going to tell Sitch, this is a time to put your money into the market, and Sitch is not going to do it.
But what you're saying is kind of more precarious, because if you think that Trump pulling out isn't going to stop them from doing what they're doing, then it's going to be harder for the stock market to bounce back at that point, because Trump might necessarily have the ability to get it to bounce back like he did with the tariffs or something else.
It'll bounce back sooner or later. It'll bounce back eventually. Once it bottoms out, it might do a 2008 and skip along the bottom for a couple of years. But I mean, that's still your chance to get in. Look, this is going to be great for my day trading career. You know, I'm going to be like, I'm not going to be day trading, but
is that the Ayatollah Khamenei, before he died, apparently issued.
What is this shit you've got now? What are we watching here, Sitch? This needs a setup. You can't just throw. This is like 4 of the ugliest faces I've ever had to look at. What's going on here?
I can't believe you would say that. Of
who are these
trigonometry.
uggos?
This is trigonometry. How dare you call them ugly? These are handsome men.
It's trigonometry. You can't even say it right.
I have food in my mouth.
Trigger. Stop. It rhymes with. Well, what does it rhyme with?
Wait, what did I say? I said trigonometry.
Trigger.
That's what I said.
Rhymes
trigonometry. What are you talking? What is happening? Am I being gaslit?
Rhymes with bigger.
I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, this is trigonometry. They're talking to 2 guys. They have some interesting perspectives about things, so I'm kind of jumping on a little bit.
Are you eating?
I mean, it's very long. We're not. Yeah, I'm eating.
How can you eat during the show?
Well, I used to not, but now that I have a beautiful woman that
brings you food. Oh
yes.
My God. Oh, so good.
Who is not my mother, unlike Hassan. So,
did you get chicken nuggies? I'm jealous.
I did not. Samantha would not feed me chicken nuggies. Okay.
Does she let you eat the fat on the ribeye, or does she make you cut it off? That's how you know if you have a good woman or not.
She lets me eat it. Yeah.
Okay. You're playing in the chat. They say you're playing a dangerous game, Adam. Oh, I guess that was with the trigger.
The trigger thing. You were trying to get me to say a no word.
No, I wasn't. What'd you think I was trying to get you to say?
Wigonometry.
Oh yeah, that's the name of our show.
Exactly.
Apparently issued standing orders to individual military units, allowing them to act on their own. Iran's foreign minister, in complaining on state-run broadcasts about the attack on Oman, said we have no control over those units. They're functioning on standing orders. They didn't mean to attack Oman, but which has served as a vital intermediary between the Europeans and the Americans on the one hand and Iran on the other, long seen as a kind of Switzerland of the Gulf region. For them to be attacked indicates that there's no longer centralized command and control over the military. They're deciding on their own targets, and they're in a use it or lose it situation. In other words, if they do not use their rockets and missiles now, their drones now, they may not exist 24, 48 hours from now. So they're doing their own target selection. What does all that mean strategically? It means that getting control, getting someone to negotiate with who could actually stop the Iranian attacks will be very difficult. The Iranians are.
Yeah, it's not, like when you work at a company and they're like, you have to submit your budget every year. And if you go under budget, then they give you less money next year. Mm-hmm. So you just have to use up your budget before the year's over.
I love when that happens.
Yeah.
I just go spending hog wild.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the
but actually what he's saying is
gamble it away.
Yeah. No, but what he's saying is a good point, because, and I don't think people out there are considering this, because Israel and America is blowing up all their drones and their missiles. They're like, shit, we got to use them really quick before they get blown up. And it's kind of like, well, who do we use them against?
Whoever.
You would think, even then, you would think, okay, I don't know what the thought process is. Maybe each one of these guys that controls one of these little missile things, they all have their own like, oh, there's some guy in Bahrain that pissed me off like 20 years ago. They're trying to like check. Like, I don't know what the fuck these people are thinking. Maybe they all have their own little like individual grudges, but I would think they would just be like, ah, just shoot them at Israel, right? Like that's a safe bet. Just randomly shoot anywhere in Israel. It doesn't really matter where. You think that would be like the move.
Don't they have to cross a bunch of countries that are probably going to think, oh, that's headed for, that's another thing. Because I thought, okay, well, if one of these countries sees a drone in their airspace, they're going to assume it's for them, even if it's just shucking on through to Israel, right? They're
I guess
going
that's
to
a
shoot
good
it
point.
down before it gets
Well,
to Israel.
I mean, they have been shooting a lot of shit at Israel, even though you're right. There's like 2 or 3 countries in the way.
Yeah.
So
they're going to be like, oh my God, that's headed for us. Shoot it down. No, it's headed for Israel. What do? Drop a sign behind it? Israel or bust.
Exactly. Yes. Don't mind me going to Israel. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Their armed state. And since they are the largest terror sponsor state in the region and across the world, then that would make it extremely difficult to counter their expansionist ambitions. I mean, after all, the dear leader of North Korea, whether Kim Jong-un or his father or grandfather, never had any proxy militias or any expansionist ambitions, taking over Japan or establishing a militias in the Philippines. I mean, basically, they were contained. The problem with Iran, given the fact that it's a 1.7 million square kilometers, it is a 92 million population, and they have an ideological flavor to their constitution that makes it imperative that they export the revolution to other states under the ideology of the Shia Muslim faith, which believe in eschatology and the return of a savior, a messiah figure, a Mahdi. All of these meant that they will use the Shia minorities of the region as a Trojan horse in order to undermine other governments. And so, one way or another, a clash was inevitable, especially with Israel, and of course with Israel's, most important ally, the United States. So what happened on February 28 was the inevitable outcome of decades that was of policies, accumulated policies, and accumulated strategic milestones that led to that moment.
And Eamon, that being the case, what role did October the 7th play in this? Was it a catalyst, or did it make the inevitable even more inevitable?
It did really make the inevitable more inevitable, because if this is what one of the smallest, least supported proxies of Iran could do, and thus from a space of 340 square kilometers, which is the Gaza Strip, if Iran was so reckless that they would send Hamas and the entirety of the population of Gaza on a suicide mission, what would they do with Hezbollah and Lebanon later? What would they do? And of course, remember that during October 7th, the Assad regime was still there in power, and they could have also stormed from the Golan Heights. So at the end of the day, they realized that, you know what, we have tolerated a state sponsor of terror and the existence of the cancerous phenomenon of the heavily armed and numerous non-state actors who could threaten nation states across the region and wreak havoc across the region. And so there was that moment, that realization that we can no longer whatsoever tolerate the presence of non-state actors supported by this ideologically driven eschatological, high on eschatology, I would say, high on prophecies of saviors regime, in order to undermine the nation states across the region. Not only Israel, but also Saudi Arabia. It suffered a lot, at the hands of the Houthis in Yemen. As well as Bahrain, which suffered instability, and the civil war in Syria and Yemen, which combined killed 2 million people and displaced 25 million others. Many people don't understand that the legacy of Iran in the region is extremely bloody, unlike the unfortunately leftist rosy vision of Iran, which present them as freedom fighters or oppressed minority, and therefore, we need to treat them with velvet gloves.
It is weird that you have like a far right authoritarian religious regime, and yet you have all these fucking socialist leftists trying to sweep for them. Is that like
I
that's so
know, it's
fucking crazy?
bizarre.
It's so weird.
They
Like it
got their
really shows
women
that
in
they're just
burqas. They throw gays off of buildings.
yes. Like it's like the whole they don't love poor people, they just hate the rich. Like
Yep,
they just hate America so much
they do. Yeah,
that
they'll
they're
throw
like,
their lot in with any evil fucking bastard.
right. Enemy of my enemy is my friend at this point. But I mean, what that guy's saying, that's why I am curious to kind of see how this all plays out, to see like, is this guy's perspective more correct about Iran is actually ideologically motivated, or is like this Raza Aslan like, no, actually, they don't really care about the religion. That's all just like a ruse. Because we're gonna find the answer of that out in the coming weeks. Which one of those is correct vision of things? I'm leaning more towards ideologically motivated. Maybe not quite to the extent of being suicidal, but definitely ideologically motivated.
The ideology is the root of their power. It's what
Yes.
gives them power in society. So even if they don't believe it,
well,
sooner or later they do believe it because it's the source of their power.
I'm not sure I agree with that aspect, because the ideology is only power if the people believe the ideology. If people don't believe the ideology and hate the ideology, then it's not really a source of power at that point. Right.
It's a rationalization for them being able to do what they do to gain power in the populace. To run that organization, they have to believe in their authority.
Right.
Where does their authority come from?
You reach a tipping point where if people hate the ideology enough, it would actually be, and this has happened in human history, it behooves the military. It's kind of like what you were, when you were talking about like, well, how these revolutions happen because the military allows it to happen, right? They want to get rid of the figurehead. So
right, yeah.
There is like a tipping point where the military basically would step back, the RGC would step back and say, oh yeah, we'll let you like take out the Ayatollah and all those people. I mean, we're still going to be in charge anyway afterwards. And maybe we'll say that we're secular, right? Or we're whatever. Like they like at that point, they can keep retaining the power. They could just slot in and be whatever the next thing is,
I don't know the details of this system that they have for expropriating property from people, businessmen, ethnic minorities. I would guess that it has something to do with their religious authority, that they're like, Allah is the supreme God, and we have every right to take property from non-believers, right? So if that's the source of their authority for actually conducting daily operations, they would believe it. I guess what you're saying is the other people, the populace doesn't believe it. They probably wouldn't believe it because they're losing on that proposition, right? They're the ones that are getting property expropriated from. But as long as they have the guns,
like what I'm saying is, so you have the Ayatollah and like we'll say they have like the elite religious class, and they like I'm assuming they obviously believe their religion, and then so there's this question of like, well, does the IRGC believe their religion? And I'm saying if they don't, I don't see why they couldn't just let the Ayatollahs get knocked off, make peace with America and Israel, and they'll basically like you see all the IRGC people and they're like wearing like the religious headbands, headgear, and all this other stuff, and they just like take it off and then just put on like the little Shea shirts and like the little communist hat, and they're like, we're communists now. We have to expropriate your property for like the good of the people. Like they could just do like a real quick switcheroo if they're not really ideologically motivated. Like you could come up with any rationale to keep stealing people's shit when you have the guns.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I just think it'd be better for them to go with the thing that's comfortable, right? And look, and I'm also making a point about sooner or later you do believe it because you have to believe it, otherwise you're doing terrible things to the people, right?
You psychologically convince yourself that you rationalize.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm on God's side. They're bad people, right?
Right. That's
what allows me to steal all their property.
Of course. Yeah. No, that is definitely possible. But like it, and I'm not, and again, I don't know if I don't really believe Reza's accounting of things. I think that would be the best case scenario if what he was saying was true, but I'm not sure it is, because it would be very easy for the military then to knock off the Ayatollahs, to switch to whatever random ideology that allows them to keep in power. And then what that would do, and if they make peace with America, make peace with Israel, then that would help the population would be quelled, at least temporarily, because then a lot of the sanctions would be lifted. They'd be able to start getting a lot more food and lots of other things. So even if they still are like having to pay aggressive amounts of taxation or to have the IRGC kind of stamp on their throat the same way they always have been, they would still have access to more things. And so they would still feel better about it, at least in the short run.
Yeah.
Reza Pahlavi or someone like him have a constitutional monarchy that focuses Iran on rebuilding its civil infrastructure. I mean, there are massive water shortages. 70% of its provinces are without 24-hour electricity or without ready access to water. 5 of the reservoirs that feed Tehran, which is a city of about 10 million with the surrounding area of about 18 million. 5 of those reservoirs are at 10% or less capacity. So there's a profound humanitarian catastrophe that was underway before this bombing began, which this bombing will only accelerate. So the Israelis would like to see a peaceful transition with a monarchy that supervises elections and a more modest Iranian state that focuses on solving the problems of its own people. That does not appear to be the desired end state of the Trump administration. They just simply want an Iran that leaves its neighbors alone. If there can be some rebuilding projects that benefit American and European companies, fine. But the most important element here, which has not been reported, is the CIA has given a no-kill list to the Israelis. A group, we don't know who's on that list, but 5 to 10 names, maybe more, of people that they're not allowed to target. That indicates to me, and this is just my private interpretation, that the CIA already has someone in mind from the power structure that would take over. That is not a regime change. That is a pruning and a moderation of the current regime. Now, events on the street may make that CIA change impossible, but the CIA tends to like continuations based on variations rather than wholesale change, because wholesale change is impossible to predict the outcome. So let's look at Iran for a moment, right? So you have, depending on which census numbers you believe, 91, 93 million.
Well, it's interesting that everyone's sort of talking about, excuse me, what is America's policy goal versus Israel's policy goal. And what he's saying is like, it makes sense. Obviously, Israel would want Iran to be more stable because they have to worry about Iran in a far more direct capacity than we do. I could completely believe that the Trump administration just like, whatever. Like, just
they don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck. They're like, whatever, just knock them out, get some other person in charge. It's fine. They don't care. I mean, listen, I'm just an armchair fucking person like all these other people. You know, I'm not gonna pretend I have some great knowledge of Iran, but I would be very shocked. I'd be pleasantly shocked, but I'd be very shocked if they're able to like, you know, put that you know, the current supposed king in exile of Iran back in charge, and then he ushers in a wave of reform. Like, that'd be amazing. That'd be fantastic, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Me neither.
So what is their mission is, if you look at the IRGC doesn't stand for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it stands for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And their entire mission is not only just because they have fanatical allegiance to the supreme leader. Because remember, by the way, like that the Article 5 of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, which is weird, by the way, you will be surprised, like, who the head of the state is. The head of the state, you would expect will be either the president or the supreme leader himself. But
I should say, so this guy's pretty interesting. I should have given this guy's a little background.
He does. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
So this guy's name is Amin Dean. He was a former member of Al Qaeda who was recruited by M16 to spy on Al Qaeda.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so
sounds fun.
Oh, he has a lot of experience, at least directly with Al Qaeda and everything. So that's kind of interesting. So he's obviously going to see
Spying is
Iran
always a
from that
blast.
perspective. Yeah.
But the reality is that neither of them are the head of the state, according to the Article 5 of the Iranian constitution. The head of the state is actually a 5-year-old boy who went missing 1,200 years ago, which is the figure of the Imam Mahdi. And okay, of course, for me, and for you and for everyone else, basically listening, that's a bit weird, but for them, it is faith. It's an article of faith, okay, I respect their, faith, but not to the extent where it becomes that a disputed figure, basically, whether real or mythical, becomes the head of a state in a modern nation state in the 21st century, and that who then becomes the head of the state on his behalf will be the jurist, the grand jurist, the grand cleric who would be the steward on his behalf until his much anticipated return. And because of that allegiance that the IRGC give to that figure of the supreme leader, the deputy on behalf of that either mythical or religious figure, depending on where you sit, which side of the fence you sit on, you end up with a fanatical zeal, the readiness to kill 30,000 people of your own people in 2 days, on the 8th and 9th of January this year, to defend that regime, because you do believe that it's a divinely ordained regime, and that there is a blueprint that if this regime survives, it's the regime that would be there to give the banner and to be the vessel through which the empire of this much awaited Messiah will be established, and to vanquish all the other rivals in the region, with his divine powers.
All this sounds very secular to me. I think Reza Aslan was onto something, Sitch. It sounds. Oh wait,
no.
Secular is the non-believing one, right? Oh yeah, this is the other one. This is the batshit crazy one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know it sounds foreign to you, foreign to me, but remember, when people tell me, they are rational at the end of the day, I say no. They are pragmatists sometimes, but they're never rational. And anyone who fall into the illusion that they are rational will hit the wall, just like Trump said. I don't know why they are not surrendering. I don't know why they are not coming for a deal. Well, because they are not rational. Don't deal with them as rational.
Oh my God. This is exactly what I think about Trump. He's not gonna get a deal.
No.
That being the case, Richard, thank you for your patience.
And so they did name today Khamenei's son to be the new top
big
model.
Mystery. Big fucking mystery.
The next top model, right?
Big mystery.
Now, so that would be another big piece of evidence indicating that this whole secular theory is incorrect, and that they are highly ideologically motivated, because you would want the son to be kind of like the revenge figure, right? To kind of be driving the country forwards towards revenge. So I guess you could make the argument maybe they're also trying to be appeal to people's sense of the son who was wronged, his whole family got killed. Though I'm not sure the average Iranian feels that way, considering how many Iranian protesters were killed not very long ago. So maybe they just look at this guy fuck this guy.
If you're in the winning coalition, then the essential coalition, right? You want someone to take over that you already have a relationship with that's similar to the last guy, right? So that your power base is still intact. So it makes perfect sense that the son would be the go-to guy, because they all probably already have relationships with him. They know where they stand. They know they're not going to be immediately cut from the coalition.
Mm-hmm.
So I think of it more like that than some sort of ideological thing. The Revolutionary Guard didn't vote in this. I think there's 58 people in
there's some group of clerics or
so there's 58 clerics who are probably basically warlords, who they're the ones that are deciding, and they're deciding based on, are you good with me, bro? Oh yeah, nothing's gonna change. Put me in power, and nothing's gonna change. I'm not gonna work with the Americans. Everything's gonna be the same. You're gonna be able to shake down the same people. You're gonna be able to be Burqa Patrol, and nothing's gonna change. Everything's gonna be good. Status quo, good as normal. Yeah.
I know
that's the way I look at it.
A few days ago, I know Israel bombed whatever building these people were trying to vote for this position in
How
the
many
past.
of the 58 did they? So it was a real quick decision because there's only 3 of them still alive, right?
Yeah, I don't know. There was 88 of them. I don't know how many people died. And
now it's down to 58. I heard 58 just a few days
maybe
ago.
maybe they lost some. Maybe they lost a good 30 from their first bombing.
Mm-hmm. This is the whole idea behind selectorate theory. If you have a small number of backers, it's more expedient to pay them in bribes than it is to produce good public policy, right? If you've got a coalition of thousands or millions, you can't do it. It becomes physically impossible. You have to pay them in good policy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why democracy is based.
Yeah, that's why democracy works. We should invite C.S. Paffy on when we do super chats because he wants a girlfriend, and we don't know if he's got game or not. So we gotta bring him on and see if he can
get a good sense of him.
Yeah, if he can talk, he can. Girls would be afraid. They probably a bunch of them want to message him, but they're like, he's probably
they're intimidated.
Weird. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got to prove he's not like a weirdo.
I was like, why are you bringing this up now? But then I realized because you were talking about bombing, so your mind went there.
No, I was talking to him in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm multitasking. Don't you know how? Look, are you a millennial or what? You don't know how to multitask? Come on.
Multitasking is fake.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I did the poll too. What will Trump do if the stock market tanks 20% or more? Daily televised Cope spirals is 24%, which that's a good bet. Trump will cut and run from Iran, 11%. Trump will talk the market up, 43%.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. If oil is over $100 a barrel, how is he going to do that? 43% of you are living in la la land.
You can try. I mean, you didn't say he would successfully talk it up, right? You could try to talk it up.
Oh, you're right. I should have made that clear. Anyway, my fault. Or the market won't drop over this 22%, which I just think, okay, I hope you're right. All right, back to this. Back to, what's this show called again, Sitch?
But sometimes not going to war is a bigger risk. I think that Trump chose a time well before the midterms, so he's got off-ramps and options so that this does not dominate the headlines in the critical voting. The view from Washington is that there is a 3-seat majority in the Republicans in the House of Representatives. 3 elections could turn control of the House. If the House is lost to the Republicans, the last half of the Trump administration will be entirely investigations, impeachments, paranoid claims, and justified claims, right? Unfortunately, right? The administration is staffed with human beings, and some of those human beings are flawed. And so nothing will happen. So the president needs foreign policy victories and most importantly, foreign policy quiet so that he can focus on domestic reforms that would win votes. Because ultimately, there's never been a case in American history that I'm aware of, including the Vietnam War, that foreign policy was the number one issue for American voters. So that's one piece of it. Another is that I think the president is aware, certainly his advisors are, and I've talked to those people, that what's called 12er Shia Islam, this particular sect of Shia Islam, let's not paint with such a broad brush. Most Shia do not share this perspective, but the Ayatollah Khomeini absolutely did. And his followers among the Houthis in Yemen absolutely do. And many aspects of Hezbollah Many of the factions of the Hezbollah share this. What is important about this? You've heard Ayman talking about the missing imam. They believe that in a kind of Messiah, a Mahdi, will return in the form of this 5-year-old boy who disappeared 1,200 years ago, apparently down a well, and that to bring about his return, you need the end of the world. So giving these people atomic weapons means they will want to end the world for deeply religious reasons.
They got a missing child report from like 1,000 years ago.
The only way to bring him back is to blow up everything.
I know. This story gets crazier and crazier, huh?
Yeah.
And you thought the Mormon story was crazy.
There's all this like hyper fixation. They're like, oh my God, this is the Greater Israel Project. They want to end the world and have Israel take over everything. No one's really talking about.
They weren't talking about this.
I know. The whole time.
Well, Kyle, I thought it was secular talk. What the fuck? What's going on?
Good point.
You should be covering this. You're all in with these crazies. What happened to you? Where's the reason, the rationality?
And see themselves as glorious until that final moment, kind of like Beneath the Planet of the Apes, in which the whole world explodes.
Okay.
You've had enough.
Well, this is too like calm and rational. Okay.
Oh no.
For my take, right? We need some. This is like
need to mix it up, dial it up a notch.
A little bit too knowledgeable, a little too,
a little too dry and stuffy.
Yeah, we obviously need to watch something a little more energetic.
This was one of the good takes, though, right?
Sure, of course.
Boring, but good.
Yeah.
We didn't start this war, but under
Sitch.
President Trump.
Bringing in our girl. Look at this. Oh no!
Of course.
It was just a matter. It was just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if I have the best time codes on this one, but we'll see.
Anna Gasparian, your response to Mike Pence there, laying out.
Don't we have some super chats to read?
You want me to read some super chats?
No, I'm just kidding. That's called timing, Sitch. That's a joke.
It's a joke? That was the joke.
A joke, yeah.
Okay, it was a good joke.
Look, I can disagree with my friend Anna Kasparian as much as I want, all right?
Of course.
Doesn't make her a bad person.
A moral and legal justification for these attacks on Iran.
First, I would like to ask Goldie whether she apologizes for laughing as Cenk Uygur, on the last episode he was on, was talking about dead American soldiers as a result of wars that the U.S. gets dragged into on behalf of Israel. Goldie, do you apologize for laughing at the thought of dead American soldiers?
You did this on purpose. I'm really... This is.
Oh no, Adam! No. Oh.
This is not fair. I don't. Why are you doing this?
Oh no! It's your favorite thing in the world. Public apology.
You know, you guys know Sitch did this deliberately, right? It's definitely.
You stinker.
Anna, I don't know if Anna knows about my policy on public apologies. So apologize.
Anna, no one's buying your jihadi propaganda lies. Everyone knows that Elika and I were laughing.
Oh, it's jihadi propaganda to be concerned about dead American soldiers who were forced to fight on behalf of Israel. Interesting. Okay, to answer.
I do like the fact that she's a fighter, Sitch. I really do. She's a scrapper. She just gets in there and like bulldozes people. You don't like that? I keep trying to talk Anna into going into politics because this is like. There's no reason why Jasmine Crockett should be getting all the spotlight here when Anna Kasparian is 10 times better at this.
Oh, there you go.
Don't you think?
Right, yeah, right there.
Cenk has run for Congress twice. No, ain't nobody gonna vote for Cenk, okay? Anna could easily. These Congress seats are popularity contests, right? I'm sure Jasmine Crockett is in that seat because she's somewhat attractive. as well, right?
I think there was a time where I think I agree with you. I'm not so sure anymore. I think she's made one too many spicy comments on the internet.com.
Oh, you think if Anna ran for Congress, they would bring up her
yeah.
What is the Jewish one that everyone always talks about, the happy merchant meme? You think they'd run an ad on the happy merchant meme?
The Goyim are waking up comments.
They would not. I
don't think people would be happy with that one.
They would not. Look, these Congress seats, they don't have enough really coverage. They don't have enough money to do big oppo campaigns like that.
Okay, I don't think it
would be. I don't think it would make a difference. Yeah.
Okay.
Your question.
Can I answer the question?
175 little girls have been slaughtered in an Iranian school. That was the first Israeli strike that took place.
Hang on one second, Anna, hang on one second. You asked her a question, so I will let Goldie respond. Then
Pierce is like, Anna, she's dead already. Okay, stop shooting.
Well, then to be like, we're not starting the beginning. The beginning of this was just an interview with Mike Pence. This was the first part of the panel, was just Anna launching into this.
Launching into attack mode.
Right. Yeah. There was no build up to this. So I guess the build up was some other prior Piers Morgan or something.
Sitch, will you do this next time we have a guest on? Can you just launch into full attack
Ask them
mode?
to apologize for something from a previous stream?
Well, don't do that, okay?
Okay.
But launching into attacks, I think is... it depends upon who it is. Michael Tracy instantly launched into attacks on you. Oh my God. He called you audience captured like the first 5 seconds.
It was before we even went live. He was like super snarky. So you know what? It's fine.
I think
he probably saw I made some very mean memes about him. So he probably was a little triggered. So it's okay. I understand.
Oh my God. Vanessa's always grilling me on Anna. Oh, it's so brutal. Vanessa says Adam likes that she's bitchy. She's literally like Candace. Oh, God. Vanessa.
Yeah, you don't really
oh
like
my
Candace,
God.
though.
Oh, it's painful. Stop beating up on me.
Respond to my question.
Well, she responded by claiming I'm sharing jihadi propaganda. I'm talking about dead American soldiers. So do you apologize or not?
Okay.
May I respond
Goldie,
without
quick
interruption?
response.
Thank you. So we were laughing at Chank's bizarre anti-Semitic tropes about how Israel is responsible for every single incident that happens in the war. We were not laughing at
That's not what he said.
American soldiers. And you actually edited the video. So there you go. Everyone knows that you're lying. You're a laughing stock. You're a joke.
Everyone can go back and
I
watch the
actually
episode,
don't
the
care
full
about anything that you
episode
have to
for
say.
Pierce's show. Right.
Okay.
The only ones who were respecting
Goldie?
General
Anyway.
Wesley Clark were myself and
Okay, you know
Alex.
what? Look, Anna, you said your piece about Goldie. She's responded. Let's get back to the bigger picture, which I'm sure the other panelists would prefer us to do. Your response to Mike Pence, but both on the moral argument.
Look at that little smug look she has. The Iranian woman. Oh, she's like super smug.
Because I do think that...
Is that Glenn? What's that guy's name?
Greenwald.
Greenwald.
I'm sorry.
Glenn
That's
Green-
Glenn Footlicker Greenwald. Yes.
Oh, you're right. We have nut liquor and foot liquor.
We have nut
It's
liquor
all-
and foot liquor. Yeah.
It's a whole liquor community.
The gang is here.
There are lots of people I know, including many on the left, who can understand a moral argument for getting rid of what has been a ruthless, bloodthirsty, vile regime that has caused terror not just to its own people but to the wider world, but hesitate about whether this is the legal thing to do. So I don't think it's just people on the right saying go, go, go. People on the left saying, well, I'm glad he's gone, and I'm glad the Ayatollah's gone. I'm glad a lot of the top leadership have gone, but I'm not sure that this is legal, and the precedent being set is very dangerous.
My view of this current war against Iran is that Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. Their ballistic missiles did not have the capability to reach the United States. And the notion that this was all about Iran's weapons was a lie from the very beginning. This is about a regime change war on behalf of Israel. Israel would like to be the hegemon in the Middle East. And the United States is spilling blood and basically using its treasure to help Israel build an empire that I guarantee you will turn around and, well, we'll suffer the consequences of that at some point. But we're suffering the consequences of it right now. I mean, the first thing Israel did is strike an Iranian girls' school, killing 175 people. That's according to the New York Times, which typically likes to bury the wrongdoings of the Israeli government and military. I don't see this as a just war. I don't think that...
What was going on with that girls' school, Sitch? They had to have, like, suicide bombers there, right?
Well, you see, just like how Israel had snuck into the country to set up like a fake attack on Saudi Arabia, obviously they did the same thing. Now, I think it probably was.
What happened?
I'm assuming. I think the longer we don't hear about like a clear explanation of it, the more likely it is that it was America or Israel.
Oh, okay.
That's my because if it was like.
But it was likely an accident, or they didn't target.
Yeah,
I
would
school.
assume it was likely an accident. Yeah.
It's an accident, or they actually had facilities there and were using the people as human shields. Like Israel and America are not going to go, oh, we really need to target this girls' school. It's a huge threat.
Right. Well, they haven't, like, if that was the case, I think they would have said that already. They haven't really said that. They haven't made that argument. Like, oh, it was. Like, I don't know if you saw, there's that clip of Trump where he said, no, he thinks Iran did it. And then shortly afterwards, Pete Hegseth is like, we're still investigating. Like he gave a much softer, more like, answer. And I think if they really thought it was Iran or like an Iranian missile that like came back or misfired or something, I think they would say it. I think if they know that it's America or Israel, they're going to sit on it for a few weeks before they release that information because they don't want to, galvanize people against America or Israel. Right. So the longer we don't hear an answer, the more and more likely it was not Iran that did it. That'd be my take.
Well, look, I'm just assuming that it was America or Israel. I'm trying to figure out what was.
I'm assuming it was a mistake. I don't think it was intentional. I mean, why would you do it intentionally?
Well, if it was the family members of all these people they killed, they might do it intentionally. They might be like, sending a message. Hey, guess what?
I don't think so. Like, if the whole thought process is like, we want to kind of get people in the streets to rebel against the government, I don't think killing a bunch of children would accomplish that. So I wouldn't think that would be the thought process.
Yeah. If it was the children of the people who mowed down the protesters, I think they'd be like, yeah.
But you think they'd be like, you killed our children, now they killed your children?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. That's a little risky. That's a risky maneuver. Okay.
Okay.
It's a risky play. But
we'll see
as you said,
we'll see how it plays out.
Trump has a very high risk tolerance, so you never know.
President Donald Trump has a plan for what happens following the slaughter of the Ayatollah or the destruction of the Iranian regime. In fact, he has said as much. He said it is not the U.S.'s job to figure out who leads Iran next, which means that there will be a power vacuum. And we know how that plays out in other countries where we've done similar things. And in regard to Syria, let's not mistake what actually happened in Syria. OK, the Obama administration began arming al-Qaeda terrorists who actually fought our soldiers in Iraq. And now we have a supposedly former al-Qaeda terrorist as the leader of Syria. We didn't do good things in the Middle East, including in Syria. So Mike Pence is a complete and utter joke in what he said during that interview.
Okay, Jonathan Conrick.
Total joke, Adam. Total fucking joke. Anna, like Kyle Kalinske, believes in the greater Israel conspiracy. And she said this numerous times. She does believe that there is some sort of Israeli conspiracy that is influenced or controlling the American government that's all about building out Israel to controlling the region.
Yeah, I don't. How do we convince her otherwise?
That's
I mean,
a great
I would
question.
love to have her on, and you you work your magic and
There's
bring out
no.
some.
I mean, I don't. There's not. How do you? It's like a belief. I don't know. It's like, do you believe in God, Adam? Like, I don't. How am I supposed to convince you of that?
Well, you could show me some evidence for God.
I mean, it's not based on evidence, right?
Evidence works.
Let me jump ahead here.
That is a conundrum always.
Yes.
Because you're like,
please quit you.
Oh, so this guy's about to start some drama with Anna here.
Would come in the way that the Saudis and the Emiratis have come in. And one last comment. Anna, please quit using the tropes on American soldiers. I've had to bury 7 American soldiers. They went into the battlefield.
How is it a trope? How is it a trope? How is it a trope to see American soldiers die on behalf of Israel's wars? How is that a trope? Explain that to me.
Nobody's dying on behalf of Israel.
I'm not going to dignify that with a
Let me read
response.
you. Let me read you what Israeli media has been saying. So American soldiers came under friendly fire in Kuwait. I don't know if any of them have died. Hopefully none of them have died. But on Channel 12, Niv Raskin said this: "We need to emphasize this is an incident involving American forces and not, heaven forbid, an incident involving Israeli forces."
And why is he
What do you have to say to
representative
that?
of anything, Anna? Who makes him representative of anything? Why are you
This is a huge
cherry-picking
figure
him?
in Israeli media.
No,
saying
he's not
this
a
out
huge
loud.
figure. He's a talking head on
Sacrificing
a
American
morning
soldiers
show.
is totally okay, I guess.
Well, okay. Look, I want to bring in. I want to bring in.
I would like him to answer my question. Why is that considered a trope?
Okay.
Why is it considered a trope to be concerned about American soldiers during these endless, nonsensical wars? Why is that considered a trope?
How many
Explain that
times
to
have
me.
you gone to?
Sitch, you want to answer what the trope is?
Well, what I'm assuming what he means by that is he's saying that you're just well, he's kind of, you could say there's two things. That the trope is that American soldiers are dying for Israel, right?
Yeah, the United States is a puppet of Israel. Is
Right.
the trope? Yes.
Right.
That
Yeah.
we don't have any personal agency whatsoever.
Right. And this
That
guy
our
who
politicians would willingly lead our children to slaughter for
To die.
Israel. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Which
Pretty
I mean,
tropey.
I've seen no evidence that's the case.
Why isn't he just saying that? Why does this loser just fucking speak up? I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
This is Mark Kimmett. He was a brigadier general in the United States Army.
Oh, a real brigadier general. Holy shit.
He's a real brigadier general, yes.
Nice.
And he serves as the 16th Assistant Secretary of the State for Political and Military Affairs under W from 2008 to 2009. He serves as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and has served as Deputy Director for Strategy and Plans for the United States Central Command.
Glenn Greenwald believes the same thing. He believes the trope.
He does. Yeah. Him and Anna are on the same page on that one.
Yeah.
Arlington and paid your respect
I'm
to
not
American
talking to you,
heroes.
Conriquez, you terrorist piece of crap. I'm talking to the general.
Okay,
But tell me why that's
please
considered
keep
a
the
trope.
ad
How many
hominem
times have
down.
you honored the
I want
memory
to.
of fallen American soldiers?
Can we
Why
go
is it
back to
considered a
the?
trope?
Have you paraded?
Answer the question.
Can I
How
can I
many
bring
times
some
have
order
you
to this,
honored
please?
them?
No, Jonathan, let me conduct.
I mean,
What?
I mean, he looks a little. I mean, it's a prosthetic jaw, obviously, but I don't know if he's a terrorist.
Who?
The guy. She called that guy a terrorist, but I don't necessarily know why.
Because he's Israeli. That's why.
Oh, he is? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Right.
He's got a massive jaw.
He's got a big
a
jaw.
real Dudley Do-Right jaw.
He's very, very Chadley in the jaw department. Yes.
Oh yeah.
He's looks maxing. Okay. He's doing a lot of the bone smashing. You know what the kids are doing nowadays with the hammers and everything.
I wonder if we could get her to call you a terrorist in a debate. that would be great.
Would it? I don't know.
I
if
mean,
that's-
it probably wouldn't be fun for you, but I mean,
okay.
I think
Right.
the audience would love it.
I'm sure. You would like it.
That's hard to say. I don't know that I would like it.
Mm.
I mean, I would like the attention it would draw. Maybe I wouldn't like the attention it would draw. I don't know. That's a complicated question.
Mm-hmm.
The panel, please, because Glenn's been waiting very patiently. Before I come to you, Glenn, and I will give you plenty of time.
Glenn's been waiting to call you a terrorist too. Here, let
This
me lay
whole time, I know. Glenn's like, please let me jump in there.
I want to jump in. Don't.
Right.
Why does Anna get to call everyone terrorist and I don't?
Pick me
to speak. I can promise you that. General, just explain why you consider that to be a trope. And secondly, I was really struck by this friendly fire incident because I can't remember. I'm sure you will be able to correct me here, but has it ever happened before that 3 American fighter jets have all been downed in a friendly fire incident, apparently here by Kuwaiti forces by mistake? As they went over Kuwaiti airspace. Can you remember 3 American fighter jets going down?
Well, Kash Patel never got the airspace clearance. So,
you know what? I could 100% believe that. Even though I know he's in charge of the FBI, has nothing to do with this, it's probably still his fault. 100%.
I'd be willing to bet that it would vindicate Kash Patel because you'd find out that we never get the airspace clearance. It's just... He just said that to get at Kash Patel. So
I don't think so.
Did you
actually see
if they got shot down because we didn't have airspace clearance, because nobody bothered to get airspace clearance, because we never do? Wouldn't that be a point in Kash Patel's favor?
Mean, the answer, the why is it's not because it has nothing to do with airspace clearance. It's because there's a bunch of drones and missiles flying, and they just mistook an American jet for one of those things. That's why it happened. It's they're not calling an airspace clearance for each individual thing.
Whether we had airspace clearance is a fact, right? We either had airspace clearance or we didn't.
Right.
When these planes were shot down, right?
Well, if we didn't and then they got shot down, how's it that'd be a point against him? That wouldn't be a point in favor of his argument.
No, it would be a point in favor of his argument because he was saying they never get airspace clearance.
And then they got shot down.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a positive point in his argument.
But it shows that they know, like, the norm is not to get airspace.
Yeah, but normally they don't get shot down.
Because maybe they...
Because they do have airspace clearance.
No. Then, if they run several missions, if they run 10 missions and they don't get airspace clearance and 10 missions no one gets shot down, then the norm is they never get airspace clearance.
Well, I don't think it's... Listen,
this is like a crazy type situation. This is an edge case.
To be fair, regardless of the validity of this airspace clearance, which I think they 100% get airspace clearance on all this shit, and I think...
But why?
Okay,
but
listen.
You're going off your gut. You don't have evidence for that.
You're right. I don't have evidence. I'm going completely off my gut here, like Donald Trump. But regardless, I don't think it's really, you can compare it to this situation, because obviously this situation is a situation where they would be expecting enemy fire to literally be coming across their borders.
It would be a good time to get airspace.
Yes.
To go above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Right. Because in a normal situation, maybe you think you can get away with it because you're not really expecting that.
You're sneaking in the middle of the night, right? No one's going to be.
No one's, who's really looking at the radar at 2 in the morning, of course. Yes. Even though it's literally their job to do that exact thing.
I would like to know if they had airspace clearance, especially since they got shot down.
Did you see the video? There's like a video of some female pilot that got shot down.
I did. I retweeted it. You retweeted it.
And it was crazy.
You, yeah.
Because not only was she like totally calm, but like this guy approaches her and he's all like completely like, "Oh, do you need any assistance or help or whatever?" Like she's trying to be like a helpful person. Yeah, maybe not like that.
You need
not
some,
like that. But
I have a nice chai tea over here.
No, look at you. You got to make it bad. It was a nice, wholesome interaction, and you got to.
Oh, it was wholesome.
Yes.
I mean, I saw it. She was cute.
Yeah, she was like, no, she's like totally just waiting for.
I'm good. Just waiting for my ride. Hope you don't shoot him down.
Right.
In friendly fire in one incident.
I saw Esper on CNN too. I'm not sure if he was talking about this, but airspace clearance didn't come up when Esper was on. He was also in favor of this, which surprised me because in his book, all he does is talk about how he had to manage Donald Trump from getting in a bunch of wars like this. But he went on CNN and it was like, oh yeah, this is great. We need to deal with Iran forever.
In his book, does he talk about Iran in terms of going to war with them? I don't remember.
He talks about all kinds of conflicts.
Right.
So his book is like a tome.
Yeah, I've listened to parts of it. I don't remember. I didn't listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
But
it is a little boring too. He's not a great writer, but he does like he wanted to diversity, equity, and inclusion was his big thing in the military, which just, that's red flags for me. But whenever you hear him speak, it doesn't seem like he's a woke progressive in any way, shape, or form. So
no. And I'm sure those Kuwaiti soldiers that fired those shots will remember that for the rest of their lives. Luckily, none of the soldiers, none of the airmen were killed. They got out of their aircraft alive and relatively unhurt. We call it the fog of war.
Can you imagine like shooting and being like, oh, oops. Like you shoot your friend or you shoot. Yeah.
Pretty bad, yeah.
So sad.
Yeah. And in relation to the
why is it a trope?
Fact you think it's a... Yeah, I think to be fair to Anna Kasparian, just answer her question, why you view that as a trope, than what she said.
I'm not going to dignify it with a response.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're doing such a disservice. You should definitely elucidate exactly what's going on here. It's easy to do. It seems like you're hiding or running. It makes it seem like she's right. Brigadier General. Some general you are. Who'd take you into combat? Jeez.
You just want to smear me with nonsensical claims, but you can't even answer why you even believe in the smear. What is the trope? You can't answer it, right?
I'll tell you
Being
why.
concerned about Americans dying on behalf of
I want to come...
You're a hypocrite. This is like, oh my God. The progressives have to love this. She's yelling at a brigadier general here in the military. Sure. This is like truth to power. They're all they love this.
Apparently a trope. Everything that offends Israel is a trope.
Total hypocrite.
Right.
That's what you are. You're a total hypocrite.
The general's chosen not to respond. That's his right. I want to go to Glenn. Glenn, you've been very, very patient.
That is his right.
Glenn will tell her what the trope is. He's like, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
These Jewish people run the world.
Well, he could also mean the trope of just again, and actually, I would have liked for him to answer because I don't know. Because the trope could also be the idea that like people will always kind of bring up like, oh, there's all these dead American soldiers or whatever, but they don't really care about that. They're just using it for whatever their political purposes.
They died for nothing. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like Hassan, bringing like, do you know there's all these like dead? Like he's like, you can't criticize me because there's all these people dying in Palestine right now.
Yeah, that's another trope. I guess we don't know.
So. Yeah, so I'm not sure what exactly he meant by it, but he should have answered. I agree. Okay, let me jump ahead a little bit.
The other point I want to make is I want to ask Jonathan, because I mean, honestly, it is very, very difficult, I have to confess, not just for me, but for the world, as the polls show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do.
Look at this fucking racist. How dare. And I can't hear an Israeli person in an Israeli accent say anything good at him. It just triggers the fuck out of me when I hear that Israeli accent.
Yeah.
Vaporizing.
I mean, I want to lick your feet, but still.
It's so weird. It's like saying every German person is like Hitler.
Yes. It would be like, I can't hear. Well, can you imagine if someone was like, how is it that we can hear someone in some sort of Middle Eastern accent talking about peace after October 7th.
Yeah.
God, I just hear that accent and I see red.
Tens of thousands of people in Gaza, all throughout the Middle East, attacking countries. But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about how the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has continuously reported. Is that actually true?
Okay, so here we go. He's got the gotcha. He's got the gotcha. You always say that Hamas builds their military stuff in civilian areas intentionally as human shields. Is Israel doing the same thing? Explain yourself, big chin man.
Mm-hmm.
Even though your voice triggers me.
Don't give us any lip.
Yes. Let's see what the answer is.
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy.
Well, we know that's not true. What are you talking about?
Yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of militaries. And that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel, and that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there. When Iran targeted that location, they've targeted it now. They have targeted it in the past, and Hezbollah has targeted it in the past, and so have many others. You actually never heard anybody in Israel, definitely not anybody official, say, that isn't okay, and it's not a military target. It is a military target. We cannot move Tel Aviv out of the way, and the base is probably too big to move out of the way. And if it is hit, then it is on Israel, because it is a military target. But there is a very big difference here between doing that, having a properly marked and disclosed location, which is the IDF base. Everybody knows that it's there. And doing what our enemies do, which is hide underneath and between the civilian population, disguised as civilians and using civilians as human shields. There are no civilians above the base used as human shields. And there are no civilians that are told to be in a certain location so that our enemies won't strike.
Okay.
Because that's a cowardly thing to do. Yeah.
Okay. So, pretty good answer. That question, right? Completely reasonable.
I liked it.
Completely direct, just a completely flat answer. And it's one of those things I know because I remember this came up before, and I was like, this argument never made sense to me, because that's like saying that, well, the American military is hiding behind civilians because the Pentagon is located in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Across the street from a big mall that people use. It's like, okay, I guess that's the argument you want to make. I guess every military in the world is across from some, in a city, right, at some point. So
this is a giant whataboutism.
Yes.
What about you? You do the same thing.
Right. So, okay. So, but he answered the question in a completely straightforward way. Do you think Glenn will respond? He'll be like, well, thank you for answering that question. I was wrong.
No, Glenn's going to be a total jackass.
Oh, okay.
Am I right?
Well, there's a second option, which is he could just like change the subject completely and pretend he didn't ask that question.
Oh, okay.
Because he got BTFO'd.
Yeah. Well, that's
okay. Can I just make one quick point? Can I just make one quick point about the moral aspect that we raised? You said none of us should be mourning a vicious dictator. And the one thing, the two quick things I will say about that is, we were told that about Saddam Hussein. We were told that about Muammar Gaddafi.
He just changed the subject. It's just like, you answered this question for like 4 minutes that I asked you that had nothing to do with the topic of the show, but it's okay. I didn't like your answer because it totally blew me the fuck out. So let's move on.
Look at the look on the Iranian woman's face.
I know.
She's like,
certainly in.
Oh. Look at her. She's like, oh my God.
Right.
He's simping for Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi now. She's like, what the fuck?
Pretty bad.
You told us Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, but he turned out to be totally based.
I mean, was he that bad?
Yeah.
Libya, we were told, oh, Muammar Gaddafi's dead. That's certainly a good thing. What came after in Libya was some of the worst, most nightmarish dystopia that the world has seen in the past 50 years, certainly far worse than what it had under Gaddafi. And I think a lot of this depends on what succeeds in Iran. Is it going to be this incredibly destroyed state, balkanized with anarchy, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda can fill the power vacuum as they did with the invasion of Iraq? Is it going to be an even worse tyrant like the Shah of Iran was, or some other worse militias and factions? And then the other point is, it's a little bit hard to hear the United States and Great Britain and other countries say, oh, we're doing this for the moral reason that we want to cleanse Iran of tyranny, when our closest allies and partners in that region that we prop up and give military technology and spying technology are at least as savage and brutal dictatorships as Iran is. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Emiratis, going throughout the rest of the world to Uganda, Rwanda. We love dictatorships. We prop up tyrannies all the time. I think it's very hard to make a moral case, especially as you're bombing civilian places all throughout Iran, that we somehow are doing this because we want to bring freedom and democracy to the Iraqi people, the Iranian people. The last time we did change the government in Iran, we imposed a horrific dictator on them for 20, 30 years called the Shah of Iran. And now we want to do it with his son. So these moral questions are much more complex than, is the Ayatollah a good or a bad guy?
So whenever someone gives this like bullshit answer where it's like, well, is he good or bad? Like, it's a very easy question. Is he good or bad? You could say, well, I think he's totally evil, but if you get rid of him, maybe something, worse will happen, right? You could say, I said that in one sentence. You need to go on this long tirade where you're like, well, it's actually a very morally complicated question that you can't really answer because did you know that America's bad? I don't know if you knew this, but America's also bad because America supports people who are also bad. So how dare America tell a bad person who's actually bad that they're bad? Because America also, what about them, also tells bad people that they're not bad. So fuck you. It's a complicated question. I'm like so over the Glenn Greenwald cucks of the world who have this like they intentionally set you up into a moral framework that there's no possible way to do anything but to be a cuck. Because it's like, okay, well, if you say that Iran is bad and you know it's bad, and he agrees it's bad, and you're like, okay, well, so should we go in with our military and like take over the entire region and like replace it with someone good? Well, no, you can't do that, because if you do that, then you're just going to get Afghanistan or Iraq or some other situation, one of these other countries that, the rattle off. You're like, oh, okay, well, can we just like kill them and try to replace them with someone who's at least favorable to the US? No, well, you can't do that, because if you do that, well, then they're still going to be bad for their own people, even if they're favorable to the US. Like, okay, so then what the fuck is the solution, Glenn? What the fuck are you actually advocating for at this point?
Yeah, good question.
He'll never get, or he'll only give one answer, which is like, oh, if you do what all these crazy dictators want, then they'll leave you alone, right? America just has to pull all of its bases out of the Middle East, which all those fucking countries want there, for this exact reason that we're seeing right now. They're not shooting shit at them. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
If America pulls out of there and like becomes like a fucking Islamic country and does what all these fucking crazy, asshole religious dictator pieces of shit want, well, if you do everything that they want, then they'll leave you alone, right? If you totally clock yourself out to all their unreasonably psychotic piece of shit demands, well, then they'll finally do what you want, right? You just got to appease them, appease.
Lunacy.
Which, I mean, I guess, listen, for a toe licker, it's understandable that that's his.
Oh, yeah. It gets him off, doesn't it? He's like, yeah, I can't wait. I wish I could appease him right now.
He does. He likes being stepped on by other people. So it makes sense.
Okay, Goldie Murray, you were rolling your eyes there.
We should have no moral reasons at all. Again, there was no morality in our negotiations.
Yeah, fuck them up. I agree. Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Refreshing. Let me go to Goldie Gamari. You've been waiting patiently. You were rolling your eyes at Glenn Greenwald there. Why?
Just this whole communist, revisionist propaganda about the 1953, coup d'etat Mossadegh was a communist traitor. He was funded by the Soviets. The Shah of Iran was actually installed in 1941. That's when he ascended the throne. And, everyone loves to talk about 1953, but no one ever talks about 1906 when we had the constitutional monarchy, the constitutional revolution, which led to the first democratically elected parliament of Iran. So as of 1906, up until 1979, Iran was a constitutional monarchy, very similar to England. In fact, Pierce, the Queen of England, visited Iran in the early 1960s for a 10-day state visit, because that's how much the Shah of Iran and Queen Elizabeth were close friends. With respect to what's happening today, first of all, I just want to say, thank you to the United States. Thank you to Israel for everything that they're doing. We Iranians were so grateful. And I can tell you that this has been one of the most amazing weekends, not just for me, but for Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world. Hearing the news of the death of Khamenei, that's like the equivalent of hearing the news of the death of Hitler. It's just something that we have been waiting for so long. And all I can say is, thank you so much. God bless America. I'm Yisrael Chai. We cannot wait until Iran is free, and we can welcome Americans and Israelis back to Iran with open arms and be the allies that we were prior to 1979.
Okay.
So she also, as a child or as a young person, her and her family ran away from Iran the same way that Reza Aslan's family did.
Yeah. Because it became a theocracy.
Yeah.
If America became a theocracy, we'd fucking run too. Holy shit.
Right. So she has this exact opposite position that Reza Aslan has in the situation.
And Alex Kasparian, look, everyone would love that to be the case. I think it's extremely difficult to get there, as we will probably see. Your colleague Cenk Uygur, who you referenced at the top of the show, he did a tweet which even I recalled. I like Cenk a lot, but he called the Ayatollah courageous because he hadn't gone on his knees to Israel. Did you agree? I mean, do you think the Ayatollah Khamenei was a courageous man?
This was such an insane, such an insane tweet from Cenk too.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? What was the thought process there? That is like the level of Israel derangement syndrome to post that out is like.
Cenk very much sees the Arab nations as his people.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everything he says, it's so obvious. So he has a very us and them, and he thinks the Arab people are being stepped on, being disrespected by America and by Israel. So that's kind of the lens he views all of this through. And I think it taints his perspective.
Just a div for 13 months. Thanks so much for being a thrill seeker. Says, as a retired soldier, I find the use of service members' lives as a rhetorical talking point to be pretty disgusting. True.
Yeah. That might be the trope.
Yes.
Well, he never capitulated to the Israelis, and we live under a government where, regardless of which party is in power, is on its knees on behalf of Israel. So I understand what he's talking about. He's talking about government leaders, a country's leader in the case of Iran. As much as I did not agree with the Ayatollah, I'm not a religious person, and I certainly don't like extremism or supremacy of any kind. The fact of the matter is he didn't embarrass his people by getting down on his knees to pleasure Israel, as our leaders here in the United States do. So I understand the point that he was trying to make. And I think if you talk to a lot of Americans...
I mean...
More face palming.
That, like, if there was a situation, okay, where there was some leader of some country and they killed possibly 30,000 protesters, okay, who were protesting for good reasons, right? For freedom and nice Western liberal values. And that person, ordered them all to be just fucking murdered. If there was no Israeli component to this, okay, do you really think Cenk or Anna would be like, oh, well, I mean, they were courageous because at least they didn't bow down to fucking Israel?
No.
This is so crazy. This is such a crazy take.
They are embarrassed by the fact that our leadership rarely represents our best interests and seems to prioritize the best interests of Israel in every instance. And I think that what we're experiencing right now is a good example of that.
But this is an Ayatollah who only a few weeks ago slaughtered 30,000 of his people to repress them from protesting.
That number's not confirmed, so you regurgitating it is very questionable, Pierce. Where'd you get?
Oh my God. I was going to say, look, he used my number. Why did the chat? I guess a lot of people in the chat said the same thing Anna is saying right now when I said 30,000.
Oh, they're not saying it's higher?
Well, no, I'm assuming Anna's about to say that it's Israel propaganda, that it was 30,000 people.
I see.
It was probably closer to like 6 people.
Get that number from?
How many do you think were killed?
We don't know the exact number. But to say that 30,000 people were slaughtered during those short weeks is ridiculous to me. Iran has put out specific names of individuals who have been killed, and it's around 3,000. We don't know what the exact number is, but you really think 30,000 people were killed? You're not going to question that at all? 30,000?
Well, I'm curious, if you don't think it's 30,000, how many do you think it was?
I don't know the exact number. No one knows the exact number.
But you know...
But
if you don't know the number, how do you know? Well, hang on.
You don't have to agree with the regime in Iran.
Hang on a second.
I've said multiple times. I'm not going to hang on for a second. I've said multiple times. I don't agree or like the regime in Iran. That doesn't mean that it's untrue that they never capitulated to what Israel demanded of them. Whereas here in the United States, we literally spill blood and use our treasure on behalf of Israel. That's the point that Cenk was trying to make. And I think it's a pretty accurate point.
Okay, you can make that point. I'm questioning the... Hang on 1 second, please.
Even if it's 1,000 people, it's still like 1,000 people.
3,000 people. That's the low estimate number is 3,000.
3,000 people died in 9/11. Died in the World Trade Center in 9/11.
Yes. Yeah.
We fucking completely transformed the world because of that.
Yeah.
I was looking for pictures of the Iranian protests just to see, well, how many people were there, right?
There was a lot of people there.
I never even looked.
And there was, the news cycle was dominated, and I'm pretty sure you could probably get a, clip of Cenk and Anna talking about this, of, when with Renee Good and Alex, what's his name, were killed by ICE, that they were like, oh my God, this is like the evil fascist Nazi government. They're just killing people in the streets.
And it was one person.
It was 2 people, yeah, compared to the low end of 3,000 and the high end of 30 to 50,000, yes.
Yeah, 3,000 to 30,000 was what I was seeing.
Yeah, seems a bit off here in terms of scope. So I was kind of curious because I've been hearing people argue about these numbers too. So there's a Time article that was kind of talking about where the 30,000 number comes from. And it says, as many as 30,000 people could have been killed in the streets of Iran on January 8th and 9th alone. 2 senior officials of the country's Ministry of Health told Time. So some official, so Time magazine is claiming that an Iranian official told them this, indicating a dramatic surge in the death toll. So many people were slaughtered by Iranian security services on that Thursday and Friday. It overwhelmed the state's capacity to dispose of the dead. Stocks of body bags were exhausted, the officials said, and 18-wheeled semi-trailers had to replace ambulances. The government's internal count of the dead, not previously revealed, far surpasses the toll of the 3,117 announced on January 21st by the regime hardliners who reported directly to Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei. The 30,000 figure is also far beyond tallies being compiled by activists methodically assigning names to the dead. As of Saturday, the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency said it has confirmed 5,459 deaths and is investigating another 17,000. So even that would be in the realms of 19,000 based on names. The Time was unable to independently verify those figures. The health ministry's 2-day figure roughly aligns with a count gathered by physicians and first responders and also shared with the Times. That surreptitious tally of deaths recorded by hospitals stood at 30,304 as of Friday, according to Dr. Amir Parasta, a German Iranian eye surgeon who prepared a report on the data. Harasta said that the number does not reflect protest-related deaths of people registered at the military hospitals whose bodies were taken directly to the morgue or that happened in locales the inquiry did not reach. So this guy is saying that it's actually much higher than 30,000. Iran's National Security Council has said protests took place in around 4,000 locations across the country. Quote, "We are getting closer to reality," Dr. Parasta said, "but I guess the real figures are still way higher." That appears to be the reality implicit in the government's internal figures of more than 30,000 deaths in 2 days, a slaughter on that scale in the space of 48 hours, had experts on mass killing groping for comparisons. So that's where those numbers come from. So actually there's two different sources, according to Time, that make this claim that it was at least 30,000 protesters killed. And
which
considering
one was Israel?
Considering the story, yeah. And considering the stories that, I mean, I've been hearing from a lot of different Iranians, where number one, if the number was only 3,000, okay, so Iranian population is 91.5 million people, okay, or 92 million people. If it was 92 million people and only 3,000 people died, would it make sense to say everyone knows someone that got killed in the protest? That wouldn't make no.
No.
That'd be like, not like, I'd say most people probably don't know someone that personally died in 9/11, right? But if it was much higher, right, when you start getting the 30,000, the 50,000, then that starts to make sense. When you start to talk about the stories of like, if there's only 3,000 people that died, do the stories make sense of like family members having to like drive to these locations to sort through piles and piles and piles of bodies to try to find the bodies of their loved ones? If it's only 3,000 people, like like none of those stories make sense if it was just 3,000 people. So I'm much more inclined to believe the 30 to 50,000 number is closer to reality.
Do they tell them just kill the whole crowd?
Probably.
Because if there's 30,000 people there, then they're like, yeah, we got to mow all these people down.
They just start spraying and praying. I mean, I did see videos of that happening, of them just spraying at people. Yeah, them of just firing at people, screaming and running. I saw videos of like them literally shooting into the windows of buildings because people were like shouting at them from the street and stuff. It was fucking crazy.
Be able to sleep again.
Yeah.
I'm questioning the use of the word courageous about a ruthless, despotic monster. And I'm curious why you are so confident it's not 30,000 people who were killed, but you have no idea how many people were killed. How can you be sure it wasn't 30,000?
No, I don't. I don't know how many people were killed. You don't know how many people were killed.
Right, so you don't know it wasn't 30,000.
The highest number you've heard is questionable, to say the least. Especially when you know that Mossad was on the ground. There were armed terrorists on the ground. You know, security forces were killed during those shootings. Look, the hyena's laughing again. Anyway, but to just regurgitate the number.
I'm going to start saying 5,000 just so I don't get in this argument. Because if 5,000 is just as bad, well, obviously it's not just as bad.
Well, maybe it was 5,000 Mossad agents.
Oh my God!
Or maybe Israel killed the 5,000 people.
Stop.
Adam, did you consider that maybe Israel killed those 5,000 people?
Why did you say 5,000? Because I didn't want to get in this fucking argument over like how many people.
I mean, maybe Israel did it this whole time. Israel was really behind it all.
If 5,000 Americans got mowed down in the street
by the government,
yeah,
that'd be a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
it
wouldn't need to be 30,000. Oof.
That is being perpetuated by the Israelis is ridiculous to me. We don't know the exact number, so rather than regurgitate it, we can say that there was a high casualty count. We don't know the exact number. It's that simple.
But
do you know how many Americans were killed in the Boston Massacre in 1770, Adam?
30,000.
Do you know how many?
My gut tells me it was 30,000.
5.
5 people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was it. And that was enough.
That's it? And they called it a massacre?
That was enough to get Americans on board.
Oh,
it's
like, we got to get rid of these Brits, English language. Okay?
How fucking dare these Brits shoot 5 Americans? Those fuckers.
Oh, yeah.
You used to regurgitate the numbers. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. Let me finish. You did regurgitate, Anna, with respect, all the numbers given to you by the Hamas-run health authority of Palestinian casualties.
Whoa.
Without any hesitation.
Uh-oh. Pierce comes out swinging.
Yes.
Without any hesitation. And
Which is
without any
confirmed
of
by the
your own
Israelis, Pierce.
Confirmation.
That was confirmed by the Israelis. You know that, right? The idea of
they were
confirmed that number, right?
They were broadly confirmed eventually, but my point is, you seem very, very keen.
They were not.
Oh my God, she totally got him.
I don't know why he said that's not even true. That's not true. They were not confirmed.
Oh, they weren't?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hamas-run health ministry is
Anna,
very
here's my
careful.
point. Here's my point.
Yeah,
Anna, here's my point. I don't understand your apparent keenness to downplay the ruthlessness of the Ayatollah or Cenk's enthusiasm for calling this guy courageous.
I'm not downplaying it. I'm just not going to regurgitate Israeli propaganda as you're doing right now, Pierce.
Pierce, can I have a word?
Jonathan Conricus. Yeah, Jonathan, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since my country has been mentioned so many times by people of questionable moral backgrounds and motivations, I'd like to say a few things about my perspective.
Oh, that's rich coming from a guy who defends the slaughter, the mass slaughter of innocents. Yeah,
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't use bad language like a little girl like you did. So please, stay in your lane. I didn't interrupt you and stay out of mine.
Make your point. Hurry up.
No, I don't have to hurry up, and I don't take orders from you, Anna. And I would speak because you've spoken a lot and you've said a lot of nonsense. And
Look at the grin on the general's face, like he's just so stoked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, slapping Anna around. He loves it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give my perspective on what's going on.
Right.
And it's ridiculous
no one's been able to,
frame this.
debunk anything I've said,
It is ridiculous to frame this as something that is whereby Israel is in the driving seat. This is an American-led operation.
It is.
Where there are clearly defined goals.
I mean, don't bring Marco Rubio into this, but okay.
I think this was actually before he made that comment. So
okay.
Lucked out on that one, right?
All right. Yeah.
By the US that serve US strategic interest. That's one set of issues that is separate from the ones that is relevant to Israel. There's a lot of overlap, but here's the Israeli perspective.
Okay, let's jump ahead. Who cares about Israel's perspective? We're American.
Oh my God, Sitch.
We don't care about Israel.
You're anti-Semite.
I know.
I can't believe you're doing this.
In our homeland, without Iranian terror organizations, without Iranian ballistic missiles,
Lebanon,
and without
Syria,
Iranian nuclear
Jordan,
weapons
West Bank,
that are aimed at us.
Does your homeland include the West Bank? Does your homeland include the West Bank?
Okay, let me. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to
you. Our homeland includes Judea and Samaria.
And Gaza?
Yes, if you're asking about Judea and Samaria, if you ask about Judea and Samaria, yes, that is part of the Jewish
which the whole
homeland.
world thinks is not yours, which the whole world believes is not yours. You're the expansionist state, you're the aggressor state,
we're not expansionist
you're the terrorist state,
at all.
and you're financed by the United States.
People that came back to our homeland, we were expelled from it, and we came back to our homeland.
Okay, don't talk.
And I don't think
Jonathan,
we need
you've had
to pay excuses
Jonathan,
for it.
I gave you good time, Jonathan. I want to let Glenn finish with a response to what you just said. Glenn.
I mean, this is the victim mentality. The whole world is against us. We just want to be a peaceful country. The reality is it's not the position of the Iranian government that their borders should be expanded. It's the position of the Israeli government that their borders should be radically expanded.
I mean, first of all, I don't know how you can say that when, it might not be the Iranian government's perspective that their physical border should be expanded, but it's definitely their position that their ideology needs to be spread to every country in the Middle East. There's a reason they're funding all these terrorist organizations all across the continent. Why else would they be doing that if not to spread their ideology?
Yeah, it's 100%. That's exactly what they're doing.
And it's just like, it is true that Israel does cast itself as a victim. That is true. But it's also true that that's literally what, I don't know how you could say that when that's literally what the Palestinians do. That's literally what all these people in all these situations do. They say, woe is me. Woe is me. Iran is doing it now. Everyone does. Oh, we're all the victims. Everyone's the victim. Stop victimizing me.
Victimhood culture.
I'm totally justified in doing whatever fucked up shit I want because I'm the victim.
Yeah. They think everyone is a victim of America or Israel.
Yes.
Yeah.
The great Satan. Okay. Enough of that.
As events accelerate in the Middle East, the team here at ARC Media is...
Let's listen to a little bit of General Petraeus. Remember General Petraeus? Remember that guy?
Didn't he go to jail for? What did he go to jail for?
Did he go to jail? I just thought he got in trouble for like
What did he get?
leaking information to his mistress or something.
Oh yeah.
Listen, why you got to bring up old shit? Okay, that's like based, isn't it? He had like a mistress,
When he's leaking on his mistress.
right? Well, yeah, exactly. That was him, right? Or am I besmirching someone else?
No,
I think that was him.
He did something nefarious.
Yeah, here we go. Petraeus, this is 2015. Petraeus apologizes for giving classified information to mistress. I was correct. Boom.
Look at that.
Chad
Sitch,
move.
it's been like 10 years since you
I
got something
know.
right. Finally.
10 years since I got an S class. Right, exactly. Okay, let's see what Petraeus has to say about all this.
Yes. And also, by the way, I'm just stunned by the extraordinary arrogance of the Supreme Leader and the other senior leaders who presumably thought, well, they didn't come attack us in the middle of last night, because normally these are carried out at dark. We own the night and so forth. In this case, we waited until the sun came up. They came out. They had meetings together. These were clearly pinpointed, and that gave the military the precise locations that were then attacked, with this stunning historical achievement of taking out the Supreme Leader and a number of the other senior military and security force leaders. Noting there obviously is a succession plan. In fact, the Iranians even confirmed that there was a succession plan during some conversations publicly last week. We've done this before. We've taken out senior leaders of the Revolutionary Guards Corps Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani, my most principal adversary when I was the commander. So the question right now, having confirmed apparently that the Supreme Leader is dead and also several others, is what will be the character of the individual who follows? Will it be someone who all of a sudden proves to be a pragmatist? Or is it going to be another turban-wearing ideological hardliner like Khamenei, who believes in that success is just surviving, which of course he didn't even achieve this time. And now it was interesting to hear the president just recently, a few minutes ago, put out a social media post that noted that there are large numbers of the Revolutionary Guards Corps and other security force elements that are defecting, that want to lay down their weapons. And that would be very, very welcome news. The challenge here is that there is not an Ahmed al-Shara figure out there. There's no opposition leader who can step forward and say, rally to me, men, we'll take down this terrible regime that has taken a country with the second largest natural gas reserves in the world and the third largest oil reserves, a civilizational society, great education and everything else, and has driven it into the dirt. I just heard a calculation. Someone went back all the way to the Shah's regime, and apparently the rial has actually devalued by 99% since that time. So it's a stunning achievement on the part of the Iranians to take a country with such potential and literally drive the economy into a deep ditch.
Good job. Good job, team. There was this conversation. Well, actually, someone said the stream was buffering. So I guess, is that on your end or is that YouTube?
It is my end, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's showing, it's got good upload strength, but it is saying it's dropping frames.
Hmm.
Oh, and I was all prepared to really bitch about how you haven't done anything about your internet.
Oh,
I know it's terrible. I was already so ready to point the finger.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, what do I do?
I don't know.
Restart OBS. Usually it just has like a little tiny hiccup. I mean, do you have to go to the bathroom or anything? You just take a break, right?
No.
We'll be back in 5.
I mean, is it still fucked up right now?
No, it's still going. Everyone's
okay.
complaining that there's like a little buffering, but
right.
Usually the picture buffers, but everyone can hear.
Well, he's restarted OBS. So obviously it's dead.
No, we're back.
We're back? Oh, how is it, everybody? Buffer's good now?
Still fucking doing the same shit.
Is it?
Oh
wow.
My God. I did when I tried to stop OBS and restart. It did. OBS crashed. So it does seem like some sort of OBS issue. Well, at least I can dig in on the problem then.
Right.
Sitch will never dig in on the problem.
How dare you?
Well,
I'm very
your
good
fault,
at digging.
so.
Okay.
Anyway.
It says stream health excellent on YouTube.
Now it does? It went
on my
back
side,
up?
it does. Yeah.
Hmm.
See, his Paffy says, I haven't seen it. Oh, wait, no. It went back to poor. I spoke too soon. I jinxed it. Sorry, everybody.
It says dropped frames 64%.
It could be YouTube.
Oh, it could be. It definitely.
So, you know, they're hitting us where it hurts. That's probably what's going on.
All right. That one worked.
There you go. It's working.
Oh, no. Now it went back down.
Oh.
Back to red.
Terrible.
Back to dropping frames.
Mm.
What a nightmare.
I mean, the biggest nightmare is my Pokemon Go PvP Great Battle League win record is slightly below 50%. Like a total noob. How embarrassing, chat, is that? Okay. I can't believe that.
All right, chat.
Oh, wait, I lied. It's slightly above 50%. My math skills are slightly below 50%. Never mind. It's okay, everybody. Feel good. Is it still buffering? Or did it fix?
I mean, I'm getting mixed messages here.
How's it going, chat?
Oh, no, I guess the drop frames are going down because it seems to be back up.
Okay.
The drop frame percentage goes down as the stream puts out more good frames. Okay, I think we're actually good. I think we're back.
Okay.
Crisis
Guess
averted.
who's back? Back again.
So we're going to read some super chats and send CS Paffy the link, see if he's got any game.
Yeah, but first bring up these. Actually, you know what? There's a story we should talk about first.
You're right.
Actually,
I got it up. I got the picture
you
up
got
of the
it
squirrel.
up.
We never.
Yeah,
we got to cover that first.
So the squirrel said in response to all this, said all of humanity is watching on as the brave and heroic Iranian nation and people fight the genocidal Zionist Jewish supremacist Epstein death cult, hoping they will eliminate this cancer from the region and the world and avenge Gaza, Sudan, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and so many others. So this is the now Glenn Greenwald has used the Twitter scroll as source and praised them before. Just a little bit interesting. So many people praise this stupid fucking Twitter scroll, who is obviously a psycho. Their other tweet, which they deleted, said the question of whether genocidal Zionists have been successful in assassinating Khamenei is second. The crucial point is that both Netanyahu and Trump are openly saying they want to kill him. That is a declaration of total war and makes them legitimate targets to eliminate, which I guess they deleted because
saying go after Trump and Netanyahu.
Yeah, because they didn't want the Secret Service, or I feel like they're Canadian. The Canadian Mounties knocking on their door saying, "Hey, what you doing, eh? You can't say that."
Well, since Iran went after Trump to assassinate him by that standard,
That's
you're fine going after them. Yeah,
that's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and then Candace Owens
done a good job there.
Candace Owens having a completely rational, normal response to all this says Zionists are having a meltdown about what I said yesterday. So let me reiterate: do not sign up for or continue to fight for the U.S. military. The war is on behalf of satanic pedophiles. Find the legal means to exit the military. Do not fight for child rapists. So there you go. I don't know if you know that, but we're going to war in Iran on behalf of satanic pedophiles. Did you know that?
I didn't, but thankfully Candace Owens is doing her research.
I'm so glad, right? Yeah. She's really doing her research. She actually, you know what? Oh my God. She had another posts. She said, okay, you know who she said the first victim of the first casualty of the Iranian war was?
Who was that?
I shit you not. She fucking literally tweeted out that Charlie Kirk was the first victim of the Iranian war.
God. I should have guessed that. That is so insane.
Everything has to come back to Charlie. 10 years from now, she's going to stub her toe. She's like, this is part of the conspiracy to kill Charlie. It always comes back.
Oh, I can't wait till people lose interest in this crazy person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But there's also this other story that we should talk about that is pretty crazy. I bookmarked the picture. I didn't. Anyway.
You like stories?
I do like stories, yes. So there's this crazy thing. So there was a protest in New York City today. Or was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday. And there was some right-wing people, some left-wing people kind of like, arguing with each other, kind of protesting and counter-protesting each other. And
what was the protest over?
I assume Iran.
Okay.
Oh, this shit. And there was these two guys named Amir Balat and Ibrahim Nick who were involved in crafting a explosive device filled with nails and nuts and bolts and other metal things.
Well, that sounds dangerous.
Right. Which, if you remember, wasn't this what the Boston Marathon bombers did?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they had these horrible homemade bombs that they set off that had a bunch of shrapnel in it.
That hurt a bunch of people.
Yeah, that hurt and killed a lot of people at the Boston Marathon. And so some total evil piece of shit leftist protester created one of these things and they threw it into the crowd and they shouted, supposedly they also shouted Alu Akbar while they did it. But fortunately for everyone, it did not actually go off. So no one was actually injured and these people have been arrested.
Good.
Now, the crazy part of the story, crazier, because obviously that's a pretty crazy thing to happen, right? One of the crazy parts of the story is that a lot of the reporting on the story, like the headlines don't actually have that, like that it was this like far left protester or it was a pro-Islamic protesters. A lot of the headlines for the stories just say there was a protest outside of Gracie Mansion where Mamdani and the mayor lives, and someone tried to like throw a bomb. And so you just look at the headline and you just think, oh, well, someone was obviously trying to kill Mamdani, right? Like that's all you would think if you just look at the headline.
Yeah,
but in reality,
they completely lied.
Yeah, but they totally lie about the entire situation and actually what who and what was actually going on in regards to the explosive.
Why would they do that? Why didn't they just tell the story as it is?
Because they're evil pieces of shit and they don't want to, dare talk about either leftist or Islamic violence in the country.
They don't want to create a negative stereotype of the turban heads.
Yes. See, this is crazy. This is NBC News' headline, okay? Breaking. A device ignited outside Zoran Mamdani's mayoral residence yesterday during an anti-Islam protest and counter-protest was confirmed to be an improvised explosive. So if you hear that, you would think, oh, well, obviously it's one of these evil anti-Islamic protesters trying to blow up Mamdani's place, right? That's what you think if you heard that.
Right-wing madness.
Yep. And then Mamdani, he posted some sort of tweet about this today. He said, yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. Such hate has no place in New York City. It is an affront to our city's values and the unity that defines who we are. What follows was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it is reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. I want to thank the brave men and women of the NYPD who acted quickly to keep New Yorkers safe. Our officers ran towards danger without hesitation, demonstrating once again the courage and dedication it takes to protect the city every single day. My administration is closely monitoring the situation, and I remain in close contact with our police commissioner. Now, if you were listening, did you notice something missing in that spiel that he just put out there?
Any details about the actual situation?
Yeah, isn't it weird that he brought up the ideology of the side of the protesters that did not actually throw the bomb? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
He didn't bring up the ideology of the person doing the violent action whatsoever. Isn't that fascinating? Why did Mamdani not do that? I wonder.
That's like that's the biggest piece of propaganda ever.
Yes. Isn't that crazy?
It is insane.
Also, we found out there's a bunch of articles about this. Zohran Mamdani's wife liked a bunch of Instagram posts on October 7th that were praising the October 7th. Zohran Mamdani's wife failed the October 7th test, everybody. It's official.
Oh my God.
It's official. There was an Instagram post that had a picture of a bulldozer going through the fence, and it said breaking the walls of apartheid and military occupation, October 7th, 2023. She was like, bam, liked that one.
Ooh, that's scary.
Yes.
How would you feel if you were a Jewish person in New York right now?
Not great.
Would you feel targeted by the administration?
Yes.
Hmm.
And then in response to this, someone asked Mamdani about this. His response was that his wife is a private person who holds no formal position in his campaign. That's not a good answer. And you're like, is it true that your wife liked a bunch of pro October 7th posts? And you're like, listen, she's not involved in my campaign. Like, wait, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, did she like this?
Look, how can anyone say that she's not involved? She sleeps with him. She's his wife.
She's not involved in the campaign, Adam. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Hey, listen, as a married man, you know that your wife's opinions on things has no impact on you whatsoever at all, right?
I mean, it kind of does a bit.
No.
I mean, it really depends upon the thing.
No, not at all.
I mean, if my wife was liking October 7th posts, I would talk to her about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone, the Free Press claims, I can't read their article because it's blocked and I'm not going to pay for it, but it says that they found more than 70 Instagram posts about, very, very strongly anti-Israel, calling Israeli vile and evil after October 7th that the First Lady of New York City is repeatedly liked and reposted. Oh, look at this. She also liked
goes to functions, right? She's the First Lady of New York City.
She also liked a post from our favorite Twitter squirrel.
No.
She did. She liked the post from our Twitter squirrel that called it the mass rape hoax on October 7th.
Oh my God. That's insane. These are our leaders now. Guys, this is what passes for leadership.
Yep.
Should we kick New York City out of America? Can we do
that? We should kick Mamdani out of America. Okay.
I have an idea. How about we label New York City an Iranian base, an Iranian embassy, and then we bomb the shit out of it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
What do you think?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Can we do that? Is that a legal maneuver?
I'm gonna say no.
Well, look, I
don't
was
think that's
I was
really-
trying. At least I'm
Okay.
thinking about the problem, Sitch. You're not any
Right.
help. You don't have any suggestions.
Now, that's interesting. I didn't realize Hassan has been wearing an old 80s Iranian military uniform on stream. I didn't even notice it.
No way.
Or like it looks like it. I don't know if it actually is one, but because I'm looking at an old picture and I can see they're wearing a very similar outfit. So
I started a new poll, Sitch, and 89 people have answered this poll.
yeah.
I want you to guess the results, okay?
Okay. What's the question?
The poll is, are you a single woman asking for a friend? Yes.
I'm going to
or
say
no?
95 said no and 3 said yes.
It's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
95 and 3 would be 98%. It's a poll that only has 2 answers.
Yes.
So the number would have to add up to 100%. It's 92%.
No, you said no. I wasn't giving the percentage. You said 97 people responded. So
Oh, okay. I got you.
I was
You're
just
breaking
doing
it
the wrong
down that
numbers
way.
here. Yeah.
Well, it's up to 95 people now have responded. When it's 100 people, the math is easy, right? Like it's about to be 100 people.
Right.
That would mean it was.
What's the percentage breakdown?
8 females, 8 single women.
Okay.
Right there.
Well, and also
it's 100 and it's 92.8, so it's 8 single women.
Well, we know that
Hopefully no one lied in this poll.
We know that the six of the 8 are actually men catfishing, obviously.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd say that means there's at least 6 single women listening.
I'm going to say
this
there's
live
2
stream right
single
now.
women. Okay. There's at least 2. There's only 2.
Look, and probably a couple of these women are actually married. They're just like not happy.
Oh,
with
they're
the
just down the
relationship.
clown. Is that what you're saying?
Is that what the
Listen, this is not
kids
ashleymadison.com, okay? We do not approve of those things on the Sitch and Adam show.
down to clown? Oh, okay. I had not heard that before.
We do not appreciate this.
I'll send CS Paffy the link. Maybe you could read a couple super chats. So we're
Renoro Zoro's here for $2. Says, Sitch, what does your dad think about Mom Donnie? You know what? I didn't even ask him. I should ask him. I bet you that he's not even heard about this story. I'll ask him. Have you
say,
heard
Dad,
about this
here's
story?
a Democrat. What do you think of this Democrat?
Yes. What do you think about?
He
what do you think
really
about
hates
this guy?
Trump, but he also really hates you.
Right. It's like that's such an impossible choice there. That's my dad with the 2-button meme. He's like, he doesn't know which one of the
I
best.
know. That's why everyone wants you to ask him.
Yeah.
All right. CS Paffy, the link has been sent to CS Paffy.
The Rooster for $10 says, academic agent blocked me because in response to his quote, I feel something big is going down tonight, I responded, yeah, the Iranian regime.
Oh my God. That's so good. Wooster.
Oh, no.
From the top rope.
Burr. His future schizo meltdown will be glorious to behold. True.
Wow.
Is it?
He's
He's Iranian. Right?
Iranian, yeah.
Yeah, he is Iranian. That's.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. What's up?
Hello. Oh.
What's up?
Oh my God,
Hi.
you're on
Am I
camera.
coming
Look
through?
at this. Holy shit.
You guys aren't on camera? Oh, that's so crappy, Adam.
I know.
I am on camera. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
I'm on camera.
Sitch hasn't been watching the stream, right?
I've been
So
on
he's just seeing
camera
your stupid
forever.
filter right now.
It's true. I can see the filter. He's got the hydrocephalic baby hat on. It's to make you
And
look
you know what,
better.
Adam? It's a good look for you, Adam. I recommend
It's so that you look better by comparison, obviously.
This is how I do.
Thanks.
Look,
Oh,
yeah,
is that you
exactly.
looking out for me?
I don't want one of these 3 ladies hitting on me instead of you. I want them getting it correct.
Thank you,
Hold
Adam.
on, I gotta bring him up.
Oh, okay.
Since you conversate, how are we gonna do this? What's the the ultimate goal is to find out if he's got game, because that's what the ladies want.
Okay. CS Paffy. C Paffy. Calvin. All right. So I guess for now we're doxing you, Calvin.
My name was on my account before. I changed it.
Well, I
changed
never
it
knew
because
that, so it doesn't matter.
No, you did know that, and I changed it because you.
Well, I
pronounced
forgot
it
that.
weird.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend to be a lady of the Sitch and Adam audience, and I want.
Oh really? Oh really? This is good.
I want you to give me your best line here.
No. You know
this
what?
is like Shakespeare. You got to
here.
practice.
I came on here willing to offer a public apology for calling Adam gay all those times, but now I find out.
I don't even remember.
You guys are doing some weird pervert shit where you want me to role play hitting on Sitch.
No,
yes.
No.
Are you wearing the wearing the dress right now, Sitch? Are you wearing the dress right now?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Oh, terrible!
Until I get the $100,000.
No, this is terrible. I won't participate in this. I didn't know this was what I was signing up for. This is terrible.
What is the other flag behind you besides the American flag?
That is the flag of the Green Mountain Boys. It's from the Green Mountains in Vermont. They were independent. They tried to be an independent state for like half a year. Right.
So you're some kind of anarchist, is what you're saying.
No, I'm a liberal. I'm a normal liberal like you guys.
You just have a sign of a secession group in the background.
It's you know what? This is also a secession group, right? It's only got the 13 stars. That's from from Britain.
Okay.
This is a sign of how anti-monarchy I am. Is what this is. I hate the kings. I'm so liberal here.
There you
I wonder if we have a single lady in the audience that could role play Sitch. Maybe we could send the link out.
Wait, it'd be we need a single lady to role play Sitch, role playing a single lady.
Well, yeah,
just to make
Then we would have the single lady on the stream. Let us. Well,
no, because it would be less awkward, right? Because then you're not actually.
Yeah, it would be a real lady. It wouldn't be Sitch pretending.
Listen, I'll just do my lady voice. Give me your best line, Calvin. Oh, look at you. We're in a club together. Buy me a drink.
Sitch, women don't like skeezy one-liners. Okay.
I love one-liners. There's nothing that gets my panties dropping like I'm at a bar and someone says, "Hey, baby, are you from heaven? Because they're missing an angel." And I'm like, "Oh man."
Hey, you know what, Adam? Is that I was told to mention something to you when I'm on the show.
Okay.
Did you notice that Anna had brunette hair in the Piers Morgan interview?
I did not notice that. No.
Well, I'm telling you, brunette Anna is like the yin to the yang of blonde AOC.
She's like the killer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, she looks super Latina in that interview. I was like putting it in the chat. Like she looks like she's from, I don't know, I'm in every country that's south of America right now. That's because how much I love liberalism. I hate every non-American country, but she looks like she's from one of those places. Is what she looks like.
You guys have all turned on Anna, but look, I'm a little jealous.
I like Anna. That's why I'm
good.
pointing out how great she looks. She brunette Anna. I'm saying that.
You're saying you like the Latina, the spicy.
Well,
Latina
I don't necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, obviously Anna's married. I'm married. It's not about the looks for me. It's just the idea that she can go on Piers Morgan and like castigate a brigadier general and like call someone from the IDF a terrorist. It's so ballsy. It's so like in your face.
I mean, you know what you're getting into with Anna at that point, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you know, we like Anna. We put our we put our money behind Anna, and we know she's going to be calling IDF veterans terrorists. We know that about her. Yeah. That's like the number one thing.
I like her moxie. I don't think she's correct on this.
Yeah, her bravado to admit she's wrong about Kyle Rittenhouse. That's like number one. Mm-hmm. Number two thing is she thinks Israel is the greatest evil of all time, and everyone who joined the IDF is a terrorist. So you know we got to balance out those two things.
It's like why?
Mm-hmm.
Why are these the two choices? Oh,
these are our choices.
So sad.
Okay.
It's so sad. So look, I've heard women like skills. So Calvin, what are you good at? What is your
women like guys with skills?
What Sitch? What Sitch, what do you mean?
Yeah, you want to see my skills?
Do you think that's incorrect?
They like nunchuck skills and shotgun skills.
You want to get me to get my nunchuck? Show you my epic skills?
If you have some nunchucks, I think that would be a good opener.
No,
show me your skills.
We still haven't had any ladies respond yet.
I don't think there's any single women.
I think all 8%.
What are you talking about? Look at the poll.
They're lying.
We're up to 147 votes, and it's still at 8%. So that's screaming.
Yeah, that's 8% of lies. No.
I don't think it's any true.
Oh, that is true. Sam does have a friend Sam does have a single friend. That is true.
I said
Who
don't lie
actually,
on the poll, and I
strangely
pinned
enough,
it.
oh, okay.
They betrayed you,
There you
Adam.
go. So I don't know.
They betrayed
Maybe.
you, Adam. You guys don't love Adam.
All right.
as
How
much as
about
you
this? Should we
I feel some finger pointing
Calvin,
coming
try
on.
that?
Oh,
Did we
thank
try to do-
God.
Now
Oh,
listen.
thank God. Robot
Calvin,
Sitch has arrived.
Listen. Oh.
My time has come. So while Sitch is having trouble with his internet, why don't you tell me what those skills are? What do you do? I mean, can I ask you, or
What do I do?
Hopefully you're gainfully employed.
Yeah, I work at the Raytheon in Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Okay.
I'm the assistant director of international sales.
Oh wow. Okay.
No,
so that sounds
that's
good.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Of course, I don't do that. That's insane.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't lie to these
I'm not-
nice ladies here.
I have to say that.
I thought he was the one flying the drum strikes in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
No, I'm a delivery driver. I work for a farm. I was a farmhand for a while.
Okay.
And then, started doing deliveries. Yeah.
A lot of kids are doing deliveries these days, so that seems to
Well,
be like
I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, as
Mhm.
is the rite of passage for every kid that grows up in New England. And
okay.
I hated it. I hated
I never heard
people.
this.
You've never
Yes.
heard people from Boston in the Boston area like Dunkin' Donuts?
No, I'm not.
We have
from the Boston
Dunkin'
area.
Donuts here in Southern California as well. So I don't know if they have it in Florida. So
They do, but I didn't I'm unfamiliar with the New Englanders all have to work at Dunkin' Donuts meme.
It's a thing. It exists. It's like our number one export is Dunkin' Donuts.
Interesting. Okay.
well, I don't think working at Dunkin' Donuts doesn't have a lot of pull, I think, with the ladies.
No, it
But-
doesn't. No.
Yeah.
The farmhand did though. Farmhand's I think more interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
you- like, if you
farmhand
could-
definitely is more interesting. You
Yeah,
can
but you gotta
carry
have,
around
like-
that book, the farming.
You got to get like
the
real
milk
buff.
farming book.
You got to get real buff and then like wear like nothing but like blue jean overalls and you have the hat, like the little farmer hat on, and then you like slow walk out of a truck. Like that's what the women want. According to Instagram reels.
I think
you-
that they like the country music sort of like, I say I'm a farmer, but I got perfectly clean cowboy boots on, sort of thing. It's not like that. I mean, there's no way after I got out of it was a pig farm. There's no way a woman would find me attractive after I got out of work there.
I mean, you can leave the pig farm part out, right? You can just say, look, I
Yeah.
work on a farm.
Say you
I work
work at a
Yeah.
horse farm. Girls
Yeah.
like horses.
Well, you can't
Girls
lie,
like-
Sitch. Come on.
What do you mean? Of course you can lie. That's how you get them. That's how you reel them in. You just lie.
Sammy, would you like to confirm?
There was okay. Sammy knew me for 5-6 years before she ever saw me. It's
Uh-huh.
impossible to lie. She knows all the dark secrets.
Oh, you're
before
right.
I ever met.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't lie because you've talked for thousands of hours. and
I
she knows
know.
all the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Now, who knows
you're-
what tale
you're
she's
still
been
working,
spinning me.
You're still working on the farm now, right? 'Cause,
Yeah, but I'm just doing deliveries now.
Okay. But a job is women look for that.
Yeah, I have a job.
Women are
Believe it or
like,
not, I do have a
okay.
job. That's like my number one good quality is that I'm not unemployed.
Unemployment is like a reverse aphrodisiac for women. They're like, what? Unemployed? Holy shit. Get them away from me.
Yeah, but you know what? If I was, I'd say I'm an entrepreneur. So
Mhm.
I think I could work around that.
Oh, that works.
Or
That
I'm an
works.
artist. That's like number 2 for unemployed.
Are you an artist?
No,
Okay.
no, but
Women do like artists because I've played the artist game quite some time now, and
Yeah.
it does. First of all, women, when you say you're an artist, women want to know, they want to see your work. They're like, oh yeah, you're an artist. But then if they like the work, then they're like, okay. Yeah.
Adam, what is that? What is the painting you have directly behind you?
That is my Mickey alien xenomorph. And
And the thing in the xenomorph's head is just a bunch of naked women.
it's an orgy of Disney princesses, which is obviously like corporate contraband.
There's no way that could be like the one you would show to women to get them. to-
Oh yeah,
like-
yeah. This is definitely one.
Really?
Oh.
That seems so. I mean, maybe I don't know women, but if I was a woman, I'd be like, that's so.
Well, I mean, this is Los Angeles, so
Oh,
Women
we've
are
got,
crazy
we've got a
out there,
strange
yeah.
crop of women out here.
Right.
Yeah, the women around here just, they went to college. It's in New England.
They're
They went to
very
Dartmouth.
normal.
I'm like talking to a girl and she's like, "Oh, I go to Dartmouth." I'm like, "What? What do you mean you go to Dartmouth? Who goes to college anymore?"
Well, the artist thing is appealing to some women, but other women are just repulsed by it. So I have encountered that where some women are like, "Oh, you're an artist. Get the fuck away from me."
That was the excuse they used? You're an artist?
No, but you can tell. You can tell.
Right.
So are you on any of the dating apps, or is it possible to meet people at work?
Yeah, when I was working the farmers market, that was like,
oh, that's a good place. Yeah.
That's a pretty good place for meeting girls, except I was mostly working there when I was underage.
Yeah.
So I only got like a year at the farmers market when I was like actually 19.
How old are you now?
I'm 21.
Okay, so that's a good metric. So you can, like, if you met a girl, you could ask her out for a drink.
Yeah.
She would have to be 21.
I don't drink,
right.
but I would say that.
Right.
And then I'd have Diet Coke.
Well, the point is for her to drink.
I'm sorry, Adam. I didn't get that. Yeah, of course. The point is for her to drink.
You just drink water, and you're like, look, I'm driving. I can't drink. So.
Oh, yes, of course. Adam, you're such a sage. You're so wise in the ways of the world.
Well, I like the idea of the farmer's market. I used to go to farmer's market just to because there is a lot of women that are hanging out at the farmer's market that appear to be single available. So, but look, I was hanging out at the farmer's market before there was the internet. So you could only meet girls out in the real world. It's probably better that way. Right?
When I said the farmers market, I wasn't thinking the customers who were hanging out. I was actually thinking other like girls that were working at farms, working the farmers market.
Oh, okay.
That was my number one thing. It was, like every other Zoomer, I'm no good at just like going up and talking to girls. But if I'm at the farmers market and we see each other every weekend, like selling our stuff, that was easy for me.
Right. It's the the cold open is bad, but like if you have some excuse to talk, you're like, I'm in there. I'm in the zone.
I mean, I was always good at the cold open. You have to steel your heart. You have to realize that this person might shoot you down.
I'm not like you, Adam. I'm not just like a Casanova. I'm a soft-hearted baby boy. I get my feelings hurt very easily.
You can't win over a woman that's not interested. You're just trying to gauge the interest level of the woman, and any conversation will do. So your ultimate goal is just to say something, and if they're interested, they'll let you know, and if they're not interested, they'll probably just be repulsed by you talking to them.
Yeah.
So
I've gotten that side of it. I'm waiting on the other side.
Ryan in the chat says, ask him what his maximum age for dating a woman is. So look, if let's say she's 50 and she's like, you're my.
How about menopause? Well, we'll start there.
It's got to be pre-menopause. I don't know when menopause kicks in.
I would say.
If a 50-year-old hits on you, I don't think asking her if she's been through menopause would be a good.
No, you're right.
Hey, baby, are you still fertile? What am I smelling? Are you cooking right now?
Yeah. Hey, baby, could you have kids my age?
Yeah, there you go.
Do you want to have kids? That's another thing women generally want to know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
How many kids? Is she going to be like a baby factory, or you just want like one kid?
How about two? My like perfect.
Mm-hmm.
How about two of each? How about 2 boys, 2 girls?
4.
Wow. Okay.
See, that doesn't feel like a lot.
You better own the farm.
No, that's expensive these days. Owning a farm in New Hampshire, crazy, and it's not profitable.
Bob asks, what makes you interesting?
What makes me interesting? God, with the hard questions, I got to find something interesting about myself.
Besides being a Sitch and Adam fan.
Look, it's good to think about this.
Yes.
That's the number one thing. I'm a Sitch and Adam fan, which makes me more interesting than 99%.
I wouldn't open with that. I think that might be bad advice, Sitch.
No, you're
I
right.
wouldn't open with it either, but it's true.
Right.
It is true. What
What
I'm
are you
not sure-
into? What are you into? What are your interests?
I wouldn't phrase it like that either, but
No, I'm just asking. Like that's how you meet a lot of people. You have shared interests. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think you like go up to someone and you say, "Here are my interests." I feel like
I'm
you
not
meet
saying.
someone
I'm just
while doing
asking.
the-
I'm not saying you do that. Come on.
I'm sorry. Do you want to know my actual?
Hello, ma'am. I am into anime and bowling. Are you as well? Would you like to interact with me in doing such activities together?
Yeah, I play Dungeons and Dragons and mini golf.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hello, women.
There you go.
Those are very feminine activities, I think.
There's actually a lot of girls playing D&D nowadays.
Yeah, there are, but
I don't know if that's a good way to meet girls, but
no, it's terrible.
yes.
And have you ever tried to go into those game stores? I feel like when I was a kid,
God.
and you're watching those show, like whatever nerd shows like Big Bang Theory, you're like, oh, that's a kind of cool place. No, the
Right.
game stores are not nice places in real life.
No, they all smell. They stink. No one in there showers.
They actually honestly do smell bad. They do, like, everyone in there doesn't shower. It's
crazy. I
stereotype,
know what's going
it's
on.
true. It's disgusting.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. So what else besides D&D and miniature golf? Which girls do enjoy some mini golf?
You want to know something about me? I'll tell you something impressive about
Tell
me
me
that I've been
something.
bragging to everyone.
Okay.
So last year, or 2 Decembers ago, so December of 2024, I weighed 315 pounds.
Oh my God.
And I lost over 100 pounds in a year.
Oh wow.
That's crazy. Yeah, you don't look like you weigh 300 pounds now.
Yeah, I weigh 205.
Okay. That's impressive. How'd you do that?
I ate 1 meal a day and I lifted heavy things a lot.
Okay.
And yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's not, honestly, when I started losing weight, it's so much easier than I thought it was when I was like a kid. I was like a fat kid and I was going to be fat forever. I'm just like, eating cereal or whatever, and I'm snacking throughout the day. And when you're a kid and you develop those habits, you're like, you don't even understand the types of things that you're doing that are so bad for you.
Right.
And literally just like, I don't know, I was about to turn 20 and I figured I could probably lose some weight. And yeah.
Yeah, I would agree at 300 pounds. Yeah.
Discipline is a skill. That's a good skill right there. A lot of people don't have it. So
you want to know how much can you lift?
How much can I lift? I don't use a barbell at all. So I have no idea what my bench is. I just use free weights, which I actually think is better for you.
Look at this. You work out regularly too.
Isn't a barbell a free weight? Am I what?
A dumbbell. I just use dumbbells. No, a barbell is like if you were doing like a bench press versus with dumbbell bench presses, right? You can imagine the difference between using the full bar and just using 2 dumbbells.
Oh, you know what? I'm a retard. I thought my brain thought a barbell and a dumbbell were the same thing. But you're right. It's a barbell because it's got a bar in it. It makes perfect sense.
Yep.
There you go.
You didn't have to point out that you didn't know that.
I didn't. I had no clue. I did not know that.
Could have been like I misheard you.
How many dumbbell? What lifts do you have? Like a 50-pound dumbbell? You're just like
No, I have but I feel like I only really use the 50 for like hip thrusts or like squats or something like that.
Ooh, listen, ladies, this man, he's got a 50-pound hip thrust. Okay, that's enticing.
Is it?
Yeah, I would think so. I'm impressed.
I don't know about that.
I'm
I feel
impressed.
like when you think about the position, you might think, "Ooh, it's sexy," but I don't think it's sexy to watch someone actually do a hip thrust.
Okay.
I feel like this is like I don't want anything to do with this.
Are you still lifting now? You still?
Yeah.
Are you at your target weight?
No, I wanted to be. This is sort of just vain. This doesn't make any sense, as an actual goal. And I started doing maintenance at the new year, so I'm sticking to 205. But I wanted to be 199. I wanted to see it drop below 200.
Okay, how tall are you?
I'm 6 feet tall, Sitch.
Oh, look at you're safe. You just snuck in, right? You just got the
yeah. I am.
Okay, good for you. Good for you.
Are you really 6 feet? Oh my God. Okay. We should have.
Oh,
what's that?
Yeah,
5'11"?
He's 5'11".
You're 5'11"?
With boots on.
No, you just say, "Look, I'm almost 6."
No, you just say you're 6 feet.
I'm not a. I don't have it in me. I'm not a liar.
Oh,
And
okay.
if I was a liar, I'd tell the truth right now and tell people I'm not a liar. That way, they don't think
There
I'm
you
lying.
go. Listen, ladies, he's a honest man. All right, that counts for something.
I don't know that 6 feet was really a big thing until the internet. It really, like, none of.
You know what? No, how I just said I wanted to see 199 on the scale just to see the number go down. I think it's like that. Like 5'11" is no different than 6 feet, but you just want to see the number go up.
So I see that 6 instead of a 5 in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 6'3", so I can't relate to whatever you're talking about. Obviously,
yeah, Sitch is secretly 7 feet 12 inches.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, and that's 7 feet tall, 12 inches elsewhere.
I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, that is correct. Height and length, yes.
I don't subscribe to the school that looks is super important for men. It's more important for women, which is obviously unfortunate for women, but
I think that's probably true for the long run, but I think there is like a get your foot in the door sort of thing, which is still important.
Yeah,
like
it depends upon how
you picture me, but with a neck beard and at 300 pounds. Like, I think I'm look fine now, but like if I look at pictures for myself from a year ago, I mean, if I was a woman, I would never like give that guy a chance. Maybe vainly.
Well,
maybe
look, if you got skills though, you can be the Elephant Man, and people are like, "Oh my God, I want to have his baby."
Maybe not the Elephant Man.
If you're
the Elephant Man's a rough.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Hawking got married. Jesus, Sitch, come on.
Wasn't he married before he started to have his
I think
disease?
he got married and had an affair and got married again.
Wow. Okay.
Went to the island.
You went to the island. That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe so. So.
Yeah, but if you're 300 pounds, you have to pay for 2 seats when you go to the island. That's not good.
Well, it's good that you can get your weight down. Three. Look, I know there's like you always know of people who are like kind of an odd couple where the guy is not very attractive, but the woman is attractive, and you're thinking, what's going on there? But so much of it is confidence. Sitch and I have talked about that before. So you're not doing too bad. I mean, we still have 600 people watching the stream, and I know a lot of people.
It was 900, so that's only a 300 person drop, which is good for me. Good for
Listen, that was only 300 women. Okay,
well,
so
like at the.
Well, that might be the normal super chat drop, though. You guys drop and do super chats, so maybe I'm
at our highest point in the stream when we have maybe 1,200 live viewers. I guess I don't even think about it. I don't think Sitch thinks about it. I guess I did think about it before I started streaming. Sometimes it's scary. You're getting in front of a bunch of people. You could say something wrong or make a fool of yourself, or
Neither of us have ever done that before.
Oh,
do I?
I mean, we've done it regularly. No,
you're
doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good, and being able to communicate with people.
I was nervous, but I'm not. I don't know.
Okay.
But also, maybe I'm just like crazy parasocial, and I just think you guys are already my friends. And I'm like, Sitch and Adam, just like
we are your friends. Okay, we're trying to help.
That's
you
right.
Out here, so.
Am I officially a friend of the show?
Yes.
I get, a blue shield. Do I get to be a mod now?
We're gonna give you Anna's spot. No,
I'm not a mod. I'm not even a member. I don't even have a membership.
I don't know if we can give you a blue shield unless you get a membership.
Keep her spot.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't want to be Anna's modship. Although I wouldn't mind it. Maybe if I got a modship, I'd be able to argue with Devin chat. It just wouldn't be Devin Zero Fucks or Devin whoever going back and forth. It's like the number one benefit of being a mod.
I always wonder who, like, I guess being a mod is good because it's like a little sense of authority, right?
It's just the blue name. It has nothing to do with the authority. It's just like you see all the gray names go there, and then the blue name pops out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I feel like that's like, you just want to be like, people notice me. It's like wearing a top hat in public. You're like, hello, I'm right here.
You want to stand out.
Yeah. And I want to wear a top hat. Yeah, that'd be great.
Random says my first date was at 40. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. That's like
Was it your
40-year-old
last
virgin
date?
territory.
Are you with that lady?
Have you have you had a girlfriend? That's a big question people ask.
No.
Okay. So any girl that you dated would be your first girlfriend.
Yes.
Have you been on a date?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on one date that I didn't know was a date until after.
How does that work?
It was actually at the farmer's market. You know how we were just talking about that thing about the farmer's market?
Yes.
Yeah.
This girl was like, "Hey, you want to hang out with me at the farmer's market?" And you were like,
"No,
sure. I want to go
hang out
inspect the new pig claws."
Yeah, we went to we were at the farmer's market and we went to a bakery after. And we had fun, I guess. And then I didn't think about it for weeks.
Well, did you get her number? Why aren't you talking to this girl? It sounds like you already got a girlfriend.
I never got her number.
But how we live in an age where you can track anyone down. Did you not get her name?
Yeah, I knew her name. I just thought it was awkward.
You weren't interested in her? Were you not interested in her?
No, I was. She was cute, but I didn't think she'd actually want to go on a date with me.
How long ago was this?
2 years ago. It was. I remember.
Oh, it's a little late now. She's probably married.
It is a little late.
Oh my god. Listen, I had a similar moment, okay, where there was a girl, I had to get like my back scanned, and the girl who was doing it.
Well, you had to get your back scanned. What do you mean you get your back scanned?
Like you had to get like a X-ray or something.
Oh, I had this happen when I had my ball scanned. I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. I know. I was getting like an X-ray.
Super cute girl.
Well, my back was hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. The cute nurse was like very impressive.
No, that did happen. But she was super cute, super hot, and she was like 1,000% hitting on me. And I I did not. I was so autistic. I did not realize it until literally like a year later. Randomly, I like woke up and I was like, "Oh my god, I missed my shot." That cute girl from the radiologist was hitting on me.
It dawned on you?
It did like a year later, but it all worked out. It was divine fate because now I'm with obviously the superior woman, Sammy G.
Of course. Or you're the prize, Sitch, really. I mean, here you are.
Oh,
600 people.
You hear that, Sammy? I'm the prize, not you.
Yeah, Sammy's gonna Although you know what, that you hear those stories all the time of guys being like, "I didn't even know she was flirting until like a year later." But you got to admit that sometimes women who aren't flirting with you will like kind of flirt with you just to, get like.
I just always assume they're flirting. That's like the baseline.
But you guys have literally talked about this on the show. There was like something with AOC and a reporter, and Sitch pauses the video and he goes, "Women do this." She's like flirting with him so that he won't ask her like the hard questions. Like you guys.
That sounds like something Adam would say, not me.
No, that was something you said.
Okay.
Look at this. Trying to pin it on me.
I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to say. It just sounds like something you would say.
Yeah. The
I know how these women work.
Misunderstanding.
Paffy is coming for Sitch. Sammy, watch out.
Yeah, I've been eyeballing the chat. Because I like to. After I'm done, I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at every single comment someone said about me.
Okay.
I'm vain.
Well, don't let it get under your skin. And look, I think you're doing great.
Oh, I don't care about mean comments. I like nice comments. They sit with me. I'm gonna screenshot them all like a crazy person.
So look, if
print them
someone
out, put them on the wall.
Yeah, print them out, put them on my wall, put them on my flag right here. It'll be a comment of every nice thing someone said about me, and that's such an Adam.
There you go.
So you're in the Boston area, right? Because that's another kind of problem with the internet.
It is. Yeah, I'm in New Hampshire. So
okay.
I'm actually north of Boston.
Okay, New Hampshire. But luckily New Hampshire is like a postage stamp type state. So you could live anywhere in New Hampshire and probably rendezvous with some secret fan who wants to
my region is smaller than your state, Adam. I think the entirety of New England fits inside of like the bottom half of California.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it fits inside Los Angeles. I mean, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
But anyway, so look, he's
the entirety of New England, not just New Hampshire, but all the way from Maine to Connecticut. It's just, I think.
Oh, okay.
Even that area,
so
like
look, he's giving you the radius. He's telling you right now. Do you have a car? Do you drive?
Yeah, I just told you I'm a delivery driver.
You're a delivery driver.
Yeah, that is true.
You could be driving their car, so I don't know.
Fair enough.
If you show up in the milking van.
Hey, baby, ready to get some milk?
Yeah.
Normally we only have hogs
Hey,
back
baby,
here.
hop inside the
Like, make
Morning
it
Glory
acceptable
milk.
I've done a lot of milking in this van,
a
ladies.
lot of hog milk.
Terrible.
I would avoid.
You
I
know
would
what?
avoid the hog farm.
What
bit,
the fuck
but-
does milk? What does pig milk taste like? Why have I never thought about the concept of pig milk in my
Oh,
entire
because
life?
listen, you don't listen. Cows only eat grass.
Yeah.
You drink their milk, and it's just the grass.
You just taste grass,
Cows
right?
eat shit, or
Well, you don't
pigs eat
taste
shit.
grass, but grass it's just like a bunch of water and like I don't know fiber, whatever's in grass.
No, they
Pigs
feed
eat
them
whatever.
cows. That's how they got mad cow disease.
Pigs eat whatever. Pigs eat roots, but they also eat bugs and dirt, and they eat shit. So when you drink, if you like literally pig milk, if you see it from the mothers, it's like green. Like sow milk is like disgustingly green. It's not like pig milk. You don't want to drink pig milk.
Okay.
And I swear to God, Sitch, that was the first question I asked when I started working at the pig farm. I said, "Can we milk them?"
Why was that the first question?
You know why? You asked it tonight, Sitch. You asked. It
I
tonight.
know, but I never thought about it till just now.
Well, guess that was my excuse too.
Okay. And what'd they say? They said no, unless you want to die or you're a pervert.
They said you could, but it'd be disgusting.
Okay. So they said actually they said yeah, go for it.
Yeah, they said
Knock
not
yourself
right
out.
from the source though. Get a delivery system. Don't
Oh,
drink
wait
it
a
right
minute.
from the- Yeah,
Vanessa
that.
says goats eat shit too, but people drink goat milk. Touche.
That is true. So maybe my reasoning is wrong about cow's milk. I'm
I've never had
fallible.
goat milk, so I can't confirm
But
or
I do-
deny
I
whether
do
it tastes
think
like
there is
grass
a-
or shit.
Yeah, I
Goat
never
milk
had
is
goat
pretty
milk.
good. I've had goat milk before.
Does it taste like aluminum cans? Does
No,
it get a
but
little bit of aluminum taste to it?
wow.
Why
No,
would you
it
ask that?
didn't.
I don't know.
Because
It's just-
they'll eat aluminum cans. Goats will eat like
Yeah.
anything. It's
You never
Oh,
seen
okay.
a goat eat an aluminum can?
I guess now that you mention it, I've seen the pictures, the memes. Yeah.
They like eat it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they like
So-
to gnaw on it. It's like their number one favorite snack.
It has
So-
90% less lactose than cow milk. So look, there you go.
90% meaning that like if a cow's milk has 10 grams, it has 1 gram, 90% less lactose.
I assume something like that mathematically. Yes.
Well, they could also be saying that cow's milk is like 92% lactose and goat's milk is 2% lactose.
I don't know.
I mean, that wouldn't really make any sense, but that would be another valid way to phrase that. statistic.
Okay. I don't know. And you know what? I don't drink it, so I'm sticking with my oat milk that has 0% lactose in it.
Yeah, and I appreciate your oat milk, even though it's not milk. Can't be milk. It's from an
So
oat.
according to the poll,
Well,
if
you wanna
no
call
one
it
has
oat
lied, we
juice.
have 20 single women right now listening to this
Doesn't
stream. So
exist.
how would they get a hold of you if I guess they could just drop a comment in our comment section, right? That'd be an easy way. Well, they might be too shy to do that. They might be, he's cute, but I'm too afraid.
Yes, these 20 single available women in the chat right now, all 20 of them that totally exist.
Mhm.
I don't know. You could link my Substack, which is you sent me this.
Okay, I
DMs
could
are
do
open.
that.
That's like my number one thing.
That's like slipping into your DMs. That's how the kids are doing it these days.
That's how the kids are doing it these days.
Hey,
All right,
baby,
I'll
send
do
it to
it.
my Substack.
Any
where
Iranian
I
girls
talk about
watching?
Here it is.
geopolitics.
I'm adding the Substack
Yeah.
to the
What do you
chat,
talk about on your
and I'm
Substack?
also going to add it to the description. Yeah, what do you talk about on this?
I don't write anything really. I mean, there was a point where I was trying to write something every week, but I didn't. I fell off. I'm not a very fast writer, so
Okay.
I only leave notes. I use it like Twitter basically. Except
That's a good question. Zero Fox wants to know if the 20 women are all milkable.
Oh my God! Don't ask that.
It's a
Hey, you
good
know what?
question.
I did a review.
I am curious, but don't ask.
That would be bad though, because that'd mean they're pregnant or have recently been pregnant with another man's child. That's like terrible. Or maybe they have breast cancer and they're lactating because of that.
Yeah.
So there you go. You don't want any milkable women. is what
No,
he's saying.
no milkable women.
No milk. No, well, milkable, like theoretically in the future milkable, but not currently milkable.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
Okay, gotcha.
Theoretically milkable.
What are your
I did
what are your aspirations?
Well, I was about to tell you, but so
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
going to say that. I did a review on YouTube that that darn kid had reacted to. And it was me reviewing. Have you guys ever heard of the Morning Glory milking farm?
We've talked about it. Yeah, on the show.
Yeah. Oh my God. What a terror. All this milk talk made me think of that. The worst book. Adam, you know how you like conflict?
Yeah.
There was no conflict in this book.
Really? It seems like
I thought she needed to milk centaurs for money. That seems like a conflict written.
Let me tell you how little conflict there is.
That's hilarious.
Adam, there's a point where she hears the bull say another woman's name, and her thought is, oh my God, is he married? So you'd think that might be one of the conflicts, right?
Yeah.
Like, but guess what? In the very next scene, she asked him, are you married? And he says no.
Oh, yeah.
So, and
he should say yes.
Never bring it up again. Yeah.
I've got 14 wives, and they're all very violent.
We never find out who the woman is that he named.
No, it's his ex-wife. You do figure out. He just says, "Oh no, it's my ex-wife. We're on good speaking terms, though." So there's no conflict there.
Well, wait a minute. That's a big that's a red flag. You're milking your boy toy Minotaur, and he's moaning his ex-wife's name.
No, he didn't moan his ex-wife's name. He just overheard him say it on the phone, like he was making a phone call.
Oh! I thought. Okay, never mind. That's less interesting than I pictured in my head.
Well, that would, you're right, Sitch. That would be a better plot point.
Yeah.
Or if he was aloof about it, or if maybe he was still married but separated. Wouldn't all that be good?
Okay, look at this. Yeah.
Oh, and remember how you said you thought she was milking to get money for repay her debts? Well, guess what? The job pays so well that she didn't need it after like a week. So she was just doing it for the love of the game at that point.
Wow.
And now it's hard for me to imagine in a like a fantasy society where they milk minotaurs that'd be a high paying job.
Nope, it's high paying because that's what the main character does.
Okay, I understand. The Oceanist for $10 says, as someone who has zero game, I am now married and I've been married for 10 years. Don't give up, C. Paffy, but could you guys ask if he has plans beyond delivery driving? Well, I guess we already had. Oh yeah, well, he never answered it. What is it?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I like or what I want to do. And that's like my biggest problem in life right now.
You want to be,
you got to make something up. You
want to be an erotic writer for women's lit. You want to fix Morning Glory Milking Farm.
No, I mean, that would be good.
I want to add conflict to Morning Glory Milking Farm, but apparently they hate that. They hate all the conflict. They just want to.
I think women do like conflict. I mean, that's.
Yeah, you know what?
That's a belief of mine.
Yeah, women like the conflict and then it to resolve, and then they have like the big like resolution conflict orgasm. So I think you got to work it in there.
I read another woman's smut, or this is less of smut and more romanticy. But have you guys ever known about A Court of Thorns and Roses?
I've heard about it, but I don't know anything about it.
It's not like as just pure smut as Morning Glory Milking Farm. It's like an actual novel with like actual plot and characters. But the thing is, like, anytime there's a plot, it gets resolved like this fast. So I think you're right that women want the conflict, but they just want it to be done with quick.
The resolution is like the orgasm, but they're jumping ahead. You got to drag it. Women like it when you drag it out. Okay, you got to drag it out. You got to tease them, right? I think you could do this.
My experience is they like a lot of conflict constantly. I mean, maybe I'm having a different experience than you.
Maybe you just attract these kind of women, Adam. Okay, did you think about that?
Constant conflict.
Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the problem.
No, I don't like conflict. I don't
know if I agree with that. You like telling people they're wrong. That is literally creating conflict.
Yeah,
Adam, I've been watching this show for a while, and Adam likes starting conflict and then pretending there is no conflict.
That's so true.
It's
That's
true.
So true.
Look at that.
Be arguing with you, and Adam be like, "I don't understand what the big deal is." It's like you.
Look at this. I'm so glad. That's why we need to have people on. They can expose the gaslighting that's happening.
Yeah. I create the conflict and then pretend like there's no conflict.
Yeah, you're like, I don't know why.
That's a stellar move. That's a good move. Sitch, you should try that move sometime.
Oh, should I?
That's great.
Interesting. WT1A1A for $20 says CS Paffy. C Paffy. I keep calling you CS Paffy.
Well, there is an S in the chat. No,
okay.
Because
are you
my initial spell CP, so I added an S to make.
Oh, that's right. I recall. Okay. Are you a native Vermonster or a Flatlander that moved to Vermont, or is it some other reason you have the Republic of Vermont flag?
No, I'm from New Hampshire. I just respect our New England history.
Okay.
I mean, Vermont is like gay New Hampshire. So.
I mean, you're both 69ing each other in the, this like the states are 69ing each other. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, but I want to assure you that New Hampshire's in the masculine position. If you look at the way the shapes are positioned.
You know what?
I want you to know.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that assessment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sammy G says, I have a screenshot saved of when Anna called me hot. Well, there you go.
Yeah, kindred spirit.
Nice.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Screenshotting people calling us cute, hot. Except nobody's called me hot yet.
I'm sure someone has called you hot already in the chat.
Well, maybe I missed it.
CS Path or Living Suggs Wall says CS Paffy is a catch and will have his pick of mates. So look at that. You have a little harem.
Thank you. Yeah. I hate that you called it mate, but thank you. Who said that lives in Suggs Wall?
Yeah, he wants you to do some yiffing, obviously.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Yiffing. Is that
Vanessa?
furry? Is that what yiff is?
Yeah, you don't pretend like you don't know. Okay. You know. Vanessa, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships.
Woo!
And Living Suggs
Welcome
Walls.
new members.
Living Suggs Walls for $5 for $2 says you could join a writing club if you like crazy women. There you go.
Oh yeah.
I do like crazy women. I do like.
I mean, okay.
It's true. I like people who are angry at me. It's like my number one thing.
What?
Oh wow.
I start fights on the internet for that very reason.
That's weird. Why do you like? What do you
like
mean?
10
Why do you like
women
that?
messaging you right now?
Why do you like that?
Yeah, no. Adam gets it. I'm. Yeah, I just like being the center of conflict. I'm like Adam in that way. Actually,
yes.
Sitch, you are my favorite of the show, but I do feel like I'm more like Adam. I like starting shit and pretending it didn't happen.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if that's like
Do you guys watch back your own streams ever just to see?
I do. Sitch never.
Adam does, and then he'll continue to gaslight me about things that happen. In the stream.
You're such a liar.
At the end of the Michael Tracy stream, Adam was doing like such a nice job, like calming him down. So like,
I was trying. I was like,
no, but you were like, I thought what you were doing was like you wanted to leave him like calm, so that when he leaves the stream, he has a good memory of it.
Yeah.
But then you started making him angrier, and as he got angry, you just started asking him more questions that were making him more angry. I was like,
look, Sitch was DMing me. He was telling me to like wrap it up, and I was like, I'm just trying to figure out how to get him to leave.
I was like, this is boring.
He was about to leave, and then you dragged him for longer when you started talking about Iran.
I don't think he was ever about to leave. What are you talking about? He wanted to stick around.
He had a hard out. He gave you like 45 minutes, and then he was about to leave, and then you started asking him questions.
Yeah, he said 2 hours, but whatever. He couldn't get enough of us, obviously.
Yeah,
I think he had a good time.
He was a lord.
You were exactly right about me trying to chill him out, so he left in a good mood. So,
yeah, I guess it didn't work. Or
I think it kind of did.
Maybe.
He seemed
Living
cool.
Sex Walls for
He
Jar
seemed
says
like
the
he
only way
might
to get
come on
better.
again.
The only way to
Go
get
ahead.
better is failure and feedback. That is true.
Yeah. You got to go out there and fail. But look, I'm so out of it now. I don't know how guys meet girls in this day and age.
They start YouTube channels and then they stalk them.
They start YouTube channels and they do live streams and they let the women come to them. It's like,
and then 5 years, 6 years later, then they'll finally get somebody.
This seems like a horrible plan.
You don't like that plan?
You know, Adam, I think
I went to the farmer's market. I was like, oh, there's a bunch of cute girls there.
I think this like idea that you just go out into the world and meet someone was sort of a very short, like 30-year period in our history, though. I think the way historically it's been done is like network.
Some sort of introduction, yeah.
Yeah, your aunt would be like, oh, I know a cute girl, or I know an aunt and she's got a niece, and we're gonna put you two together.
Well, I mean, that's basically what we're doing here. We're trying to, expand your network. We're trying to say, look,
my aunt, your Auntie Adam looking for the
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Adam.
Like, you guys know us. We can vouch for him. I don't think he's a serial killer. You're not a serial killer, right?
No.
There was a long pause there.
Way too long.
Okay, you need to be quicker.
I was reading chat.
Okay, well,
he's got the flag of some anarchist separatist group behind him. Does he live in a cabin in the woods somewhere?
As long as you're reading chat, you have a good
I live
excuse.
in a nice house in the woods.
He slaughters pigs on a farm. Okay, these are the makings, the trappings of a serial killer.
I hunt. I hunt. Don't forget that. That's a good one.
There
I didn't
you
tell you
go.
that, but don't forget it.
What do you hunt?
Deer and bear.
Mhm. Oh, cool.
Wow, that's cool.
Bear.
Yeah.
You've killed some bear.
I've never actually killed a bear, but I look for them.
Oh, okay.
I
They're
couldn't
elusive.
kill a bear. That'd be so cruel.
What? What do you mean?
A
You
nice bear?
Could you kill a deer? No,
A
bear are not
deer,
nice.
yeah, a deer. I like to eat venison. Venison's delicious. So.
You know what bears are, Adam? I don't know if you've ever lived in the woods, but bears are like giant raccoons. You know how raccoons
But I
get in
like
your garbage can and they just suck shit up?
Raccoons are so
Bears
obnoxious.
are like that, but 1,000 pounds heavier.
We have
they can kill you.
raccoons. We have raccoons that
Yeah.
hang out outside. I see them all the time. So
Mhm.
Imagine if
we
they
have
were
raccoons,
the size of your
possums,
car.
skunks. Yeah, look,
How
that
would
would
you feel
be probably pretty bad. So yeah.
Yeah, you gotta thin out the population a little bit.
Zero Fox
Okay.
says that you used to be, but then you lost the weight, and that you're no longer a serial killer. Dudum-tsh.
Don't use that joke with the women though. When you go to the farmers market and try to meet some girls,
No, of course not.
You're
I
gonna-
did
you're
have
gonna
a
get
little
lot
bit of
of
a
eye rolling.
John Wayne Gacy look when I was fat. There was like a fat serial killer look that you
I
have
don't-
when you're fat.
I don't know if Zero Fox is married. I'm curious if he is though.
Zero Fox is not married. He
He's
is
got a
too much
harem.
on the internet all the time to be married. Okay.
He's got 200
How-
wives
look.
and 3,000 concubines. Zero Fox.
Now that I can believe, yes.
Yeah, and you know what? He spends all his time on Twitter, so he doesn't do any of them. Just he's got a big house, a bunch of women, and he's just on the internet.
Mhm.
Awkward
Living in
silence.
Stug's walls for $2 says, pro tip, have access to cheese.
That's fucking
yeah.
true.
Women do like
Bitches
cheese.
love cheese. That
You know what
is
my
true.
company does? My company makes not cheese but salami.
Oh.
Like I'm in the charcuterie biz.
Unfortunately, I think
How would
that's
you like some
less enticing to women
salami?
than cheese. Yeah.
I think so too. But I know a lot of the cheese guys because I'm doing the deliveries
Oh.
to all the cheese places, right?
There you go.
Yeah, so I got an in with the local wine and cheese shop.
Oh, okay. Just got to have that cheese
Yeah.
plate on hand.
Yeah.
Lives in Stug
Wine
Walls
tasting
for
could be good.
$2 says, I deny Sitch's yiffing allegations. WTF1818 for $10 says, only went gay after John Dewey in Bennington College and the Flatlanders from New York, but I respect New Hampshire. Might have to flee there if the Flatlanders keep raising taxes and you guys allow weed.
Well, go fuck yourself. Don't come here. This is my state.
Wow.
I don't
What's
like
up
none of
with
these Xeno scum coming into New Hampshire and making it like their stupid state.
You have the
Ham-
the flag. What do you mean?
New Hampshire's for New Hampshireites.
Oh my god, look at this guy.
Wow.
This guy's like a big weeb, and then he's got like the Japanese flag literally behind him, and then some Japanese guy moves next door and he's like, get the fuck out.
This is Vermont. He was talking about New York, wasn't he? I'm amicable to Vermonters. Was he talking about Vermont?
I see. Maybe he was. I thought he was from Vermont.
No. I noticed a Vermonter.
Okay.
I know.
I think. Let's see. Wait a minute. I think he said he was from Vermont.
All right. Well, maybe in that case, I take it back. I publicly
Okay.
apologize.
Oof.
Wow. Okay. Well, hold
The
on.
lady count is dropping.
I know.
The DMs are dropping.
There you go. The panties are no longer wet. EcoShodox wants to know: did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote at all, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I couldn't vote for Trump because voting for a guy is gay. Like you want just some dude to be in charge of your life.
Mhm.
But I didn't vote for Kamala because, well, like a woman president is just silly, right?
I say.
Good.
I couldn't vote. It was like Sophie's choice. And
That was
I
my
opted
thinking
out.
as well.
So if it's like a non-binary, you're gonna vote for them?
If it's like a
What if it's a chick with a dick? Are you gonna vote for that person?
No,
That's
that
like
would be
kind of
worse,
gay and
but-
not gay at the same time.
yeah, no, that would be worse. No,
okay.
well, if it was a good chick with a dick, like a convincing, like it'd have to be very convincing.
They really sell it, right?
Yeah, I only vote for Thai lady boys. Is my own. That's the only.
Wow.
category I
Okay.
can vote for.
Interesting. Okay.
Ah.
Anything else, Adam?
No. He turned his camera off. That's the
Oh.
signal for me to leave, or he went to the bathroom.
I think he went to the bathroom. Yes. So, what do you have a plan? Listen, I wish I could help you. I don't know how to meet women. Okay, I can't actually help you in this regard whatsoever.
I know. Nobody does.
I know.
People with wives don't. People,
Yes.
have you ever like read one of those pickup artist books? These are guys who supposedly go out and meet tons of women, and their advice is terrible. Like the people that do it don't know how they do it.
Right.
It doesn't work. Nobody knows.
Well, listen, I still think, even though I don't know, I still think you got to just find some activity. You got to find some activity that girls are at. You got to do it. You got to do that activity. Okay. What is that activity?
Yeah, I think that's what people say. Like join a run club. That's miserable.
Run.
Also, I feel like the women would know if you're just there to meet women, right?
Well, you got to actually want to do the activity too, because they can't. Yeah, they can smell the fakeness, right? But it's like Marco Rubio. Okay, two things can be true at once. Maybe Israel pressured America into the war, but also, America should do it anyway, right? It's the same thing.
Of course.
WTF 1A says that he's a fourth generation Vermonter.
All right. Well, I apologize. I thought you said
go.
you were from New York, but
oh my god.
I like Adam's visceral. He has this visceral, like, I gotta laugh at an apology.
I was laughing at the Vermonter thing. The fourth
really?
generation Vermonter. He's like totally put you in your place.
Wow.
Oh, he put me in my place?
Well, yeah.
Fourth generation Vermonter.
Vermonter. ER. That's a terrible name.
I don't know what.
They gotta figure that out.
Am I? I guess I'm a third. Am I a third? I'm either a third or fourth generation Floridian. I'm not sure. I should go find that out.
Floridian.
Yeah. Florida man. The Florida blood runs deep. Though I guess only on my mom's side. My dad's side's a dirty New Englander.
I'm a 500th generation.
Hey, your mom's side's great,
California.
actually.
Yes. My dad's side's from Connecticut. Ew.
Oh yeah, it is the worst New England state by far. But that's just because it's so close to New York City.
No, isn't New Jersey the worst?
It's not a New England state.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I thought that whole northern area was all just the same thing.
Nope.
Okay.
In fact, you know how the regions, like what states are part of the Midwest is sort of fuzzy? New England is the only region that is not fuzzy. There are 6 states in New England, and that's it. There are no others.
Okay. I don't know the rules in your dirty New England club up there.
Dirty. We're like the nicest part of the country. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is not true.
Well, okay, Mr. Florida. You know what we don't have? We don't have dinosaurs.
Exactly. How can you be the nicest part when you literally don't even have dinosaurs?
You have disgusting. If I saw a dinosaur, I would shoot it. So what's with all these Florida people that are supposed to be so crazy?
You can. What do you mean? You could totally shoot the dinosaurs here. It's legal.
You kill them on site. No, I'm not saying you have the option. I'm saying you have to do it. Just like as a moral, like alligators need to be gone from this world.
What do you mean? They're fine.
An alligator and you don't kill it.
They're
terrible.
Fine. What are you talking about? All they do is they swim around in the swamps that you're not at, and they just eat trash. Okay, they're totally.
I don't like them sharing a planet with me.
Why are you scared of alligators? What did you?
I'm not
Are you
scared,
like
I'm
Captain
just
Hook?
talking
An
about
alligator eat your hand? What's happening there?
I find them foul.
Alligators?
I would like someone to hang them up by the tail and just flamethrower them. That way, they're not. There's not even a trace of them.
They look cool. What do you mean?
I think this about all alligators, all arthropods, and shoebill storks. These are animals that I want gone from the planet.
Well, listen, I'll agree. The shoebill storks are kind of freaky looking. Okay, I'll agree with that one. Right.
Thank you. We have one thing in common. What about arthropods?
That's like the centipedes?
No, just all bugs.
Oh, all bugs?
Yeah,
I mean, I'll agree. I'll agree. All bugs are disgusting, horrible creatures. Yes.
In fact, yeah, and I'll give Florida this actually because we're talking about like our food, terrible. I'm sure Florida has much better food than New England.
We do. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, we eat lobster, which every other part of the country thinks is nice, but we just have fish bugs. We reach into the ocean and we grab a bug and we put it on a plate, and we trick the rest of the country into thinking it's gourmet.
I mean, it is pretty good though. You got lobster and crab.
Would you ever eat it without butter? Would you ever eat it without butter? Can I ask you a question?
I don't think I have. Do you think it does? It's just all the butter doing the work.
Yeah, it's just the butter. Trust me.
I mean, crab tastes good without butter.
Maybe. I mean, but a crab, like in just plain crab, Like, with
well, I mean, you gotta cook it, right? You can't just eat it raw.
When are you just eating crab? Because I'm thinking like crab rolls have like mayonnaise in them, right?
No, when you go to like the little places where you like rip the little crab out.
You don't
like,
dip that in like garlic butter?
Well, I'm lactose intolerant. Okay, so no, I'm not dipping it in garlic butter.
Well, maybe you're just a freak.
Okay, I think most people
ever eat the crabs with the
like
butter.
crab. Okay.
Wow. Maybe.
So wait, but so do you have this same disgust for all reptiles, or is this just alligators specifically?
Some like big, like there are some reptiles that I don't like. Iguanas, I think, are strange. I'm not sure it's the same for like crocodilians, but like, there are definitely some reptiles that I wish weren't.
So you're okay with crocodiles, you just don't like alligators?
No, I don't like any crocodilians.
Oh, okay. Okay, I sent Adam a picture. Adam, I want you to bring up this picture. It's a beautiful, smug, smiling alligator. Actually, wait, no, wait. I got a better picture. Okay.
Yeah, show him the shoebill stork. See
this one's not smug enough for you.
No.
I mean, this looks pretty smug.
No, it is smug, but look at this guy. He's cute. Look at this. He's making a cute little alligator smile, okay? He's got a lot of personality.
He's smug.
You can bring them both up. Okay. I've never heard anyone disgusted by alligators before. I've heard people afraid of them. I never heard someone disgusted by them.
I mean, I'm sure I'd be afraid of them if one started chasing me. But right now, I'm looking at that thing and I don't like it.
Have you ever heard of baby alligator? They make laser sounds.
What kind? Like hard lasers or like soft laser sounds?
Like pew pew.
Okay. No, I haven't ever.
That's
heard
pretty cool, right? That sound. Are you changing your mind? You're like, wait a minute, I didn't know they made laser sounds.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
if I can harness.
Yes.
Can we harness the laser sounds? Can we like put them in a alarm clock and just have them wake up?
I mean, I guess
like a clockwork machine that pokes them at 6 a.m. every morning so that they yell.
Okay, here, wait. Give Sis Paffy the wash together link. Okay.
Sitch, have you ever had a pet alligator?
No.
Oh. Okay.
But I'm a Florida man, so I'm obligated by my Florida DNA to defend the alligator.
David Puff points out that lasers do not make sounds. Okay,
David Puff. I like to point out that David Puff is a big nerd. He should shut the fuck up, because everyone knows that lasers make sounds. All right, everyone knows that. That is a fact. Anyway, give
like plasma guns make sounds.
Like
medical lasers don't make sounds.
Join this wash together. You have to hear the sound of the baby alligator. I'm going to convince you. I'm going to defend my lady. I'm going to defend the alligator. It is worth. Okay, there you are. All right, here we go. Here's the baby alligator sounds, everybody. Isn't that cool?
You should have me listen to it without the visual, because I agree that it's the visual of all those disgusting things. Did you really just show me like what was the equivalent of just a bunch, like a school of tadpoles hatching in the water? Oh my god. Okay, I heard it without the visual just then, and I agree that that's very cool.
Look, they're cool. Look at them. They're cute.
They sound great. I do appreciate the sound of alligators, baby alligators.
Okay.
But that, you have to admit, that visual was not good at all.
There. Well, people in chat said it was muted. I don't know if you fixed the.
I did. Yeah, I gave him the taste of it. I had it on the wrong tab. So.
Did you hear it now? You replayed it. Sam was yelling at me. Was he really yelling at you through me?
Sounds like lasers. It did sound like lasers.
So you will appreciate the sound. You just don't like the visuals.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe
it sounds like a Star Wars lightsaber fight.
No, they sound like they sound like Star Wars shooting the.
Oh yeah, it's more like a blaster.
Yeah,
like blasters.
Han Solo
like
blaster.
Clone Wars fighting. Yeah.
Everyone said they didn't hear it, Adam. That you're crazy.
You know, nobody heard it.
Oh, I guess you're right. It's not playing. Why is it not playing? Oh, because I restarted.
You restarted
OBS when we had all the. Okay. I'll make sure you guys get it.
This is very important. Okay. Everyone's got to hear the alligator sounds, to know what a monster Paffy is for not appreciating.
Soak it in.
Soak it
ladies.
Does that get you excited, ladies? Alligator laser sounds.
Your show's for neo-Nazis. Whoopsie.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, well, anyway, ladies, besides the fact that he doesn't like alligators, which is strange, okay, he has a lot of other positive qualities.
Dude, is this the thing where people just like people not from Florida? Do you like alligators? Is that like a thing where people from Florida really love alligators?
No, you're making
like,
the right choice by downing the alligators. I'm telling you.
Who doesn't like alligators?
None
I've
of the
never
New
heard this
England
before.
girls like alligators. So right now you're winning hearts.
No, they're indifferent. Most people are indifferent to alligators. Okay.
No,
I think people agree, like people are more fascist than they like to admit, and they see something that disgusts them, like an alligator, and they do just think, "I wish that thing was eliminated from the face of the earth."
Mm-hmm.
Like when you see cockroaches, there are very few people that actually want to just relocate them outside. Like you want those things destroyed.
Yeah, but they're disgusting.
That's what I'm saying about alligators.
Alligators are not disgusting. They're alligators.
Okay.
They're little cute little lizard men.
Okay.
You don't like lizards?
Agree to disagree.
You don't like little lizards? Lizards are cute.
Yeah, some lizards are fine.
Well, alligator's just a big lizard with teeth.
Yeah.
You like
They're swamp lizards though, is what they are.
What are the the leopard geckos? They're cute, right? Like the little leopard geckos?
Yeah, but I think you're missing a big part of the component, which is that they disguise themselves as logs and they emerge from the disgusting swamp water to eat like gazelles or like I don't know, whatever they eat in Florida. Like nice.
Not that many gazelles running around Florida.
Well, what do they eat? Deer? They eat little white-tailed deer.
They eat whatever. They eat
Florida.
everything. They eat anything and everything. Yeah.
Listen, you ever like step in mucky water? You know how disgusting that is?
Sure.
Alligators are the animal equivalent of that. You just step in water and there's mud and like pine needles and moss just floating at the bottom.
I mean, dogs will like lick and eat shit, but that doesn't make me think they're gross.
Dogs are beautiful creatures, though.
I know.
And they're mammals. It's hard for me to say any mammal should, even like rats. It's hard for me to say they should be eliminated from the face of the earth. Forgive me, Sitch, but I am a mammal supremacist.
Like shrimp eat all sorts of gross shit, but they taste delicious.
What did I say about bugs?
You don't like shrimp? Shrimps are not bugs. They're different.
Yes, they are. I said arthropods.
Sea bugs are different than land bugs. Land bugs should all be purged. Sea bugs need to be, certain sea bugs like shrimp need to be protected. Okay.
No, I don't like. In fact, I think crustaceans are the worst because not only are they bugs, but they combine the like deep, dark horror of the ocean with the disgusting sliminess of bugs.
First of all,
crustaceans are my enemy number one.
No. First of all, I don't know if shrimp are slimy because they're.
I said that bugs are like gross and slimy, and that the ocean is dark and scary, and therefore crustaceans.
I see.
Are the cross section of that two ideas.
Okay, I strong disagree. We need to protect our shrimp so that we can eat them because they taste delicious and they look a little cute. They don't look like normal bugs.
I might agree to that. I might agree to this only if we have giant farms where shrimps are born and immediately killed, so that they could just all existence for shrimp is suffering. It's like I have no mouth and I must scream, just like
oh my god,
just suffering all the way down for these disgusting sea bugs. That's the kind of thing I'm.
This is listen, ladies. He's a little crazy. I don't know if you want. I don't know if you want.
Obviously, I'm joking. I believe I believe in bioethics. I believe in biodiversity on this planet.
Look, I sent you a picture. Okay, I'm going to bring it up. Show everyone this cute little shrimp. Okay, he just wants to be a little friend. He wants to scurry around the bottom of the fish tank, eating things, and then growing nice and plump and fat, so you can eat his delicious body. All right.
Oh, he is adorable.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yes. Not that you would know because you're allergic, so you shouldn't be even eating them.
I don't like shrimp.
Oh, what the fuck?
So I don't try to eat them. But I do I love lobster. Lobster and crab, both. But shrimp are just kind of like,
Terrible.
I don't like them because you can see the entrails, and a lot of times they don't clean them good. So it's like you got a big old entrail right on your shrimp plate, and you're like, oh, that's really disgusting.
It just adds a little bit of protein.
I'm not sure. I think it might add some minerals. You might get some good micronutrients from that.
That's not what it is.
Intestinal line.
Yeah.
Don't you want some
I'm
minerals?
not sure if it's very.
Get some
You
iron.
see this? Floki TV asks, but what does gator milk taste like? I mean, I'm sorry, I just read a super chat, but that's
well, they're reptiles, so I don't think they produce milk.
Listen, if you're drinking milk from a gator, I'm not sure that's milk, buddy.
It's not milk. Yeah, you're drinking of something else. Unfortunately, our nose roast for 2 hours says Japanese spider crabs are terrifying. Now that is true. They do look kind of creepy.
Listen, bugs get to these weird extremes of like mammals. They all look the same. They're all like very like normalized. They got 4 limbs. They got nice furry bodies. They're good. These are like, that's what life should look like. But when you get to these bugs, like Japanese spider crabs, are you kidding me? Who decided that was a good idea? Like, I don't know, Sitch, I guess you believe in God, but here's why I'm an agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because of the problem of evil. It's because of the problem of these freaks that exist on this planet. Clearly, no God would ever sanction such a thing.
Of course. No God would ever sanction a Japanese spider crab. That's true.
That's like Lovecraftian is what that is. That is horror beyond man's comprehension.
I see. So I sent you a picture, Adam. This is from Renault Zero here for $5. It says pull up a pic of the red-eyed crocodile skink, much cooler than a gator, and it looks like a dragon. And it does. It looks.
You know what? Slap some wings on a gator, and I give it my sanction.
Oh, whoa! Suddenly it's got wings on it, and you're fine. So it's not really the gator; it's that it lives in a swamp that disturbs you.
It's a mixture of two things. Like anything far from a mammal, I already don't really like. But then it's like a swamp dweller.
A mammal supremacist. Well, what about snakes?
Do you assume I like? Who likes snakes? Is it? You would think it's a big jump to say that I also don't like snakes. That's a good picture. The one that's on stream right now. I like that. I don't know what that thing is, but he's on some nice dry dirt. He's clean, is what that guy is.
Sitch left, I guess. His internet went out.
Sitch got angry. I'm sorry, Sitch.
Lots of people like snakes. They have them as pets. What do you mean?
I guess. I think people who have snakes as pets don't really like the snake, but they're like, they want to freak people out by the fact that they have snakes as pets. They're like, look at me, look at how weird I am, and look at how quirky I am. I have a snake as a pet. That's like the thing about getting a snake as a pet.
I think snakes are cool and cute.
Yeah. Maybe. I know. I think this was very counterproductive. You guys got me on my tirades. My tirades about which animals
I'm sure there's a woman out there that shares your hatred of shrimp and alligators somewhere. Okay?
Ryan Cole says the tism is strong, but I think if you ask P.F. Young, he'd say that what I have is more like the schizophrenia. It's not the tism.
I agree. I think Sitch is sabotaging you. I totally agree.
No, listen, we gotta
horrifying. Is that is that shrimp on screen? That's terrifying.
People are deleting their DMs right now. All those girls
all the
are
women,
like,
they're like, he doesn't like alligators and shrimp. Okay.
No, can't be true.
It is true.
Look at how foul that creature is.
He's cute.
You know what women like? Women like dogs. Women like nice, fluffy guys you can take for a walk and they can pet you.
That's true. That is the way to attract a woman. You do need a cute dog.
You know, usually my dogs are all over me when I'm trying to talk on the computer. But the one night Adam is trying to set me up with a girl, and the dogs.
Oh, you have a dog. Oh, that's good.
I have two dogs, and they're nowhere to be found. They don't want me to find love. They want me all to themselves. This is terrible.
Loki for $2 says, "Bro, looking for a girlfriend, but he needs a psychologist."
Oh my God.
Rude.
Attacking.
Maybe I.
Krios Hemptagramachon for $2 says, my archery class gets women looking to meet people. Archery, look at that.
Oh, that's great because I'm a bow hunter, so maybe I could do that.
Oh,
and I'd be the best in the class because I already do it.
That you should. Listen, I did archery a little bit in summer camp. It was fun.
That's the way to impress women right there.
Yes.
Archery.
You got skills.
Up and be great at archery.
That's Lord Cameron. The Krios have to. He has that stupid handle that he won't change. But
I saw a whole scientific paper about how women, the most attractive thing for women is if you protect them or defend them from some sort of harm. So
From
look,
snakes or alligators?
Well, from anything. Okay.
So I should go to Iran right now, and I should be trolling.
You should save a fair Iranian maiden. No, you should.
Yeah.
But if you got good bow hunting skills, like you're gonna, you can use your bow to protect them, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend, like, just as like a practical note, I wouldn't recommend a bow for self-defense, even for animals. Like, if you're going in the woods and you're like, I'm scared of bears, so I'm gonna take my bow, it's a bad idea.
I think there's nothing more intimidating. A guy breaks in your house and you pull out the giant longbow with this huge arrow and just like line up, man. That guy's gonna be like, oh shit.
Well, for my hunting bow is an 80-pound draw, or it's a 85-pound draw. So
Nice.
that's like insane trying to do that. Thank you. It's like trying to pull that back in my house, like, and it's heavy, like, so that I wouldn't want to do that. And besides, like, you're not going to kill the guy instantly. He's just going to get lunged, and he's just going to be drowning in his own blood. Like, you know how I said I'm a mammal supremacist? Well, it's terrible. Like, I want to kill an intruder, but I don't want them to drown in my kitchen just in their own blood.
I mean, that's pretty cucked. Okay, they broke into your house. They should die horribly.
I'm gracious. I believe in forgiveness, so I offer intruders quick deaths.
Oh, okay.
Is how I view it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think it's cucked to, once you've eliminated the threat, you want that person to suffer. You're just holding on to resentment, man. Just like kill the guy and be done with it.
Okay, that's fair.
Adam, what do you think about that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
The Oceanist for $5 says, I lived in North Carolina for a bit. Gators were cool, but fuck mosquitoes and humidity. Well, that's fair.
Obviously. The mosquitoes are horrible, yeah.
What am I telling you about bugs?
Yes. WTF 1A for $5 says, fun fact, New England is the OG 13 colonies turned states, and Vermont has its own country, or Vermont was its own country for 10 plus years before joining the Union. Also, fuck them Yorker knaves.
Yeah, that's not, well, just a little history lesson. So the territory of Vermont was kind of split between New York and New Hampshire, although there was a lot of Abenaki and a lot of those dirty French in there. So we didn't have a firm grasp on it. So that the idea that it was like really an independent country for 10 years, I mean, stretching the truth a little bit. They didn't have like a system of government in the independent Vermont Republic. It wasn't great. But okay, I'll give the Vermonters that. Yeah, you get to be a country.
Doesn't New Hampshire have like the first primary or something?
Iowa has a caucus primary, but that's like a fake primary for weirdos. So yeah,
right. Isn't there something like New Hampshire has that, like, always had to have the first primary, and then Iowa did the caucus to like subvert that?
I think the way it worked was that New Hampshire had a law that if any any state moved their primary ahead of it, it would move it before that state. And then maybe the federal government put a stop to it so that there wasn't just like infinite, like, primary hopping back and forth. So
Sammy wants to auction off her friend on a Sitch and Adam dating show auction.
Yeah.
So maybe, listen, you can get in on that.
Maybe.
Okay.
I think Sammy in the chat already called her friend too old for me. Although I think that's kind of rude of Sammy.
You can bid on the woman.
Samantha, how dare you?
She's too old and she's up for bid. I mean,
I don't think she's too old. She's like almost. Wait, how old did you say you were?
I'm 21.
Oh.
How old is she?
I mean, she's not in menopause, so you're fine. Okay.
Oh, well.
How old is she, Sitch?
You're good.
Do we know?
Also, I'm not gonna say. Okay.
She's like 40?
She's like 57.
Ooh.
Floki for $2 says that's 50-50 these days because patriarchy or something. True.
Are we? Did we do all the super chats at the top?
No, we didn't do any of them.
Oh, okay.
He's reading them that result to me. I think.
You read Christy Nome for Supreme Leader, right?
I did. I listened. That was a funny one. I read that one. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's say goodbye to CS Paffy. Thank you for coming on. And look, I hope you find love. I really do.
Thank you for being very gracious to host me, Adam. And it was your idea this time because I have yelled at you at the chat for inviting people on that weren't me.
Well, look,
anytime
if some girl wants to come on and talk to you, we're happy to host again. So
That'd be crazy, but okay. That'd be crazy if a girl was like, "Let me come onto your show and just talk to CPAP."
I mean, she might be
There'd
like
people-
desperate for, a lot of women are desperate for attention. So
Well, if she's desperate, bring her on.
it might warm her. It might warm her up. She might not be the best girlfriend material, but look, it might be
But
fun
look,
anyway.
she is a girl, and she is, talking to you, and has warm blood, and is not a bug or an alligator.
You know what, Sitch? Those are the standards. So, Adam, that's a great idea. Bring her on.
Okay. Well, reach out to us. My DMs are open. Paffy's DMs are open.
Yes.
Sitch
His
never
Substack
reads
is
his
open.
DMs. So.
Sitch never reads his DMs.
I read them
Adam is not
occasionally.
gay. I
Yeah.
have officially. I'm firming my stance right now. Adam, so not gay.
Good.
Very not gay, and he's
I'm glad that's
I
been
think-
cleared up.
Yeah, there was some debate in the community about that for a long time. I don't know how it started, but yeah, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who started that, but I think it's safe to say that Adam is not gay.
Rumor. That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a little gay.
I don't
No,
care.
But in like a good way.
no. Sitch, we're leaving on a good note. What did we
Oh,
just
okay.
talk about? We're leaving
I
on
don't
a
know.
happy
What
note.
were we talking about? I was reading my DMs because you said I never read them, so I wasn't paying attention.
Well, I'm leaving. Goodbye,
All right.
everybody.
Get out of here. Bye.
Take care. Thanks for coming on.
Okay. The Wooster sent me some video clip of Professor Jiang that we should bring up here.
That same guy?
That same guy?
weirdo?
Yeah. He's talking to Sneeko. He's making the rounds. He went from breaking points to
my
Sneeko.
God,
Okay.
Please make it stop. Make it stop.
Listen, that's exactly where you go. All right.
Your show's for neo-Nazis. Whoopsie.
It's an X clip though, so you're gonna have to
Oh no.
bring it up.
I won't do it.
Do it. Don't be that guy. Okay.
I brought up the cutest picture of a shrimp. You eat these things. You're so cruel.
Well, listen, don't you want the animals you eat to be cute? You want them to be ugly. That's gross. You don't eat ugly things. You want to eat cute things.
Yeah.
Right? Like cows are cute. Have you seen those little baby cows? They're adorable.
Yeah, I have.
The little, those fluffy cows? I don't know what they're called. There's like the extra fluffy cows.
Have you had veal? Oh, so good.
Actually, I don't think, you know what? I don't know if I've ever had veal in my entire life.
Oh, it's so good.
I've had a lot of lamb, which is, baby sheep, which is tasty.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
But, I don't
For
think I've ever
neo-Nazis.
had veal,
Whoopsie.
actually.
Oh,
What are you doing?
I'm trying
Get this
to,
clip out of here. I'm tired of hearing this stupid dimple.
Just one more time.
No.
Your show's for neo-Nazis. Whoopsie.
Your show's for neo-Nazis. That's some Nazi propaganda.
That's the propaganda.
Oh, that's the best clip ever.
Yes.
That's some Nazi propaganda.
Okay. You have the clip?
No, I
Oh.
haven't even looked.
Yeah,
read some
Jesus
super chats.
Christ. Look at this
You
guy.
read 5 super chats and I'll let you do the clip.
Look at this guy.
I got to put my foot down. Look, you're not.
Edward
getting your work
Sr. for
done.
$10. Says, do you think depriving China of cut rate VZ in Iranian oil impacts China's ability to invade Taiwan?
Yes.
Well, I mean, they're going to still try to do it, but it's going to be more obnoxious for them. Slow them down a little bit. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, in my opinion, the goal in Iran is Chinese isolation. That would be, I think that's a big part of it. I would agree. I think that's a big, big, big part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Iran is just weak at the moment. And also, apparently, Israel pushed us into doing it. We just didn't have a choice, according to Mark Rubio.
Sneeko saw those 7 million views and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm bringing this guy on.
Mm-hmm.
Let the Chinese bots come to me.
Exactly.
That wasn't 5 super chats. It was like 3.
Listen to this guy here. He's keeping track here.
I can
He's
count.
a penny pincher. He's counting his coppers.
Oh my God.
Can you believe this?
A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms reference. That was
I
good.
know. Well, technically a Game of Thrones reference.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
For you, a cuppa.
Yes. Jerome Bound for $5 says, I'm wondering if the Iranian people could have a non-religious extremist or or would want to oppose the mullahs. Well, I think a lot of the Iranian people do, but again, would the IRGC allow that? I'm skeptical. I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, they need an election. And who's going to stand in the way of the election?
Yeah.
The Republican Guard, or it's Revolutionary Guard.
It's not the Republican Guard. That's the problem.
Yeah.
All right. Ornero Zo's here for $5. Says, Adam, did you see the DC court ruled that DC's 10-round gun mag limit is unconstitutional? Wonder if that will have ramifications for California's 10-round mag limit.
I did not see that. Is it the state constitution, or is it the state Supreme Court ruling it unconstitutional by the state constitution, or is it? I don't know. It's unclear in the super chat.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be. I don't know if the fact that DC is not a state has some different impact on it or not.
Yeah.
So,
if it's a Supreme Court in Washington D.C. that ruled it unconstitutional,
no, it says it was the
California.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the Supreme Court. It was the District Court of Columbia.
Yeah. Then it won't affect it, but that's good for you guys.
Well, it could create some precedent someone pushes for, but
I mean, I like to have at least 20 rounds in my gun.
There you go.
So I can go hog wild if I run into any alligators.
You bastard. Okay, bring up the clip now.
It's up. Ready?
Yes.
Minute and 11 seconds, guys. This better be good. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. When Jeffrey Epstein died, who replaced him? And then you ask yourself, okay, who is Jared Kushner? And why is he involved in Ukrainian peace negotiations? Why is he an envoy to Israel on behalf of Trump? And why is he participating in the Iranian peace negotiations? Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are envoys who went to Ukraine to negotiate with Putin to end the war. They met with Zelensky to end the war. They are very close with Netanyahu. And then they represented Trump in peace negotiations with the Iranians. Who are these people? Right? Jared Kushner is a replacement for Jeffrey Epstein. And that all makes sense if you think about it that way. And so what are these guys trying to do? They're trying to fulfill eschatology. They're trying to position world events in a certain way that would accelerate the collapse of the world, which is what Jeffrey Epstein did. Remember, we only have at most 50% of his emails. It's possibly, it could be 2% of his emails. We know nothing about.
We got to bring this guy on to talk to Michael Tracy.
There you go. Listen, I thought Jared Kushner was just involved in a little stuff because he's Donald Trump's son-in-law. But now I know it's because he's actually Jeffrey Epstein 2.0.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I thought it was because he was banging the boss's daughter, right? But that's not it, obviously.
I would go with the boss's daughter over this weirdo.
Well, he's trying to destroy did you know? I mean, I didn't know that. I thought Epstein was just a piece of shit who was a sex addict and trying to make a lot of money. I didn't realize he was trying to destroy the world intentionally.
Yeah. He was trying to destroy the high school.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
The world.
Now Jared Kushner, that's interesting too. I'm interested in how trying to negotiate a peace between Russia and Ukraine is trying to end the world. Does that make any sense? Doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it's complete nonsense. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Trump's probably just sending him too, also because Jared Kushner was involved in the Abram Accord, so he's like, whatever. You somehow did that, even though he probably didn't actually. When we talked about how that actually came to fruition, he kind of just got lucky. But they're like, you kind of did that, so.
You did that.
Okay. You did that. I did that. Let me read the Streamlabs, actually. Asis says, I have to give it for $2. Says, I have to give it to Adam. He at least knows his ideas are bad, so of course he has to block people who point them out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sells temp for $6. Says, on the subject of not having a plan, I'm so glad Trump kicked this off without thinking to refill the strategic petroleum reserve. Yeah. it's funny because like for all the people to do that, because remember Trump was going on and on about Strategic Petroleum Reserve earlier. But that being said, I think the whole Strategic Petroleum Reserve thing is kind of like a meme anyway. Didn't it like barely reduce prices when they like released some in America? So Salvador says, one of the things I like about you guys is that you try to be measures analytical. Most people I know are not would call that fence sitting. Have you heard the stat from the Iranian state media that 500 to 600 U.S. people have died? I have heard that, but that's retarded. So
that can't be true, right?
Well, it's like there were so many. They're like, oh, 600 U.S. soldiers died, and like all their bases are like in ruin, and they're all destroyed. It's just God, it's so stupid. And then every time you click on like a picture, it's like an AI picture on X or something or Facebook or something.
Sitch, why do you block people? Why do you block or ban somebody?
I block or ban people because they annoy me generally.
Yeah, mostly it's for being rude, not for like challenging my ideas. So
right.
Or just straw manning my position. Really, I mean that irks me when I'm like, oh my God, that's not even close to my position. So.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Sal's Temp for the $12. Thank you. Says, for the record, I think the war is a bad idea, but God, Kyle, and the left's critique have been terrible. No, we're not running out of ammo. Firing a bunch of Tomahawks at the start to take out their air defense is normal because they can just send an aircraft to drop regular ordnance. Also, know the rules for submarines are different and don't have to pick up survivors after it torpedoes a ship because submarines are not spacious. I didn't even who was someone saying that? I didn't even think about that. Yes. Why would you? And also, like, I mean, is it even safe? Wouldn't it be like extra not safe too for submarines to just kind of like, give away their position like that?
Yeah, I guess not. I don't know.
Cerebral Friction for $2 says Trump did not run a going to war, yet his administration directly instigated it. Along with Israel, they faked negotiations the entire way. Unnecessary war started by Israeli warmongers. That's what this is. I don't believe the argument that the negotiations were fake.
I don't either. Yeah.
If they could have got something, I know there was some reporting. There's some reporting.
Fucking art
supposedly.
of the deal, dude, man. Of course he'd be like, oh, look, the deal. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump would fucking love to get some sort of deal he could wave around in front of the Democrats or something. The problem is like, with even like the original Iranian deal that the Obama, I was listening to, I forget who it was. There was some guy who worked in the Obama administration who was talking to, oh God, what's his fucking name?
Jared Kushner.
Talking to Jared Kushner about summoning the Antichrist.
Oh yeah. We talk about that all the time.
No, Ezra Klein. He's talking to Ezra Klein, and he was in the Obama administration. And it was like so frustrating listening to this fucking guy. And he's a podcast. He's like a really big lefty podcast now. And it was so frustrating listening to this fucking retard because they have the stupidest fucking idea about like, they're still patting themselves on the back like Obama's Iran negotiation deal was like good. And I'm like, are you delusional? Like, these are a bunch of fucking retard shitlib progressives who grew up in the era of West Wing and they think that making big speeches is going to like change the Iranian regime and make them play nice. Even at the best case scenario, okay? Even at the best, this is how stupid the Iranian nuclear deal was with Obama. Best case scenario, even if they weren't enriching any uranium whatsoever when that deal was in place, all that money that we were unfreezing and allowing them access to, the billions of dollars, all they did was take that money and just funnel it to a bunch of terrorist groups all across the Middle East. So good job. You stopped them from enriching uranium. They still had a bunch of enriched uranium. You stopped them from enriching uranium, and they just gave all this money to terrorists and helped fund terrorism in the region. That's fantastic. What a good word. I'm glad we're patting ourselves on the back. We did such a good fucking job here, guys. It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice job on the West Wing reference too, because that's totally true. They live in like a fucking dream world where it's just like you can get up and make some speech and everyone's moved. Oh my God, yes, Clow, yes.
Well, they refute. Well, I was listening, like, what this guy was so ignorant on listening to is that he was basically he thinks that every person he interacts with is going to be some sort of like pragmatic, ideologically neutral person that you can just, convince to become on your side. Like there's not people that are just either evil or have an ideology that's just so toxic that it doesn't matter. They're just going to be against you no matter what.
Or they're embedded in some community that will never let them change their opinion. That's a big one. Yeah.
Right. Sales 10 for $2 says those drone and missiles aren't magicked out of a genie lantern or Iran's ass. They're built in factories, and factories can be blown up. It's not hard to understand, yet people just say shit. Have a good one, Sitch and Adam.
True.
Cerebral Friction for $2 says Professor Zhang, not really a professor, said that Hannibal, the Carthaginian general of the Second Punic War, did not exist, and that the Battle of Cain never happened. After I heard him say that, I wrote off everything he says. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know he said that. What a weird thing to say. What a very weirdly specific thing to say. Solid Fortura says, did you think Kyle Kalinske believes what he's saying, or is he just pandering and grifting? Fans of his told me he's turned down opportunities to be bigger so he can stay authentic, unlike David Pakman.
Oh, such bullshit.
Well, first of all, I think that's
like
bullshit.
Fan cope.
Yeah, I think that is hyper fan cope because, at least from when I look at the numbers, the more insane, at least on YouTube, the more insane Kyle has become on YouTube, the more his numbers go up. So it's hard for me to believe that, like, oh yes, he didn't sell it like David Pakman. That doesn't even make sense to me at all. It's like it's literally the reverse of that. So it's hard to tell. He is obviously 100% audience captured. He does. I don't know. He has a weird way of presenting himself. Like he has a weird vibe, because doesn't he kind of have a used car salesman like phoniness to him? I don't know if it's like his hair and kind of like the visual aesthetic or something, but there's something that's like you never know. It does feel kind of phony, yeah, when he talks about stuff. Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, no, I sense it as well. It just I wouldn't think to call it a used car salesman kind of vibe, but it definitely is. It fits. Yeah.
Yeah.
A huckster type vibe.
He's got used car salesman going through midlife crisis vibe.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it reads to me. So.
Oh, that's so sad.
Rhythmus for $2 says, I'm no Iran expert by any means, but my understanding is that the ATESH and the IRGC have always been at odds with one another, and that if the regime falls, the ATESH could potentially turn on the IRGC. That may be the way. I've heard that. I don't know. I don't know if we've heard any evidence of that actually happening so far, but we shall see. That'd be nice if that happened. Rhythmus says, if the Artesh defeats the IRGC and takes control of the government, it would be likely the ideal version of Sitch's military dictatorship scenario. Could go badly, but we could probably work with them more than the IRGC. Yes, that was also be my understanding. But my understanding was also that I thought the IRGC was a lot more powerful than the Artesh was, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The
That's
IRGC
going to be your civil war right there. They already have
Right.
two militaries.
Right. Arithmus also says the IRGC is more like the secret police / foreign intelligence organization. The Artesh is understood to be more secular and less ideologically motivated. Cerebral Friction for George says, wish you guys were chill enough to have Richard Spencer on. Could be a good conversation. Okay. Fadu for $6 says, on Media Takes, I saw the Uma Musume movie. That's the horse girl movie, Adam. Which we should have watched in theaters. It establishes the goals within the first 5 minutes, and the theme of the story is roughly about what you do when they are unattainable. I'm curious about Adam's honest take on the movie.
Well, look, it sounds great if they get to the point. I'm down.
Right.
We'll see it when it comes on streaming or when we can. It can't only be available in theaters. Come on.
I want you to have to walk into a theater. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed because nowadays you can buy a ticket online, but I want you to have to like walk up to a person and be like,
and say,
one
"Here's my
adult,
movie."
one senior citizen. Uma Musume.
I'll make
Please.
my wife buy it, and I'll just hide behind her.
Okay. I kind of like that. That's funny. Metalworks for Joe says you should look up the video of the snake that hates Markiplier. It's really funny.
That'd be good. Did you skip Ace's?
I did.
That's hilarious.
Did you want me to? Do you want me to go back and read it?
Well, look, obviously Ace came in and I banned him.
Yes.
And he didn't like my mom joke. But I mean, how old do you think Ace is, in all honesty?
Like in his early 20s?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he seems like he's 15 to me, but
Oh,
I don't know. Ace, you can speak up. I don't know how old you are, but you seem super immature. So, and as soon as it's really the opposite. It's like as soon as I give you any pushback, you go like insanely, ridiculously personal insults, which is just bad faith. It's totally bad faith. You want to make it seem like you're having a conversation about ideas. You're not. Your whole goal is just to fucking insult people. So, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. So, he came in and said, am I allowed to super chat now? And I banned him and said, not without a note from your mom.
Oh,
So
I see.
that was the joke. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He says, Adam, the your mom jokes are basic and only confirm that you allow Sitch to baby you because you have a weird mommy and daddy fetish. Now, are we talking about ideas and substance here, or is that like a personal attack, Sitch?
I think we're talking about the substance of
really?
mom and dad fetishes, obviously.
Do you really think?
Yes. Wait, how did was he unbanned when he said this, or was it a different?
No, he
account?
came in with a different. He came in with a different username. Like he's constantly, he's doing ban evasions all the time.
I see.
If Ace could lay off the personal insults, that's why I ask you, why do you usually ban people? They annoy you. Yeah, the personal insults just annoy me. So, but look, that's your goal. That's why you're doing it. You're doing it to annoy me. So,
right.
And I'm banning you to annoy you. So, well, look, if you just want to be chill and you want to come in here and debate ideas, this is definitely the place for it. So just be chill. Be chill.
Be cool. Be cool.
Yeah. Did we get all the, I was trying to bring them up on screen. I actually got them up, but I couldn't find my.
That was all the Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I always feel bad that I don't bring up the Streamlabs.
Lives Inside Walls Retard says Horse Girl movie was 7.2 out of 10, worth the ticket price.
We should actually just keep Ace banned though, because we make more money off the Streamlabs.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think we got $7 out of him. And
Nice.
he would add to Super Chat $14.
Right.
Well, actually, it depends.
Well, we get banned if we annoy Sitch Adam with too many super chats. You get promoted to moderator if you do that. Okay, that's how much you annoy us with too many super chats. Get a promotion.
I banned somebody else at the beginning just to like show people heads are gonna roll if they're not nice to me. And I went back to unban him.
Yeah.
But I couldn't go high enough in the chat. You know how the chat kind of.
Oh no!
You can only go so high, so I'll see if I can find him and unban him.
Go find them.
He was saying something about how he was lecturing about how we should stop talking about Destiny, and I thought,
when did we talk about Destiny? We never. When
people were talking about Destiny in the chat. People were asking if we were going to cover Destiny, this and that. And they said specifically to me, Adam, you should stop talking about Destiny or something like that. That's another thing. When people are like specifically talking to me, you better be fucking nice to me.
Mm-hmm. I tried to watch Destiny's debate with Constantine.
You're better than me because I didn't even try.
Like I only made it through like 50 minutes. It was so cringe. Destiny was being so cringe.
Performative stupidity.
I couldn't make it. I was like, the performance stupidity was so obnoxious.
What
I literally
happened?
couldn't put up with it. I was like,
You
what
used
is
to be
this?
able to have like an intelligent conversation with Destiny. What happened?
I don't know.
It's over. I don't know. He was always pretty big, so I don't know how his relevancy has taken a dive in recent days, but
Okay, anyway. I was reading. Apparently people are saying the new Frankenstein movie sucks.
I don't want to see that movie. It doesn't
I
look
didn't
good at
either.
all.
No.
Looks horrible.
Rico Zorro for 47 months. Thanks so much. Says, I did not have Chrissy Nome getting fired before Pam and Cash on my bingo card. Yeah, I guess that is kind of surprising. And it's also kind of surprising the supposed rationale for it was because she had been wasting a bunch of money on really cringy ads. And she kind of made it sort of sound like Trump signed off on them. And Trump got mad about that and said, I didn't sign off on these ads. And did you like how
$200,000 for those ads too?
I know the
That's
ads
like
of her riding horse.
So insane.
Yes,
and they're not even like campaign ads. They're just like, oh yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah.
What the?
And what's
fuck?
the point? What's even the point of the ad?
And not only that, I think the money went to some guy that she's sleeping with.
It did. Yes, it did. Yeah. Right. But when does Trump care about that? I mean,
not her husband.
Trump doesn't care about that.
Yeah, he probably likes that.
Yeah.
No,
that's right. He doesn't care.
That looks terrible. That looks terrible. She's having an affair with the guy that's shooting her. Oh my God. She's basically paying for it, isn't she?
What's up with that? How do you have it? How do you like just publicly have an affair? Anyway.
Everyone.
And you see that clip?
Too.
There's that clip of.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, this clip is so funny. There's a clip of someone asking Kristi Noem if she's having an affair. Some congressperson asking her when she's under oath if she's having an affair, and she like doesn't answer the question. And you're like,
dodges.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Oh,
it's like
no.
dodgeball.
No. And it's even worse because like her husband is sitting behind her. And
yeah.
it's like, oh God.
How
get out of that relationship. God. That's even more cuck than Piers Morgan. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably got a bunch of side pieces going on. That's the only way I could sit there in that kind of situation.
Right.
I'd just be thinking, yeah, look, it's basically an arranged marriage. We're staying together, but I got a lot of action going on.
Sure. It's a marriage of political convenience or something.
There you go. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Lethal Strain for $2 says UAE should take over control of the Strait of Hormuz. They might have to. If we just dip out. So you guys are on your own. Bye. Dash of Insanity for $5 says, have you guys seen Iran So Far Away by Dr. Fox Sadiq? Highly advised to watch. Can't get the song out of my head ever since YouTube recommended it to me.
Why doesn't UAE UAE could build a canal across that, the little peninsula that juts out and makes the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah.
UAE controls all the land on that little jutting out part. Why can't they just make a canal that goes through there? It doesn't seem like it's a long
I mean,
distance.
they could. It just would cost a lot of money, right? And they never, I guess they didn't need to until now. Like, they didn't need to before, so.
Seems like money well spent, unless you're going to nuke Iran.
Sure.
It would take all the power away from Iran. How long did it take us? No, the canal thing.
Oh.
Because then they could just go up and use the canal. They'd make so much money.
Well, but wait a minute. Where would the canal? You're saying the canal would be through Dubai? Where would it be through?
Isn't it UAE that's there?
Yeah, but like it would have to go. It would still be, if you're talking about like the little tip part, like it would still be too close to Iran. Like they could still shoot it from there. Like the only it'd have to be like some giant canal that like goes through like the entire bottom of like the peninsula to like avoid Iran completely.
Yeah, I'm bringing up the map.
Yeah,
if I can. Let's see. Oh, that's a terrible map. What happened?
I could just send you a screenshot from Google Maps.
The UAE does. Yeah, no, there's a little section there.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's still Iran's still across from it. So it wouldn't. How would that help?
You could be so much further away instead of tucking inside of Iran's vagina every time you have to pass in your ship.
I don't know if it would make a difference, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Because you still have to go that little part. You have to go into that area where Oman is. That's still right across from Iran.
No, yeah.
Is avoiding the vagina like that much? Is that the problem? Is it that little vagina area? That's the key area.
No, that is the obvious problem.
That's the problem is the vagina. Yeah.
As soon as you tuck inside Iran's vagina, it's over.
Okay. Maybe you're right.
Okay, I finally found a map, but you can see United Arab Emirates is here. Well, I guess maybe you can't see I can't point on here. But yeah, you could. You don't. Oman, is that its own country up there? Oman.
Yeah.
So you go on the backside of Oman. Obviously, you use the land that's between the United Arab Emirates, the Arabian Sea, and the Persian Gulf. You'd completely avoid the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, I don't know.
Hormuz.
How many miles is that? It's pretty big. It's a pretty big chunk, right?
It's about 300 miles, but
okay. We're gonna build a 300-mile canal, baby. I like it.
I have no idea.
Panama Canal, eat shit. Okay.
I have no idea how far.
300 miles.
I only said 300 miles because it's comical if it's.
I know.
Miles, but it could be 14 miles for all I know.
Okay.
It seems on this map, it doesn't seem like very far, but who knows?
Well,
maybe it is.
You see the little bottom is like a little thing that says 20 kilometers.
Yeah, but I don't know what kilometers are.
What's a kilometer?
Who knows what kilometers are?
That's a good point. That's 12 miles. 12.4 miles.
What are these kilometers?
That's how many meters it takes to kill 1 meter.
So how many kilometers?
20 kilometers is 12.4 miles.
So how many miles is it across that little thing?
I don't know. I don't know where you're. I don't know. Like I'm not looking at this. I don't know.
I know
where
we're not
you're
looking at the same map.
Looking at so. I have Google Maps open, which I feel is probably more accurate than whatever you're looking at.
Well, look, do a guesstimate on Google Maps just to give us an idea.
No, but I mean, like, what are the points that you want me to look at?
I mean, pick a good. I mean, it could be close to the tip of Oman, right? It looks like there's a nice little place right through there.
Right on the tip. Okay.
Yeah. You're just basically cutting the tip off.
Right.
You let the tip float off into the vagina there, and you just
okay. We'll go from tip to tip here. All right. You go from tip to tip here. Wow.
You should share your screen so we can see you working the tip.
You want to see me work the tip here? So here, I'll show you. I'll give you a screenshot here.
Bring it up.
Okay. So, well, it's not a straight line, so it would be a little less. But it said it's 50 miles.
50 miles, okay.
Yeah.
That might be excessive. Let's look at how long the Panama Canal is.
But it would probably be like, if it was a straight line, I'm saying maybe like 30-ish miles, maybe.
Guess how long the Panama Canal is.
I have literally no clue.
51 miles, bitch. It's totally possible. Eat
I
that.
guess fuck me in the ass. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Take that tip.
Shows what I know about canals. All right.
The Panama Canal, 51 miles.
I didn't know that. That's impressive.
Look at that. So it's totally doable.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Do it, guys.
You can put up a big sign that says, avoid Iran's vagina. Enter here.
I mean, you're still going to get hit.
Safe passage.
I don't know. I still think you're still facing, Iran is still there the entire time, so I'm not sure it's going to do much of anything. But
you're so far away, though. You're so much further away.
Okay. Not really.
If you go into the straits here, you're surrounded on 3 sides by Iran.
Mm-hmm.
You're all up in
I mean,
their
they're shooting
business.
drones into other countries that are further away than that. Why does it matter? Like, why is that little bit of distance going to make a difference?
It's a huge difference. You'd feel much safer in a canal than going up there where you're surrounded on 3 sides by Iran.
Okay. Someone said there's a mountain there. So you have to go, well, listen, you can cut through the mountain, right? We have modern technology, right?
You don't think there's mountains in Panama?
I don't know.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Look at that. Rich Jammer says, my dad worked as a civil engineer since the 80s in Dubai. I should ask him if it's possible to build a canal there. I like it. What if it's a sky canal? Can we build a sky canal like on the top of the mountain?
Trump would be all over this solution.
Wouldn't that be cool, right?
How about this? We bring in a bunch of hot air balloons and we attach them to the ships.
Right.
And we ferry the ships over the landmass.
Yes.
Great idea, huh?
I like it.
I would have never guessed that the Panama Canal is 50 miles.
I wouldn't have either.
You wouldn't be saving a lot of time. That's the thing, but you would definitely be denying Iran. That's the thing about the Panama Canal, right? You're saving all of that time around the South America. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
This is just like, you really only save 5 minutes, but fuck Iran.
There you go.
It would probably be easier to just
blow up Iran.
just take out.
It'd be cheaper, quicker.
It would be cheaper. It would be cheaper. It would be faster.
They just fucking blow them up.
Well, not blow them up, but just take them over.
Just keep killing their leaders until they play nice. That's what they should do. We're just gonna keep killing whoever's in charge until you stop fucking around. That's a good strategy. We should do that strategy.
We should do that gold passport, but it's to actually relocate to Iran.
Right. So
we'll just fill it up with Americans, and then everything will be. Talk about conquest in the Middle East, right?
Oh, okay. You're saying we should have like 90 Americans move to Iran, just take over.
Well, for every Iranian that comes to America, we should have some Americans go to Iran, right?
I see.
But they should be in charge. They should be in positions of authority.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
Because we don't believe in Allah, and that makes us superior.
Okay. Okay. True, but okay. The Oceanist for $10. Thank you so much. Says, imagine being a Russian in the trenches of Ukraine, hearing about how the U.S. got air superiority in Iran within a week, while you're in year 4 in your 3-day special military operation.
Oh my God, that is such a good super chat.
Yeah.
That is so true. You've got to be demoralized.
Yep.
You're like, oh my God, the Americans really, can't they come save me from this?
Mr. Grams for $5 says, Americans started this war if you ignore the previous 50 years that Iran has been funding terrorists and enchanting death to America. True.
I do like that argument. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Lethal Strain for $5 says, the foreign minister is literally doing the quote, I'm not touching you meme. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Sad.
Oh, J-Mac, if I missed one for $5 says, is Kyle actually graying that much at 38 or does he dye his hair? Because if the latter, holy hell, what a tool. If the former, then salute. No, it's not gray. It's like blonde, right? It's
I think he's dyeing it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's 100%.
But he might be dyeing it because he is turning gray. So I don't know.
I thought he was doing it because he wants to look like the lead singer of Smash Mouth.
Ooh. Okay.
Remember when that was like super popular in the 90s? Like
I do,
all the kids
I do.
doing the frosted tips.
I do remember the frosted tips.
Yes.
The frosty tips. I never frosted my tips. So.
I wanted to frost my tips, but I did not.
Yeah.
I did not, no.
I did a perm once. I had the JD Vance meme guy hair at one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was kind of a train wreck, but
yeah, it's weird. I'm looking at pictures of the lead singer of Smash Mouth. His hair's not dyed at all. I guess I was thinking of Guy Fieri, who actually looks almost identical to the lead singer of Smash Mouth, but with like a beard and frosted hair.
I don't know
So
who
there you
that
go.
is.
Guy Fieri, that's the food guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You've seen him. He's the one who always wears the little he does that TV show, Diners, Drive-Ins.
Yeah, I looked him up.
Yeah.
I never knew his name.
Okay. Wasn't he on like a very contentious episode of Joe Rogan?
I don't remember. Maybe he was. Is Guy Fieri in a wheelchair? Is the number one question people ask.
I didn't think so.
What is a tragic story of Guy Fieri? Does Guy Fieri have a husband?
Wow, these are interesting questions.
What is Guy Fieri's new look?
Flavor Town, that's right. Boba Pack for $2 says self-cleaning storm drains. Exactly. Jay the Slime for 10 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says Kyle uses the same source as his Han. It's an old book by a painter. It talks about how the Jews, people from this one state are masterminds who take over the minds of other leaders.
Wow.
Exactly. That's true.
There is a lot of that conspiracy going around on the left.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Panda Tree, thanks so much for 31 months of being a Frugal Seeker. Says this has been so interesting to keep up with. Now I wonder if there were an American citizen who held vigils when Hitler died. There was actually there are a lot of Germans that live in the Midwest that were pretty supportive of Hitler for a lot of the war.
Unfortunate.
So, yes.
I think Anna would say that she doesn't buy into the conspiracy that Jews run the world, but she just thinks Israel is outside.
She doesn't buy into the conspiracy that Jews run the world. She buys into the conspiracy that Israel runs the world. She does make a distinction because she'll say well, there's a bunch of Jews that don't like Israel, which is true. But I still think it's a lot of Israel derangement syndrome going on.
Yeah, look, I disagree. I think it's just incentives. I think it's the incentive structure of American politicians who want to cater to Jewish people as a voting bloc. I think that's definitely happening.
Yeah, or they really want to cater to the
Christians.
So.
Yeah, that's part of it too. Definitely.
I guess that's probably. I'm sure there's also rich Jewish donors that are important. Get their monies. There was actually I don't remember what exactly the comment was. Jank was on Piers Morgan after Anna. And Pierce literally made some comment where he's like, Jank, I think you're getting to the point where you'll stub your toe and blame Israel.
Wow.
I was like, oh no, but true.
That is true.
Yes. Eagle should for $5 says people nowadays presume that Trump is ontologically evil / incompetent and start from there. It's why their platform is just anti whatever Trump does. That is true. It's been that way for a while, to be fair, but yes. Adam Gadbaugh for 43 months says, why does anyone take seriously the clowns who are cheerleading for the Death to America crowd? Sad.
Tough to tell.
Swamp Faye for $5 says, Israel isn't using the Iron Dome. They use lasers now. Yes, Jewish lasers, but not space lasers.
Do they really? I've seen demos of that laser and it's badass and very cheap because obviously you don't have to make a missile. You just shoot a beam.
Well, it used to be cheap, but unfortunately so much of the energy cost is going to AI generate deepfakes that now actually it's more expensive to shoot the laser.
You're making that up.
I saw a video on it that was not AI.
Did you
deepfake.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I did not see a video.
It was a deep faked video.
I saw a deep fake video on it, yes. Lethal Strain for Jar says, the traveling Clat, an Israeli YouTuber, posts daily. Well, does he post about how Tel Aviv is now a smoking crater?
Yeah, or is he at the
Because
Starbucks sipping a latte?
Yes. Or is it just a video of him chilling, completely not affected at all? Mr. Graham, thanks so much for the $5. Says we live in a post-truth world now. I'm just waiting for a major criminal case where the main defense argument is that some key evidence is actually AI.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for that too.
That will come up in the what's his name? The guy who killed the healthcare CEO. I bet you that he's gonna say that. It's an AI video.
YouTube has to start labeling the videos in the same way that they label contentious topics, right? You know, they put the little disclaimer under the contentious topics. These people are talking about climate change is real and it's going to kill you. I don't necessarily think they get them right, but
they're all going to have to do that. Like all sites are going to have to do that.
They should be labeling anything that has AI in it, that this video contains AI imagery or AI vocals.
They will. They're going to have to.
Yeah. They should do it now because a lot of those videos aren't labeled.
Lives in Suggs Wall temporarily for 2 hours says new conspiracy is Israel did 7-Eleven Slurpee psyop. True.
Yeah.
Did you know? I didn't know this. Apparently, 7-Elevens in Japan are like really high tier, classy establishments.
I did know that actually. Yeah. You gonna check that out when you go to Japan?
I am. I'm excited to check out the fancy Japanese 7-Elevens.
You're gonna go to the 5-star 7-Eleven.
The 5-star 7-Elevens. And I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna cry and be like, why can't we have nice things like this in America?
Yeah.
Samantha told me, she claims that they're so successful, that they're actually 7-Eleven has hired the Japanese owners to try to like reproduce the magic in America.
Instead of those stupid hot dogs on the rotisserie, they have like
actually good edible things.
Maybe.
Yes.
They have sushi rolls.
Or rice balls.
Or crab legs.
Or
lobster.
Crab legs.
Lobster
That's
roll.
right. You go into the Japanese 7-Eleven and you get the lobster rolls.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great.
Of course.
I love those lobster rolls. When they give you all that claw meat. And you're like, fuck you. Give me the good stuff.
You don't like the claw meat? You just like the legs?
No, I can't stand claw meat.
Really?
It's like eating a rubber claw. You're like, what the? Technically, it's lobster. No, get out of here.
Okay. Jay the Slime for $10 says, no, Adam. Hassan has been begging Gavin for attention, but he isn't getting any. No, but seriously, Hassan is begging Gavin Newsom for an interview. Oh, I thought he had one lined up.
Gavin is going on. Unless I mean, word on the street is it's already in the works.
WYFT for 10 Canadian says, hey guys, hope you're having a great Sunday. Did you see your girl Destiny and Constantine from the Trig pod had a debate? It was good and very cringe. Might be worth a watch. Cheers, boys. We were just talking about that. Yeah. It was very, I don't know. I told you I couldn't really get past 15 minutes. The performative stupidity from Destiny was hard to stomach. So
I guess people just want us to beat up on Destiny. Like we have all the Destiny haters in our audience, which is great. You guys are welcome here. Welcome with open arms.
Right. Of course. It's beautiful.
But I didn't watch it just because it's so fucking boring.
Leica for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year Freedom Seeker. Says we're checking out videos of either Melissa Chen or Haviv Gur, or Havin Gur and Winston Marshall laying out how this war is actually 4D chess with China. Oh, we'll check it out.
Yeah. I watched a lot of videos. There's a lot of interesting content.
There is. The Oceanist for $5 says, if we're the Zog, why is it the petrodollar and not the petro shekel? That's a good point.
Oh, yeah, it should be. We should change it now.
Zero Fox in the chat says, Sitch, please fix Dev. He thinks Destiny beat Kissin. Interesting.
Here's the headline. Dow futures tumble over 1,000 points on U.S. oil. Near $120 a barrel. Wow.
Nice.
Oil is up like 50% over the last week. How do you feel about that?
I mean, not great. I don't want to have to pay more for gas and everything else.
Yeah.
Not
All the
going to be good for
Tesla
Trump.
people on Twitter are like, haha.
Yeah, but it's going to make the price of everything else go up too.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, this is a $20 Floki for $20. Says petrodollar exists, it's just not enforced. Most countries won't leave it because it will harm the USD, which many nations owns a lot of debt, which bolsters their currency. So it's ultimately real but voluntary for sure.
Right.
Lives inside walls temporarily, which I believe is what you were saying, but yeah. Lives inside walls temporarily for 2 hours says USA, even our Masons are free. That's true. Look at that.
The thing that I don't like about that narrative is it completely ignores the fact that people are using the dollar voluntarily. The whole petrodollar narrative is that it's like America being, forcing the dollar on other people, and that if we didn't continue to force them to use it, that they would leave us and we'd be fucked.
Right.
It's just that whole narrative is bullshit. So, look, if when people talk about the petrodollar, if this is actually what they believed, I would have no problem. I would say, oh, knock yourself out. But we're having two different conversations.
Yeah. True NYC golden bonds for $2 says Drew Pavlov posted a vid. Jang admitted to 2026 arrest. He got arrested. Wait, are you saying he got arrested in 2026?
Drew,
is that what happened?
I don't know.
Check it out. See, Drew posts like 20 billion things a day, so it might be hard to find. But I'll see if I can find it. Human Flourishing, thanks so much for the $20 just now. It says, you guys are great. Well, thank you. Keep up the pursuit of truth. The only way I can see you losing it is some bent of ideological capture. Well, that's true for everyone, right? What do you do to avoid this possibility when many, like secular talk, do not? Don't say, cause I'm smart.
Well,
I don't know. How do you answer that question?
I think it's they're so thirsty for audience, for growing their audience, that it becomes inevitable for them. And I don't care that much about growing the audience. So that's not something that's like high on my priority list.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it. I think another part of it is not so much anymore, but there was a time period where I was like hyper autistic about like trying to like question why I believed everything. Not like don't question everything, but question why I believe and why my thought processes work the same, like the way that they do. And I think it kind of made me like, probably too much, a little too hyper paranoid, and made me kind of autistically trying to be like autistically neutral about certain things. So at least attempt to. Because that's really the thing. It's just I think when you kind of understand that your brain is constantly trying to push you into, your brain is always trying to confirm what you want to be true at all times. And I think you just have to like sit with that awareness and kind of work past it a lot of times, which I mean, I try to. I'm obviously not always successful, but I try to. So I think it's that plus a combination of audience capture.
But if you're put in a situation where you don't really care what is true, then you avoid that completely. I mean, that's kind of
it'll be easier,
I am.
obviously,
I'm
if
like,
that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's true.
I'm
that's
like,
a good point.
I don't have a dog in the fight on whether this is true or not. I mean, all of our discussion today on Iran, I mean, I would like there to be a pleasant outcome for all parties involved, but I'm not like desperate to be proven right, or I think the odds are against that, but that's not my wish.
Right. Well, that's like a good hack to circumvent that. Cause yeah, if you don't care, then you're not going to have your brain's not going to be kind of like trying to confirm, what you want to be true.
Yeah.
Cause you don't care.
You have to have a real fuck it attitude. You have to be like, I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I found the post here. Drew's post here. Professor Yang Lor.
Oh,
It
this
says,
guy?
yes. So he says essentially he bashed his 4-year-old son in front of everyone at a public school or public pool in Canada, and he got detained by the lifeguards until the police arrived. So now he's attempting to sue the local government for false imprisonment, which he claims is an example of white racism towards Asians. Here's the trans. Okay, so he says this in a 30-minute video, which he
I
actually
thought he was in China though.
he is, but I think he also there was a time period where he was in Canada too,
Oh,
where he goes
okay.
back and forth.
And this is the guy with the 7 million views. This
Yes.
is the big
This is
feature
the
guy.
yes. And so here he's got 30-minute video uploaded, but I mean I can watch the whole thing. He's got the quote here from the transcript. Quote, Bo, his 4-year-old son, is always testing boundaries, but sometimes because I'm under so much stress, I can overreact. So I was slapping him. And then one of the patrons confronted me and threatened to kill me if I continued to hit my child. And then
No, I said, what? I'll show you. Here, I'm going to hit him some more.
Let me get the Freemasons. Okay, they're gonna summon the Antichrist on you. And then I confronted him, and then the staff got involved. I explained the situation that Bo often misbehaves, and even though I don't want to be physical with him, sometimes I'm forced to be physical with him in order for him to understand the gravity of the situation. The response was, "Oh, I understand. You're an Asian parent." And as we're about to leave, there's a large lifeguard. Okay, he's a teenager. Okay, but he's very tall and muscular, and he's white. And he stares down at me and he says, "Our boss would like you to stay." And he says it in a very menacing and confrontational manner. So there you go. Apparently, he was slapping his child around, and someone called the police on him because they were worried about the kid's safety.
You're an Asian parent.
Well, listen, the Asians, they like to, slap their kids around, right?
Well, there is a stereotype about Asians being super tough on their kids, right?
Yeah. There you go.
Why are you slapping him? He got an A-.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The Oceanist for $5 says petrodollar, global hegemony, multipolar order, BRICS, military industrial complex. See, I can use the buzzwords too. Listen, you did good. You hit them all. Okay.
You're very intelligent.
Yes. Obviously, this is a very smart person. Lives inside walls temporarily for 2 hours says a better conspiracy revolves around the U.S. and LNG options. Oh, I don't know what is that conspiracy?
I don't know.
Okay. The natural gas options ones. I don't know what that one is.
These
lives inside walls for $2 says these noobs need to learn to conspiracy properly. True.
Yeah. Got to get it right. There needs to be at least one pizzeria.
Yes. Dr. Fire for 5 Canadian says the Vatican is run by the Jesuits. Is that similar to the premise? Isn't that similar to the premise of the Da Vinci Code? Well, obviously,
ripped this off.
The Da Vinci Code was true because doesn't Da Vinci Code also talk about Freemasons? That's all true. That was that writer who knows the truth trying to expose it to the world. Okay.
Dan Brown.
Yeah. Dan Brown was trying to expose it to the world through the Da Vinci Code.
Henry Corman.
Dan Brown worked with Henry Corman to expose the Illuminati to the world. Yes,
it's exactly. Roger Corman. I got it wrong earlier.
Oh, okay.
Everyone in the chat was giving me a hard time.
The Wooster for $5 says, I've watched all of Professor Zhang's videos for almost 2 years now. I'm not joking. Ask me anything. I've been tracking him and his mysterious background. Really? I didn't know you were such a fan. Is he like schizophrenic? How many demons does he think that they're trying to summon with nukes in the CERN? With the Large Hydrogen Collider. I'm saying that wrong. The Large HC Collider thing. Hadron, right? Large Hadron Collider.
Live inside walls. Watch all those videos. It's fascinating.
Yeah, you watching it just for like the memeness of it all? Is it kind of like reading about Bat Boy?
Yeah.
Lives inside walls temporarily for 2 hours says hot take US botted the videos to discredit China. I read that one. Majin for $5 says the machine elves in my DMT fueled JO crystal recharge meditation told me this guy's a complete loon. Praise the stumbling mountain beyond the wall.
That's a good way to go about it. Fight conspiracy with conspiracy.
True. Lethal Strain for 2 hours says Matt Rife actually bought Annabelle last year. I had heard about that. I think they talked about that on Red Letter Media or something. Good for him. Floki for $5 says, I think Zach Baggins from Ghost Adventures has it in his museum. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Zach Baggins. Well, I don't know. Does Zach Baggins have it or does Matt Rife have it? Who has it? Majin for $2 says, weekly reminder, Trump is older than China. Wow. That's impressive.
Seems like you skipped a bunch of super chats.
I read those when you were gone, so.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I just didn't hear them.
Human Flourishing, just now for sure, says, good answer, thanks, and be well. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Hanks. Floki for $5 says, Hassan had to walk it back later the same stream. Interview wasn't secured yet. He was told by his coordinator. The it's happening part just went viral. Oh, okay. I was like, I could have swore I saw a clip of it. So thank you. That makes sense. Potentially criminal. Hey, look at that. Sean for $10 says, may Donald J. Trump drink the androchrome of every person in Tehran.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Going old school.
The Wooster in the chat says, he is schizo. Oh, okay. And he had a mental break after college. He talks about it in his videos. I build up antibodies against bullshit. That's why he watches it. So wait a minute.
No, that's good.
That's hilarious. Fucking so Breaking Points literally has some like insane person on there.
Psycho person.
Yeah, some weird psycho. They're like, and they're so I love how they're so like they treat him with such fucking respect. Like he's some sort of big guy. I never even heard of this guy. They're like, oh, thank you so much for coming on our show and talking to us about the truth about Iran and Trump.
We were desperate for someone who would trash the U.S. and Israel.
Yes.
Thanks for coming on and doing it.
Now, please ask China to bot the views. Okay. I would really love it. Assat Games for $5 says, guys, Sitch is weird.
It's that time again.
Anti-terrorist. Can someone do an early life check? Tracy PDF exposed. Well, you're welcome.
That you were cutting out through most of that. Assat Games for $5. Guys, Sitch is weirdly anti-terrorist. Can someone do an early life check? Also, kudos again for the MT PDF expos. LMAO. Oh, I guess that's Michael Tracy. I don't know if Michael Tracy's an actual pedo, but I know you guys were calling him that, and he's simping so hard for Epstein. He seems to be realizing that goes with the territory. So, living in Stugg's walls for $2 says, more like Adam Kahn still going. Am I right?
Okay, it's funny too because it was
read that one. Are you back or not back? No. Oh no, you left. No, he's back.
I'm back.
What happened?
The anti-terrorist got me.
Okay.
That's what happened. So
I said, I sense, I can tell the future, Sitch. A phone call I see.
You do? Okay.
To your cable company.
You sound like Winston the Wolf.
That's right.
Okay. Good reference. Zero Fox says, Adam, did you see that Pisco was singing Sitch's praise about the Tracy conversation? I saw you told me that. I haven't actually seen the clip though, so I should go watch it.
Well, good.
Thank you.
Pisco should come back on the show. I don't care if Pisco comes back on the show, but
Pisco did a good job with the Tracy conversation. I mean, a lot of crazy shit came out in that conversation.
Oh yeah, you both talked to Tracy, so you're bonding over that.
Well, I listened to his conversation. That's where I was like, got like extra sus about Tracy, and I was like, he's got some very sus moral positions here. Living in Suggs Walls for $2 says, more like Adam Kahn still going. Am I right?
Yes. As opposed to Kahn over?
Yes.
The Kahn
Orca
is not over.
I get it. Orca
should
for
be
30
more
months.
like Adam Kahn not over.
Yes.
Am I right?
You're right. Says, what about a kiss for the bestest podcast on YouTube? Here's $100. Don't spend it all on one place. A-Team Reigns Supreme. Read it right, Sitch.
Supreme.
Well, it wasn't $100. It's a $30, 30-month free will seeker. So, but thank you for your 30 months of support.
But isn't that $100? I think it probably is.
I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? I typed what I typed for $10. Thank you so much. As my metric for judging the Iran situation is simple. If it manages to infuriate the entire woke right and the woke left crowd, there's a good chance we're moving in the right direction. There you go. That's how you figure out what's true. I like it.
Talk to me in 6 months.
Okay. Potato is me for 20 knock knock says strikes will continue until Iran improves. Based. I like it. Floki for $10. Thanks so much, Floki. Says you should look into the history of everything on YouTube. He has videos on Iran and water issues and governance corruption. The Revolutionary Guard keeps him around because of kickbacks on projects. Iran loves dams. Oh, interesting. I'll check that out. The history of everything.
Sounds great.
Now, living in Stug's walls temporarily for 34 months, being a free will seeker. Thanks so much. Says to steal a joke from an old Wall Street bets guy. How is Iran like a shareholders meeting in Omaha? You need a break BRKA to get in. Listen, my brain does not process that. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not in the know. Say it right. Thanks so much for the 10 SGDs. Says, how is Trump going to ensure whatever regime is friendly to the U.S. and won't become allies of China and pursue a nuke anyway because they realize they will need one to deter America from attacking again? Well, that's the risk, right? That's how you roll the dice. I guess the question would be, China's already signaled. I mean, China's not going to do shit. They're not going to militarily stop America from blowing them the fuck up. So that would be the supposed. It's a military guarantee, right? It's like, well, you're going to be our friend or we're just going to fucking kill you. China ain't going to do shit.
China's not going to give them a nuke because they're like scared they would use it.
Yeah.
They're like,
China,
those bitches are crazy.
Well, and also, I mean, supposedly, this is one of Ryan McVest's positions, that China doesn't want nukes to be used by anyone because they think it would be useful essentially to use against China if they invade Taiwan. So they're very anti-nukes. Floki for $5 says, imagine thinking Janker Anna actually cares about U.S. soldiers rather than a prop for their anti-Semitism.
I think that's unfair. I think they do care about U.S. soldiers.
I don't think they're anti-Semitic. I think they're anti-Israel. They really, really fucking despise Israel. I think they do
think Israel is
create a
taking
separation.
over.
Yeah. But they do believe that it's weird because I think they believe that all the Israel controls America conspiracy theories. But
If what they believed was true, that Israel was sending American soldiers off to die, that would be pretty infuriating.
That would be pretty bad, yeah. But isn't that true for like most conspiracies? If you believe it, if it's true, then that would be crazy, right?
Yeah. But he's
Berkshire Hathaway really is in Omaha. Oh, okay. That was like a real esoteric joke, I guess. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's Berkshire Hathaway A. Okay, I'm starting to get it now.
The baby Berks.
Yes. Okay. Well, no, isn't A's not? Is A's they're not Baby Burke, right?
Oh, I don't know.
No, A's the original, the
A
big
class.
boy. A class is the big boy one. Let's see. What is it at right now? What's it at nowadays here? How much does it cost?
It'll be a lot cheaper tomorrow when the market opens up.
It's
down 1,000 points.
$147,000, guys. If you want to buy one share of the Burke, the big Burke, get it there. Oof! Wow. Can you imagine getting in the 90s when it was only a cheap $30,000?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Wow, it was
You should buy some options.
It was 2,000. It was almost $3,000 when it first came on the market. That's crazy.
How much is an option?
I couldn't tell you.
Because the option is an option is one option is an option to buy 100 shares.
Mm-hmm.
So how much would 100 shares be?
Here's a post from 10 years ago on Reddit. Why are there no options for Berkshire Hathaway Class A? It's because nobody's willing to write a $20 million option. That is the answer to the question.
Well, who has 100 shares?
I don't know. Does anyone? Does what's his face?
Yeah.
Warren Buffett. How many shares does Warren Buffett have?
I'm sure he could, but I guess, yeah. Well, the whole idea of having such a high share price is to avoid things like options and shorting and stuff like that.
Right. Oh my God. Oh my God. He has, supposedly, according to the AI here, 38% of voting shares. So he's got almost $200,000. I'm sorry, almost 200,000 shares of Berk A.
Mm.
Total value estimated $148 billion.
148 billion?
Wow. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot. That's a lot of cheddar.
That is a lot.
Just think, we could have universal health care with all that money.
There you go. We should just liquidate all that money and get universal
Turn it
health
into
care.
doctors.
That's true.
Pay doctors with that money, right?
Agent Mongoose for $5 says the school was previously part of an IRGC base and was converted to a school years ago. In all likelihood, it was hit by mistake when targeting the IRGC. I had heard that as well, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Chuckle Desk for 39 months says, wanted to ask, I'm a bit behind, but when you say we did this for Israel, are you saying we wait until they can attack or until we can't attack them? Yes. Michael Doberman for 2 Canadian says, can you get Spoon and Anna on? That would be fun. They argue with each other. Floki for $5 says, the trope is we know Anna doesn't give a shit about U.S. troops. She's just using this for her hatred, which I completely agree with. Renoro Zorro is here for $5 says, why does Jank live in the States if he's going to simp for enemies of the USA? Lives in Stugs Walson Burley for $2 says, Anna getting close to the cookie oven argumentation.
Oh, that's so wrong.
Terrible.
That's not true.
File Van Gogh for $2 says, Anna has become Destiny when it comes to debating. She's very, very aggro in these conversations.
Yeah.
Floki for $5 says, I served under Petraeus. Wow, look at that. He
was horrible.
He was the mind behind the horrible ROI. What is ROI?
Return on investment.
Well, I know, but I'm assuming it means something different in the military conversation.
Maybe not.
Oh, okay.
He was the mind behind the horrible ROI that caused the loss of so many battle buddies. Fuck him.
Fuck him. Don't care what he says at all. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Rules of engagement. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I meant ROE. Oh, okay. I'd heard a lot about the rules of engagement being really fucked up in Iraq.
Yeah, that you can't shoot until you're like being shot at.
Right.
You can't shoot until you're almost dead.
Jeff McIntyre for $10 says, there have been plenty of times where I had to bail on the show due to an annoying guest, but none lost me faster than that miserable, condescending twit, Michael Tracy. Please never have him on again. S-Class #1. Well, thank you,
must
Jeff.
have hearted that. I didn't heart that one.
I didn't heart that one.
Really?
I think the universe hearted that one.
You hearted that one,
No.
definitely.
I don't think so.
We're so happy to get an S-Class after 6 months.
6 months of no
dry
S-Classes. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Let's see, I think I read that one.
Yeah, that one's hilarious.
Derp Thanks so much. Dirt for $10 says not watching live. I just want to say that the rules only mean as much as they're enforced. The Fed enforced federal law in Minnesota with ICE. Who enforces international law? The USA, baby. That's true.
Completely agree. Without law enforcement, there is no law.
Herbig for the $5 says, huh? Does Sitch think the Iraq war was good because Saddam bad? Why can't the U.S. option in Iran be mind our business, negotiate inspections, and not waste money lives? Well, I don't think the Iraq war was good because Saddam bad, which I've talked about several times on the stream. So why can't the U.S. option in Iran be mind our own business and negotiate inspections? Because that's naive. That's insanely naive. There's no reality where you're going to negotiate a situation where Iran is not going to forever is either going to forever enrich uranium until they have a nuke, or forever hold it over the world's head as some sort of obnoxious bargaining chip, allowing them to continually give money to terrorist organizations all across the Middle East to continue destabilizing it. So why should anyone put up with that? Really, is the question. Why should anyone put up with that? Why can't Iran mind its own business? That's the real question.
Everyone wants to know.
That's why Saudi Arabia and all these other countries were like begging. I mean, they're kind of trying to hide it in public, but it's reported that in private they were begging the U.S. to get involved because they fucking hate Iran so much. AKA Batosai, thanks so much for the one gifted membership. Let's see, now we're getting to all the CS Paffy, which I read, I think, all of these. Floki for $2 says, oh, there's the Gator Milk one. Gross. Floki for $2 says, Adam, from the land of almond milk, gator milk, maybe.
Sitch is the almond milk guy.
I don't like almond milk.
Oh,
I
you
like
like oat milk.
Oat milk. Yeah, you're the soy milk
That is
drinker.
correct.
Yeah.
I do like some soy milk.
Almond milk
Oat
has
milk
a
is
weird.
good too.
I don't like almond milk. Almond milk has a. Almond milk tastes too much like almonds. It has like that weird almond. I mean, I'm not against almonds, but I don't want to like drink them. So
Oat milk is better than almond milk. Yeah. I'm not a big almond milk fan either.
I think oat milk tastes the closest to milk of all the non-milk milks.
Mm-hmm. I like half and half. I don't even like milk.
Okay, well, okay. Living in Sucks Wall temporarily for $5 says, I'm hoping this becomes a monthly, quarterly dating segment. It's nice to see some humanity given the extensive NPCs the stream normally deals with. It's funny. Maybe.
Well, we had one hookup in chat, right? Vanessa and Pluff.
Well, yeah, two actually.
Who else?
Who indeed? Who else? I don't know. WTF for $5 says, can you guys ask Dev why he doesn't cover Alberta wanting to leave Canada instead of hate watching the US? It's wild he doesn't cover his team, please and thank you. I mean, I could tell you why. It's because no one cares.
Mm-hmm.
No one cares what goes on in Canada. Alberta wants to leave Canada. Like, okay, so what? Who cares?
Do they really? They signed up for American statehood?
Yeah, obviously.
Wow.
I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing
That's
about
like
this. I thought Quebec wanted to leave Canada. What's up with Alberta?
Look, they all want to leave. They're jumping ship. Oh my God.
What even happens in Alberta? Do people live in Alberta?
Do you know Dev's cope for all this?
What?
He always says, oh yeah, we're going to vote Democrat.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait to.
I mean, that's true.
I can't wait to join America and vote Democrat.
That is true, though. That is completely true.
No, we're not going to let them vote.
Oh, they're going to be like Puerto Rico. They don't get the vote, right?
Get out of here. Exactly.
Has anyone ever even been to Alberta? I've only been, I've been to Vancouver, which is in British Columbia. So that's on the West Coast. And I've been to Montreal, which is on like the East side. So I assume that nothing in between is happening in Canada. It's just like there's like an East side and there's a West side, and everything else in the middle is just like trees and mooses.
Not very populous.
Alberta is a very conservative province, and they have oil fields. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there were any conservatives
come
in
on
in
aboard.
Canada.
Sounds
Right.
like good Americans to me.
Wow.
Bring them in.
Casual T, thanks so much for 29 months being frugal seeker. It says 2 weeks no drinking. Was daily drinking a liter or so of whiskey since COVID. Keep up the good show. Well, congratulations.
Wow,
That's
that's
great.
a
Look at that.
lot
Good
of
for you.
alcohol.
Yeah, but good for you for being 2 weeks off of it. That's awesome. Yeah, your liver
don't drink
and
too
body
much.
thanks you. So that's not great. Okay. The Oceanist for $5 says, "What's worse, Kyle's dyed hair or the mullet and mustache combo?" Oh, plus the mullet and mustache combo is like 10,000 times worse. What? How is that making the comeback? That is so fucking awful.
Is he doing a mullet?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I will take the 90s Kyle dyeing his hair Guy Fieri over the 80s mullet mustache combo any day.
Good for you.
Adam Defunded for 38 months. Thanks so much, Adam. Says, according to the Torah, a Sitch and Adam dating show was promised to the chosen members, free will seekers, 3,000 years ago. S class is the best class. That is true. That is in the Torah, actually. I remember reading that. Joe the Meg for 47 months says, happy Sunday, fellas. Great stream. Next time you have a video with Greenwald on, I hope you both lose power. Mean.
He is terrible.
He is terrible. Yeah. Our Noah Zoro's here for $5 says, document your Japan trip so I can see the sites I missed out on. I was going to go a few years ago. I had tickets and Airbnb paid for, but then COVID hit. Oh, that sucks.
Wow.
That sucks.
That does suck.
Wow.
Will you be sharing pictures of your trip?
Yes, of course.
That's awesome.
I'm sure we will. Sam will make sure she'll put a little Sitch face on my face. Joe the Meg for $10 says, I'm tired of all the lefties tards. Oh, all the lib/lefties/tard right. Pretending we've never been in an active conflict with Iran and its terrorist proxies for decades. USS Cole, anyone? I know. Stupid.
They
Joe
were
the Meg for
fine. They weren't trying to do anything dangerous.
No. Joe the Meg for $2 says, drink regular milk like a patriotic Americans. I wish.
Yeah.
Listen, I wish I could be that patriotic, okay? But unfortunately, my Jew genes weaken me a little bit.
I drink half and half to get the cholesterol content really high. That's how
There you go.
American I am.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Joe the Meg for $5 says, you should visit Banff in Alberta. It's Canada's version of Glacier National Park, and it's just as amazing. Some of the best hiking views on the planet.
That sounds fun.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've been to Glacier. I've been to, is that what it's called? I've been to the American Glacier National Park. It was very pretty.
Oh my God, we made it to the end.
Metalworks Recharge says, you should look up the video of the snake that hates Markiplier. I will. Metalworks for another $2 says, any femboys or tomboys in the chat? Just curious. Oh, woo. Arrhythmus for $2 says, from what I've read, the Artesh is not as well funded as the IRGC, but it's much larger due to mandatory conscription. I think the mandatory conscription angle could be a big factor if the general population wants to rebel. That would be awesome. They should get on that. Where's the CA? They need to get on that. They need to get those people up and at them, as they say.
Let's see. How long was this stream? I can't tell because OBS, we shut it down and started it again. Oh, 8 hours and 53 minutes. Bam!
Well, it's 1 a.m. and we started at 4, so.
Bam!
It's almost 9 hours. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true individuals that if you were voted to be the next supreme leader of Iran, you would decide to give up terrorism and give up this crazy religious nonsense and actually become a based Western Democrat supporter that helps America become the global superpower of the world. And also, you would never ever be bad in isekai, and you would make sure to end all the slave trades in isekais, because why the fuck do all the isekais always have fucking slave trades in them, Adam? Why do they always go in that direction? I don't get it. It's fucking weird. Anyway, we'll see you all next week. Take care.
My guess is that the slaves are women. Bye-bye!
Usually like animal women or like elves or something. But yes. Okay.